All right, guys, welcome back. Part 2 of the Bathurst 12-hour here at RCI TV. For those of you who are joining us now and migrating over from Part 1, we much appreciate that. Make sure to give this new stream a like for us. Really helps us out, push the content out to more people. My name is Mike Jones. Jesse Lee has vacated the box for a quick break, and I am joined by the man who is looking very sweaty, just got out of his car, but was really looking forward to come and doing some shouting for a little while, Mr. Ryan Mawson. For the OVRC team, I believe you're driving for. Which car is it you're driving for, Ryan? Is it the 199 today?
Yes, hello, Mike and everybody. Yeah, I'm in the 199, the blue Bentley. Personally, a favourite car of mine, and yeah, we have the sister car of the 777 with Tom Pottage and the Sebastian Brunier. They're in the McLaren and the Silver Cup. So far, we've got Jardier back in for us for a quick stint.
He's gonna get banned.
Well, you have actually banned him now from one of the races. Mission accomplished. We can now pack. In the Friday championship, I believe there was a problem with his ping, and he got DQ'd from one race.
Right. That's right.
Yeah, so
Jordy.
Yeah, so then RCI did have actually banned Jardier, so now we can pack up and go home. Mission accomplished, lads. That's it. We're done.
That's fantastic. That is amazing. I forgot I got to do that the other day. Yeah, he was having ping issues. Fortunately, no ping issues for him today. But there's a wall issue for him coming into Quarry Bend, locks up the brakes and throws himself into the wall. Doesn't look like there's too much damage on that Bentley, but Ryan, how you feeling?
Don't you dent my lovely race car, you. Yeah, admittedly, I have. Yeah, I have done similar though, because I think it's one of only 2 cars in ACC that's a proper right hooker. So it's right-hand drive. How many times have I? Yeah, the Janetta as well. So how many times have I chucked it off? Touched the grass and gone spiraling out of control.
I can't drive it. I can't drive the Bentley. I've tried multiple times. I like the way it drives, but I just can't get a hang of that car, especially being here in the States. I'm so attached to driving along the left side of the car, I just can't do it. And as Vanta Blue points out in chat, it is indeed, you are 100% correct. DT for Billy Octane and ban Jardier. Jardier, however, banning himself in this race. Unfortunate contact there. He's not coming into the pit lane this time by, I don't think. So hopefully not too much damage, but we'll catch him as he comes past. This is the battle coming out for P7. And that is Vasily Anifriev behind Marek Shins Racing Motorsports here. You can see that Aston there in the background is one of the Russian teams. Anifriev in the 56, currently carving their way through traffic. In fact, that's the sister team of Mr. Ryan Mawson, the 199 Jardier car that we were just talking about, 777. Not having a great race as your sister team, Ryan.
No, it would appear not. They showed, quite promising qualifying pace, but I mean, we've not overly been on the radio with them, but it just seems not their day. But I mean, it is a very challenging track, very taxing on everybody. It's very easy to make a mistake, especially in a mid-engine car that's a little bit twitchy over the mountain. At least the advantage of the front engines is they are quite neutral.
Yeah. So how are you feeling in that Bentley? I mean, as the temperatures are heating up, we of course talked to your teammate Mark not too long ago. He seemed to feel like he was liking the Bentley, even with the hot temperatures here. How are you feeling with it? Because you're the one who just got out of the car, so you're the one who has now experienced the most proper heat that we've had all day. I mean, it is 35°C ambient out there, 44 on that track. Is it slippy? Is it slidey? Are the tires overheating? What's going on?
Yeah, well, I mean, I am always a big fan of the Bentley. That is my main car. It's what I've driven always in ACC, really, or the I have the most time invested in. But yeah, right side tires are getting a little bit toasty. We ran way higher brake ducts because the balance of brake performance at the start of the race when it was nice and chilly versus a bit of tire life at the end. We figured we'd go for tire life and safety. It's maybe a little bit slidey, but nothing too crazy. I have noticed though that the brakes are starting to get a little bit toasty, even with our full open ducts. So if a couple of teams have set their ducts in the cold temperatures, that's going to be interesting for them. And the other problem with the heat, it feels strangled. The car just feels like it has no power anymore because obviously being a turbo car, the higher the ambience go, the less power you have. So it just feels strangled going up the hill. But you know, these are such things that that's why we come to Bathurst for the challenge. We wouldn't drive around if it was easy.
That easy is not where you come for Bathurst, that's for sure. There's a couple tracks in the GT3 SRO world that you do not come to if you want an easy track. Bathurst is one of them. Brands Hatch is probably almost as bad, but for different reasons than Bathurst. For danger is what I'm gonna call it. You know, you touch a wall at Bathurst, you at least get bounced back out on the track, mostly. You touch the grass at Brands and you're usually going flying. So not that you can't go flying here at Bathurst, obviously. We've seen quite a bit of it today. But stopping up on the mountain is probably the most dangerous thing. We saw that incident in the cutting earlier where, you know, one car spun and all of a sudden there's 10 cars coming through the cutting. I mean, this is such a fast part of the track right here. You know, you're handedly, you know, barely touching the brakes, trying to downshift into about third gear and carry as much speed as possible as you approach that corner. And, you know, when you're doing over 100 miles an hour and approaching a blind corner and there's all of a sudden a car at a 90-degree angle, you get a little worried.
Yes, I mean, we had pretty much the exact same in my stint, except it was in the dipper. One of the cars had gone off, clipped the rear and spun round, and you just have to sort of aim. You know, I didn't have any time to brake. You have to aim for the gap and hope the car doesn't spin over there. But there was definitely a moment where it was like, right, am I still alive? Yes. Is my heart still like, you know, can I put it back in my chest after it's beaten out of it? Like, yes, okay, we're good.
Well, speaking of heart beating out of a chest, Harry Conway has caught Sebastian Lewis Alexander here in the 781 Lexus. This is the front left tire scrubber esports team they are driving for today, and Harry has just not given up this entire race. As we were talking about with Jesse just a little bit ago, the Triple R team had an incident, had to come in for a pit stop on lap 2 to repair damage, and they have had a recovery drive, and it has been a fantastic recovery drive for them. Harry Conway looking to make all the way up to P17 overall at this point. He has caught this Lexus, reeled him in, and he is ready to make that pass happen. Samir Ibrahimi, the next car back for him, he kind of just took off, which is surprising. I mean, Samir Ibrahimi, of course, for those who don't know, he is the SRO AM champion last year from the, you know, esports series, of course, and his teammate Chris Huke in the silver series as well. He was one of the pro esports team that got invited into the silver series. As we're seeing the Bentley of Stephenson get a little loose into Corey Bend there, Chris Hardeveld able to escape for the time being, but that battle still ongoing. Here is again the battle for P6. This is Merrick Shins in the Racing Line Motorsport 191. Andy Friev in the background there, carving their way through a couple of the Maserati lap traffic. The vastly Andy Friev for the Don't Worry Racing Team 56. Their racing team, at least on our registered for us, is the Like and Subscribe team. But Don't Worry, the in-game team name, is about what they're going for today. He has not had his way past the Aston in front. We saw the Audi just get a little loose there in the background as the other GT3s carve on through. That GT4 field, by the way, Ryan, I don't know how much you've been paying attention to them being you know, out in the top 10 of the GT3 field, but the GT4 has just heated up this entire race. Mike Noble is only 2 seconds ahead for the lead. Ryan Gill directly behind him, and it's been a fantastic watch with those guys as well through the race.
It looks like, you know, we pass it at sort of race pace, but it looks incredible, and you're sort of trying to sneak by everyone without really affecting their race too much. So it's just sort of, excuse
Good
me,
pass
pardon
by
me.
Barrier.
Yeah, down the inside and made it stick. Can't make the run back. McLaren is very good though through the corners. If you trust the aero in that car, you can really haul it through the corners. Maybe not the best thing in an absolute drag race. I think if I was going to pick a car to go drag racing today at Bathurst, it would have to be either one of the Lexuses or the Mintzilla. probably one of the fastest cars. If I had my choice, though, I would pick one of the good old V12s because they are just mental.
Or the Jag. Unfortunately, our Jag participant did have to retire a few hours ago, but every time we cut to them coming down the straight, they were passing somebody. It didn't matter who it was. Didn't matter if they were a second ahead when they came out of the elbow. They passed them by the end of the straight. That Jag, just an absolute bullet. And you know, we were talking about this earlier. The Nissan, Jesse was talking to somebody down in that pit lane earlier. The Nissan has done really well in these hot temperatures because they don't suffer as much on the top speed. Like you were talking about the Bentley, obviously, you know, with that big old turbo in it, it suffers a little bit here in the heat. Same as the Aston will. And in fact, I mean, we all know that Aston's got terrible turbo lag to begin with. I couldn't even imagine it being out here in 40C.
Yeah, it's really not gonna age or take off out of the slow corners. But yeah, the Nissan I think was actually primarily designed as an endurance car, and it dominated Bathurst in real life as well, including the 2015 and the great finish that it had there, overtaking the Audi and the Bentley going up past Hill Corner. It was quite a good display. But yeah, the Bentley is now we're dropping top speed, and cars, the NA cars such as the Lexus. I mean, for example, I came out of Forest Elbow directly behind one of the Lexuses, and I held there in the slipstream the entire straight, got to 6th gear, hit the rev limiter, and I was still not gaining on this Lexus. He had nobody in front of him to help him. It's just that fast. It's like, I've run out of gearbox and you're still going. How is this possible?
Yeah, that's fantastic. The Nissan, the Lexus, just absolute bullets down the straight. And obviously, you know, like you were saying, we don't have any V12s here, but you know, if they were, you know, that old Aston just does so well. I mean, hey, it's got 12 cylinders for a reason, right? You put it in a straight line, and there's not much that's going to beat it. And of course, the Jag, one of those cars that can really come out of a corner as well. The Lamborghini, another one of those that has probably, I would say, putting the Lambo and putting the Lexus side by side coming down a straight would be an interesting watch, because as we all know, that Lamborghini has so much launch coming out of a corner that, you know, it would be really interesting to see. And we might see it here in a minute because, of course, Conway and Louis Alexander are here fighting. And it's just all about Conway getting up on the back of that Lexus to see if he can get past him. Hopefully he can catch a bit of a slipstream off the back of the Aston that is there now in between them. But that's the one I'm curious to see. Now that you've mentioned the Lexus being so fast down the straight, I want to see him go head to head against the Lambo.
Yeah, it is a very, very slippery car. It seems to have a bit more of a favourable top-end bop than, say, the Audis does Lambo. It sort of suffers over the mountain, but I mean, most of Bathurst, you know, I'd say at least, you know, 30-40% of it is two gigantic straights. And you can't really defend in a straight line. It's much easier to do that, you know, just to breeze by someone on the straights. It's Y cars like, yeah, the V12, the GTR, even the BMW. Sometimes, if you're a good enough driver over the mountain, you know, you can still hold your own in the old BM.
So I just want to point out really quick, guys, the PPR Esports Silver Class leader, #1, Porsche, has had some mechanical issues, and it looks like they have been unable to get back into the server. Their driver 1 has disconnected and lost internet. They cannot reconnect. That is the leader of the Silver Class, gone disconnected. I was just talking about the PPR Esports team, how well they've been doing. They've been keeping it consistent. They've had bad luck in the past, really rooting for them. And there they go, out again. Here's your new Silver Class leader, 2SLR Esports Team Red, currently piloted by Alexander Karsten. Teammates there, of course, Samuel Chum Train, Chum Lee, and Antoine Olive in that 252 are going to be your leaders. And what a gap they have. That's heartbreaking. That's not what you want 6 hours into a race. That's not what you want ever in a race, but especially 6 hours into a race when you're in a lead and have a nice, comfortable lead. Heartbreaking.
Yeah, it is just, you know, the worst thing, because you've done everything right, nothing to do with any of the team, and it's just completely snatched away from you.
Well, unfortunate for them, but the 2SLR team, I'm sure disappointed, of course. I mean, hey, I'll take a win because you know, in the end, I'm always happy with a win. Not that I'd ever get them, but you know, theoretically, I'd be happy with a win. But at the same time, if I was a 2SLR team, I'd be a bit disappointed that our you know, main competition for the race at that point had vacated the area. At this point, they'll have to be fighting for just overall position, which they're not going to be mad at as well. They're about 20 seconds ahead of the 149 Yas Heat team, who has struggled a little bit. They got themselves a little bit of a self-inflicted incident, and then subsequently a penalty in the pit lane for speeding, dropped all the way from P2 to P5, and Igoroganov, or Ognaragadov, I think is how we're going to pronounce that. I'm so bad with the Russians. For the Lada Esports team, you know, they're definitely within striking distance over the next 6 hours or so to make that up. But, you know, it's definitely going to take a lot of work for Carson to make up another position. Watching traffic cut on through Mikhail Sundstrom, nearly on pace, 899 KTM. This KTM is, they've been very comfortable through the race, though they've not had the best race. They're down in third from last in the GT4 field. They qualified, the KTMs qualified really well. Actually, Gergel Panker was in here earlier, Mr. Mawson, talking about how he thought these KTMs were going to do so well along with the Alpine in the heat. And it's really unfortunate to see, of all people, Mikhail Sundstrom so far back. But, yeah, well, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, just some cars do not have, you know, the race pace. They are absolutely amazing in qualifying, and I have a feeling that is a bit of the KTM syndrome, especially when, you know, a lot of the GT4 field, we've got a couple of BMWs in, we've got the Audi, you know, there's only, I think, 2 KTMs, I believe.
There was 2, and we lost one early due to technical issues.
Right. Yeah, so then he is the lone KTM, but it's not a straight line speed car. And the BM is an absolute monster in a straight line in the GT4 field. The Audi is, you know, is slightly faster. I think the only thing that you could really battle with in speed wise is the Alpine. They're about similar pace. But as you can see, the KTM will catch right up over the mountain. The handling of that is incredible. It's like a little go-kart. You can just point it exactly where you want it to go with how short ratio it is. But then you just get onto a straight and you have to wave them goodbye. You can do nothing more.
Nothing more that he can really have. But in the end, you know, they're not going to give up, to say the least. I mean, he's all over the back of Christian Bach here, you know, so he can at least make up a position, hopefully for them. I do notice, however, that the Ryan Gill team, of course, 734 Alpine back in the lead since Mike Noble has taken his pit stop, and they're going to take the lead of the GT4 race there as about 5 laps ago. So they do need to come into the pit lane here shortly, and I'm really curious to see how that shakes out because, of course, Mike Noble was just barely ahead of Ryan Gill when he came into the pit lane. So I think that Ryan will be getting out of the car in the next pit stop. And if I'm not mistaken, I think it is Billy Octane's turn for a bit of a drive. And we will see where Mike Noble, which is now Andre Frankie, actually, the hazardous overlap team, shakes themselves out. They did have a pretty bad pit stop overall, 121 on the pit stop timer, perhaps a little damage that they had to repair. It's just a question of, will Ryan have to repair a little bit of damage on him, as there goes the Mintzilla Yaroslav Honzik, number 39 Nissan GTR, across the lap traffic. Still trying to catch Matthias Egger, still out in the lead. Matthias Egger for the Orion Race Team, absolutely dominating performance, and he is just not catching him at all. This is Egger coming in to Murray's in the final corner here, right as Yaroslav Honzik comes out of Hell Corner, which is turn 1. He's only about, 15 seconds or so from being lapped, and it's just looking like a dominating performance from the Orion Race Team. Once again, they finished not quite a lap ahead of everybody last 12 hours of Bathurst. They were about 50 to 60 seconds ahead, but it looks like they might lap everybody in the field this particular race. Did you race in the last 12 hour, Ryan, a few months back?
I'm trying to think, actually. I don't believe I did. I think I'd missed that one, sadly. I had other engagements. But I had watched it. I'd watched it back. It looked, yeah, very, very interesting stream. And as I says, the Orion Race Team. I mean, you've got to set yourself a challenge each year, haven't you? If you always win, you've got to set yourself a challenge of like, can we lap the entire field?
I mean, when I asked them if they were going to come back for this race, I asked them like, "Hey, you know, you guys obviously dominated the last one. Are you guys gonna come back and try and make it a repeat?" And Egger, who I was talking to, he said, "Yeah, I don't really know. It's been a bit of a long time period here. We've got a lot of races. We're getting a little older. I don't know that I can do a full on 12-hour again." They decided to come in anyway after talking to Fulvio. And here they are, this much later, still in the lead, this deep, and just an absolutely fantastic drive they have had. Of course, we talked about them a lot during the early part of the stream. The Orion Race Team has something around like a 80% podium rate in our endurance races. Just the absolute strongest team from an overall perspective that we have racing with us here. You know, from the perspective of the endurance races at least, and it's just so fantastic to see these guys drive. They're so consistent, they're so quick, and every which way you look, they're usually at the top of the leaderboard. And I'm sure that they're going to be looking forward to another win. Bathurst 12-hour was their first win with us, in fact, and this will be the repeat of it. Here's another one of those teams that is about as consistent as they can be in our races. Racing Line Motorsport, of course, has been driving with us for longer than I've even been here. You know, if we want to look back to say Redline Motorsport, where we used to be, you know, Raceline Motorsport is an absolute pinnacle of the endurance races here. And Kevin Siclari, one of their great drivers, is the BMW is going to go off track, and that's Mikhail Sundstrom going to make up that spot. Christian Bach going slightly off track. It is all Sundstrom needed. He says, "Yes, sir, I will take that." And the Nearly On Pace team makes up a position as we look back at Christian Bach, who is just going to be cursing himself at this point.
Now what you've got to hope, though, is that, yeah, and it sort of came true. The BMW had a bit of a bad run out of Forest Elbow, which is great for the KTM, because if you can hold off the BMW to get back onto the mountain, that's what you need. Then you pull away at your strong point and, you know, rinse and repeat. It's just been so annoying when you get stuck behind a much, much faster car, because you can literally do nothing with them.
It's been unfortunate for him, but hey, I mean, in the end, you know, kind of got to do what you got to do. Where are they at with pit stops, out of curiosity? Let's figure out where they're at on tires. So Christian Bach and Mikhail Sundstrom. Sundstrom only pitted 8 laps after, so both these guys are on, you know, reasonably similar tires. They're only about 15 minutes or so out of sync. So, you know, they're definitely Bach is on slightly older tires, but not enough that it should make, you know, that much of a difference. I think in the GT4 field, they will be the next ones to pit. We're currently overall on lap 184, and they pit back on lap 141. So we should be seeing them come into the pit lane here pretty shortly. They are all the way at the end of their stint, and it could just be a situation of the BMW struggling a little bit more on tires towards the end of the stint. The KTM is. Maybe he's having tire pressure issues with the heat. And like you said, you know, even with the Bentley, you guys are having a little bit of tire issues here and there, and the Bentley is one of the best cars on the tires.
Yeah, generally. Exactly. And the BM is quite a heavy GT4 car versus that KTM. I mean, the KTM is a fully little carbon fiber thing, and the BMW is essentially, it's a very old GT style car, as in it is a saloon car that gets, you know, lightly modified. It's still a steel body. We have more lap traffic coming by. I think that's the that's the Lexus. It's the 791 of Lexus.
Yeah, that's the 781 Lexus, I think, of Mulholland. And then the Bentley, I think that was Svenchek in the 107, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so. I'm looking at the livery anyway.
Yeah. Yep, Svenchek, yeah, for Green Lopez. So this is not a battle for position. This is definitely a Svenchek being a lap ahead of Mulholland here. So we can see that just how far this field reaches at this point. I mean, there are only a few positions difference, and you know, you're seeing how well some teams have been doing. couple teams still a couple laps down, but everybody's still fighting for position. I mean, you got 5.5 hours left in this race. The exact opposite could happen in the back half of the race as it happened in the first half, right? Green Loftus could lose a lap, and all of a sudden Mullahan could be up there fighting for that position. You know, everybody in the front could get caught up in an incident, and all of a sudden they all lose a lap. You know, and you just never know, especially here at Bathurst, and that's really what it is. And Svenchek, you know, he's just got to try and keep it consistent. They've had some trouble through the first part of the race, but all the way back at P16. You know, realistically, if they can just keep it clean through the rest of the race, they should be able to hopefully pick up at a couple more positions, I'm sure is what they're going for. I'm sure that if we were speaking to them at this point, their hope is to try and get up to, say, around P12 or so, because I think that's about where their laps are at. Here's Valentine Barrier chasing down Jordy Grant-Smith, your car there, Mr. Mawson, and he is looking like he is catching up pretty well. We're seeing that McLaren speed down the straight. Look at it. The Bentley struggling. We're going to see him go down to the inside, outside of the kink, and then the inside of the chase, and it doesn't even matter. He's just gone. Look at him go. He's boom. See ya.
Yep, done and dusted around the outside. It's as it says, the Bentley is kind of struggling with these temperatures, but you know, we'll see what we can work with it. We're sort of learning as we go along in the car, because we've never done this hot of an endurance in the Bentley, so it's kind of new to all of us. We knew that the tyres were going to heat up, but we didn't know how the car was going to handle when the tyres did heat up.
And we're going to see how this 720S progresses. Of course, the 720S is one of those cars that very much does prefer the cold temperatures. A lot of the drivers who drive it, you know, they complain anytime it's over about 15°C or so ambient. They're complaining a little bit about their tires, but, you know, Valentine Barrier, the 72, he seems to be holding that pretty steady through the race so far. And, of course, Andrea Cappuccio up in P5 as well for the Yas Heat team. They've been one of the strongest teams on the circuit. Just had some unfortunate luck with one incident that demoted them from P2 to P5. And, you know, they're hoping basically to keep it clean for the rest of the race. They're 25 seconds behind the overall position in front at the moment of Karsten, who is, of course, still leading the silver class and is kind of expected to lead the silver class maybe through the rest of the race here at this point. They've got such a gap, about the same amount of gap that Egger has to Jardier there in the Mintzilla team. And here is the silver class leader, Alexander Karsten, 2SLR Esports Team Red, AMR Vantage V8, riding that burgundy liveried 252. Very consistent through them for the rest of the race. And yeah, as they're talking about the chat, the number one car we talked about a little bit ago, they did get disconnected, unable to rejoin their driver one, unfortunately for them. So mechanical issues going to put them out of the race, and heartbreaking for the PPR Esports team, you know, who is having such a fantastic race. They seem to have so much bad luck, you know, in the middle of the endurance races, and just have not been able to capture a win at any of them so far. Of course, we have our 8 Hours of Monza upcoming here in a few weeks, part of our World Tour Endurance Championship. It will be just a couple more races in that championship. We have our 8 Hours of Monza, and then 6 hours of Paul Ricard, and of course the finale 10 hours of Suzuka. And that is going to be just I think the Monza race is going to be fantastic. Have you been out to the practice servers yet, Ryan, to check out the track?
Yes, we've been trying to learn the Audi that we're in once again for the 199 OVRC. Basically same team as we are today, same drivers. So yeah, we've been here and there getting some data, looking at what we can do with it. It's kind of a difficult track to do anything with the Audi at, I find, but I think I'm just not overly a mid-engine driver. I much prefer my big, what a lot of people say, big heavy Bentley, but that is always what I gravitate back to anytime if I'm given a choice. And this is the first time in the team where I chose the car for this one, because the last few, obviously, our other teammate chose it for the World Tour, and we've chosen other things for like your Friday endurance. I had a two-man team with Jordy and that. And this time I says, can we drive my car instead? As Cappuccios having the standard pit. Is it me, or does that car look a bit damaged at the front?
I think so. I think I was just actually watching. I've got a couple of the streamers up on my other monitors, kind of keep an eye on their races. I was keeping my eye on Jimmy's races. There seemed to be a bit of a drama there. The 720S there that is in the pits, I think, was having some issues as they were coming down the Conrad straight. He was going about as fast as Ryan Gill in that Alpine was in the GT4, and we've seen the passes happen there between the GT3, GT4 cars, and so I think he was damaged enough that he's maybe had to pit again. So the Yas Heat team struggling through the back half of this race. They've already had the issue a little while ago, obviously, and now they're having the issue again. So I'm looking back to see maybe if they had an incident. I don't see an incident, in fact, so maybe some mechanical issues going on there, Ryan. I'm not seeing any incident. They don't look like they're damaged, just not able to go out to full throttle, perhaps.
Yeah, because that car still has not moved unless they had quite a severe hit. But as he says, I didn't see any waved yellow flags either, at least on my screen. Should normally indicate, you know, someone's gone off. Very strange.
Yeah, so we'll see if they're able to come out of the pit. The Yas Heat team, of course, you know, had the trouble this stint. They were up in P2. And then, you know, they had a damage. They spun themselves out coming into the elbow, well, kind of out through the dipper, and subsequently slid, you know, hit one of the walls and slid kind of into the dipper and got massive damage. Had to come in and make a pit for damage and repair the damage, and then subsequently got an SG30 for speeding in the pit lane on their way out, dropped all the way down to P5, and now, of course, in the pit lane again for something going on here at that point. But here is the Yas Heat team. Driver change done, back out on track, and 720S going to try and power out again. And unfortunate for them, but, you know, all the way down to P10, not where Yas Heat wanted to be.
No, as you said earlier, we've still got, you know, 5 hours, 25 minutes of this race. You could just entirely flip on its head. You know, sometimes if you have a bad start to the race, you know, you can only say, well, it can only go up from here. And sometimes when it happens, it's almost like it was meant to be. For example, our team, we thought it was not going to be good for us. We dropped out all the way down to P8, I believe, at the start. And then there was a fairly big crash in front of us, which promoted us right back. It was like, well, that was very lucky. So, you know, sometimes I think the term is every cloud has a silver lining, isn't it? I think that's the term. You get back out, get out, get lapping in clean air. You know, it's surprising how much time you can make back up in endurance races. Time seems to disappear into the void. Oh no, it's the Ryan Gill, the Alpine at the top of Skyline.
Yeah, so just before coming into Skyline here, do we have a replay here, Jake? Let's see. Here we go. Back over to the replay. Do. Here he comes through the park section. He's going to come out of McPhillamy Park. And what happens here? I'm going to imagine he probably clips doesn't even clip it, just gets sideways, hits the front end into the wall, manages to get the car stopped, and I think he's just going to spin that thing around in the dirt. Gonna have to make a nice little, well, doesn't make a three-point turn, just kind of taps it against the wall. There goes I saw at least one GT4 car come past. So when we come back to live here, let's see, where are we at? Andre Frankie, 40 seconds back now. That means that when Ryan Gill comes into the pit, which should be happening here very shortly, if not is already, let's see, Ryan's coming into the chase right now. That means that he is going to lose a position to Frankie. They are about at their pit window, so Ryan not coming in yet, but they should be pitting here very shortly. Pit time is about a minute 20, minute 10 to a minute 20, especially considering they might need to repair a little damage now. That is at least one position loss, and the 778 KRT team as well is about another 30 seconds back. They might even now be fighting the Alpine when he comes out of the pit, and that is very unfortunate for him. But that's Bathurst for you. You get a little mistake and you lose a lot of time.
Yeah, exactly. And on that exciting note, just as all the excitement was happening, I've noticed Jesse Lee has walked back into the door. Obviously refreshed and had his little break, so I think I'm going to love you and leave you and go back to my pit garage and see what the team's doing, see what we need to do for my next stint.
Well, Ryan Mawson joining us to give a little break for Jesse Lee. Ryan, good luck for the remainder of the race.
Yes,
Here
thank
is
you.
his team here.
I'm sure I'll be back.
I'm sure you will. And Jesse Lee, what'd you have for lunch?
I actually had the thickest hot dogs you have ever possibly seen is what I had for lunch. I needed something.
Did you, Jesse Lee?
All right, not that kind of stream Mike Jones, but
Right. We
yes,
were
I had
stepping
to
away
deliver.
from the side max voice comms.
I don't know what you mean by that, but sure. Orion Racing Team still leading the way, nearly a full lap ahead of everybody else. And Mike Jones, in my break, what I also did was, other than scarfing down some food, I went outside, and the weather is bloody dreadful here. It's a lot better here in Australia, 45 degrees, though that being near boiling point, pretty much. That's a joke, of course, but it is very, very hot indeed. But the weather is a lot nicer. And I also tuned in to Jardier and Jimmer's stream. They're absolutely loving this, despite the fact of all the trouble that they had early, and despite the fact that Orion Racing is running away with it. They really could care less. They're having a lot of fun, and they're Jardier is just an amazing driver. He can do everything. He can switch his cameras and stuff on his stream mid-race and joke and drive one-handed. And of course, Jimmy is paying attention to Formula One, as you will do, and making fun of the broadcast announcers there. Glad we're not those guys. And
Oh, wait.
No, he's making fun of the F1's announcers, not us.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, by the way, Ryan Gill in the pits. I don't know if you caught this as you were miking back up, Jesse Lee,
he
but
drifted
you did.
Skyline. Yeah.
So Frankie does make
about
up the
that.
position. What I'm waiting on, I'm watching Eris.
Yeah. Right. Well, about that, I've just got a bit of just a little tidbit, Ryan, in case you watch this back, and in case anybody out there has any doubt, that you were talking about Ryan Gill, then he wrecked, and I wasn't here. So mathematically speaking, I've done the maths, and it's
You're
not
welcome.
my fault. It's you
You're
and
welcome.
Ryan Mawson's fault.
I told you I was going to talk about Ryan, didn't I?
You absolutely did, in fact.
So Ryan just dropped his jacks. Let's see. Billy Octane in the car. Eris is already going down the mountain straight. He will not lose another position. P4 and GT4 class just came out of the elbow. So that just put Ryan down from potentially directly behind Andre Frankie all the way down to a very solid P3 in that 734 Alpine. Eris is currently making his way up to the cutting. Just came out of Quarry Bend. That is quite a gap to make up there. They've done it before. 5 hours to do it. They've got time.
Yeah, they sure do. GT4 has been an absolute treat thus far, with battles everywhere inside the top three. And to this point, we still don't have any idea where they may all finish. Still a long old time, better part of 5 hours plus left in this race. And what can you say about the Maseratis? Well, it's not been very kind to them today, but I kind of feel like they expected that over at SideMax. I think they entered this race in those cars as a bit of fun, just like I was talking about Jardier and Jimmy having fun. They're in the race. They're. It's not that they're not taking it seriously. It's just that they're in the groove. They're doing well, and they're having fun with it. And I think the same thing can be said for SideMax Motorworks, is my point. I think their positions are relevant. They're having fun with the challenges of the day, and I especially feel like they had fun racing each other earlier as well. Still, though, this is your leader, Matthias Egger, in the leading 126 Orion Racing Bentley, making great time. And just somewhere up the road is the second place GTR. They're nearly one lap ahead of the field right now. And here comes in Anna Frey in the 56. 56 has had its share of issues, but still maintains a top 5 position. But may fall just out of the top 5 on this pit stop. Valentin Beria would be the person to take that position. This is Jardier in Mintzilla. Talked about how he was having fun with his chat, having fun chatting about, well, actually, he was talking smack about Formula One announcers and competition, having a good old time with his pal Jimmy Broadbent. I've only ever seen Jardier upset or not happy a handful of times, and a sad Jardier is a sad society. Agner Rodikov in the 41 has held on to the 3rd spot. Everything settling down into place. The 41 Aston for Lotta Sport has been very quick indeed, but is basically on their own island in the 3rd place position. Pretty much everybody in the top 3 of Pro are all by themselves. Speaking of all by yourself, what about Karsten in 4th place, the 252? By himself is the 2 SLR Esports Team Red Aston. Nobody around them. The class of the field, as it turns out, in silver thus far.
Did you catch what happened to their opponents while you were out on a break, Jesse?
No, what happened?
So the PPR Esport #1 team had some mechanical issues.
Cody Pride.
Basically, basically their driver 1 disconnected and could not get back in. So unfortunately, the PPR Esports team again is out. And I was rooting for him. I was talking about that earlier a couple times. They've had such bad luck actually getting a win, and they are back again with not being able to get a win. So the PPR Esports team has been out, and the 2522 SLR Esports team out on an island, basically, at this point. No, not a whole lot of competition.
Yeah, I hate that for the Pride family. We know that the Pride family usually comes in and watches Cody race, and we love having them here at RCI. Well, today it's unfortunately going to end around the halfway mark, I'm afraid.
Yeah, now that said, this is a man here who has actually had a very good drive today, which is sadly not something I get to say very often. Jesse Lee, Valentin Beria with the TX3 team, they're up in P5 overall, P4 in class. He's driving as a duo with Johan Ufella, and they've just had a really reasonable drive through this race. Kind of kept themselves out of trouble, I guess. I don't remember if I've seen any penalties come across for the 72. I'll have to look back at the stewarding sheet, but these guys have just done very well. They're up into P5 overall. Looking back at the stewarding sheet, by the way, there are no penalties for the 72 at all, so they have really just kept their nose clean. So fantastic from them. And they're out here in the McLaren. We've seen the McLaren just sprint down the straights, especially Conrad, for the past hour or so as the tracks got hot.
So a couple things. I think the 72, the biggest incident that they were involved in when Ofella was in the cockpit, I believe there was contact side by side, potentially 3 wide, coming through the chase. But other than that, nothing really else going on with the 72. They've got a strong driver lineup. They've got strong lap times, and they've just executed today, and that's good enough for a top 5. But I can only recall the one incident, and that wouldn't have shown up on the sheet because it was completely mutual, and it was just minor contact that didn't actually cause a spin. But if they've been involved in anything else, that will be news to me. Like you said, the sheet completely clean for the 72, and for the virtual drivers by TX3 McLaren, it will be. I mean, could you imagine 5 hours from now saying that you finished 5th in this race? Last year, to put it in perspective, Mike Jones, we had this exact race last year barring it was all GT3 cars, and that was a difficult race. It was one of the more difficult races we had ever done. I feel like this year it's a lot harder because you have the GT4 traffic. There's a lot more moving parts. There were 40 plus drivers when we started. Top 5 here might as well feel like winning the thing.
Yeah, I mean, basically, the competition here is fierce. I mean, a lot of these guys, of course, came in, kind of knowing that this was going to be a bit of a casual race. I mean, it is hashtag Sunday Fun Day here today. A lot of guys in cars that they don't normally drive. For example, Kevin Zaccolari, they're racing on Motorsport Team 191. Very odd to see them in an Aston. We usually see them, of course, in the Ferrari. Egger, that's pretty much their traditional car. I don't know that I've ever seen Egger not in a Bentley, other than the Lambo that they drove at the 6 Hour of Barcelona, I think. And that's about it. Obviously, Jardier and Jimmy, I mean, we're not going to see them in any other car but a Nissan when Jimmy's driving. But Egner Agakov, they're in an Aston. That's not necessarily not typical for them. As we've seen the RCI team pick up another penalty here, 5 seconds. This is going to be for the issues that we saw down on Conrad earlier. I don't know that we caught that on stream, but basically, I was watching this back on the replay. They had contact with another car and had some steering damage. The problem is they were holding right to the middle of the track during coming down the straight, and that caused just an absolute massive pileup behind and almost caused a big accident. So the stewards did review that and decided that they definitely did not handle the situation as they should have, and have applied a 5-second penalty. Luckily, no proper contact there was had, but side by side with the GT4 car all the way down Conrad, it's just a roadblock. So someone's got to pay for that, and unfortunately, the 149 is the one.
Yeah, the 149, they were running second for a large portion of the early running of this race, mind you, and then they had their issues, a pit stop that was unscheduled, and then an accident, and, well, it's come undone for the 149, and Lay just trying to work their way around here, still inside the top 10. We saw Ryan Mawson there for a second. It's very interesting to me to see how quickly Ryan Mawson went from the booth to the driver's suit to the cockpit, and he's back out there setting laps again. Very impressive indeed. And Martin Schumacher, someone asking earlier who the Schumacher in the race was. That's Martin Schumacher, no relation to the F1 racing family. And of course, right now, specifically, it would be very difficult for a Schumacher to be in this race since Formula One and all that going on as we speak. James Parker, haven't seen James Parker in the car today, mostly because I probably wasn't paying as close of attention as I should have been. But the 211, no ghost racing as they're called this week. James Parker in that 211. Well, they've certainly exerted their dominance as the better Maserati for right now. I think that's a fair bet.
Yeah, a couple of these cars at this point, they've just had an experience up here on the mountain. I mean, it is... I feel like we talk about this a lot in endurance races, but especially here at Bathurst, I think above literally any other track, it is all about surviving. And surviving Bathurst is, a chore. It is exactly the word I'm going to use for it. It is a chore to survive 12 hours of Bathurst. It's a chore to survive an hour of Bathurst. More than 12 hours. And these teams, for the most part, pretty much every single one of them has had some sort of drama at some point in the past 7 hours, and I'm sure that most cars will have a little bit of drama through the last 7 hours as well. Here goes the Mintzilla team. They are still. Did they make it up? Did they make up the position temporarily? I think they did. So they're up in P1. Mintzilla is for the moment, aren't they?
No.
Oh no, they're still not.
No, so see, they were so far back that not even a long pit stop
Jardier
jumped them into the... Yes, indeed. That
Jardier
also
hit them at the
occurred.
lap before. I didn't even pay attention. Great commentators here at RCI TV. Welcome in. Doesn't see the car take a pit stop.
What I can tell you is just a moment ago, the number 80 RMK racing car with Crozen behind the wheel, they were stopped for a very long time, somewhere near
And
the
they pit on lap
end of the
149.
circuit. Yeah, so something amiss there.
Vance
yes,
Blue
and
points
they
out, by
are-
the way, Egger, I think, did drive. I think they were driving the Merc for a little while last year, but they have since like swapped over to the Bentley, and that's pretty much all they drive nowadays, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, there you go. I don't know why Vanta Blue is not part of the broadcast crew at this point. They're very, very helpful. Mike Jones, you looking to hand out some applications perhaps after this one, but love seeing the regulars in chat as well, helping us in the booth as always. Always appreciated here at RCI. But just also an update. Jardier said a little bit ago that he was surprised at all of the pace that the 126 picked up. It doesn't seem to matter who's behind the wheel. Berrezzini back behind the wheel of the 126 Orion Racing Bentley now in relief of Matthias Egger. But he was surprised that when it got this hot, they picked up a ton of pace because Jardier was beating him handily early in the race, but when it got this hot, they're just getting beat. No other complaints about Mintzilla, by the way. Car's fine, and it is quick. It's just they have really nothing to hold a candle to the 126 at this time, or at least that's what they say. And considering they've driven all the way back up to second and we're nearly a lap down, that they might be right, but that is not dampening their day. Having a lot of fun out here. I think either you're going to leave satisfied today or you are going to be utterly disappointed. I don't think there's no middle ground here. You're either happy or you're sad around the mountain, and that's it's unfortunate, but I think that is the way it goes. I've certainly only ever left happy or sad.
Yeah, that is pretty much right. There's not a whole lot of neutral feelings about the mountain. Yeah, like I said, I mean, just surviving it is a chore, and I feel like, you know, even if you just survive it and you're in P7, P8, P9, whatever, you're probably gonna be happy about that. You know, I mean, yeah, you didn't get the win, but in the end, you survived 12 hours around Bathurst and finished in the top 10, and that is an accomplishment. Of course, Berrezzini, at this point, you know, if he was back in P10, found himself there at some point, I think he'd be pretty sad. But you know, in the end, the Bentley coming around the track is just the absolute fastest car out here at this time. Like Jesse was saying, Berrezzini, Matthias Egger, just a team of weapons. That team is. They're going to come across and start lap 199 as we approach the 5-hour mark in this race. 5 hours to go, 7 hours down, almost one lap up on the entire field. If we look out the windshield of this car as they come around Hell Corner, what we're going to see from Mr. Jay Coombs here is that little dot out there in the distance is Jaroslav Honzik. That is P2, about ready to get lapped by the 126 car. Berrezzini and Egger have been chasing them down for a while now, and it's coming. Jardier's holding them off the best he can. He's running pretty quick laps at the moment, actually. But I don't know, Jesse. You want to start taking bets?
Yeah, I was just thinking about that. I was thinking when Berrezzini or whomever is in the 126 at that point catches the 39, how hard do you defend to stay the only other car on the lead lap? You're allowed to defend, but how hard would you do it? And considering they're in a very jovial mood, I'm not sure they will. They might just sort of lay over and, you know, because they realize they're not actually racing the 126 at this point. But, you know, that's a professional driver. I'm not, and I would probably fight them, because if something were to happen to the Orion Race Team, God forbid, Jardier could potentially be in the driver's seat at that point. And it'd be easier if you were not a lap down prior to whatever incident may occur. Of course, we're all talking possibilities here.
I wonder. Obviously, Jardier is a whole other beast, right? Like let's remove Jardier.
He's
from the
built
equation
different,
here.
yeah.
He is. But what is going through your head right now if you're Fulvio Berrezzini? Are you focused? Are you just kind of taking it easy, excited? You're winning an esports level 12 hours of Bathurst endurance. Pretty much everybody in here in the pro class,
It's a who's who, yeah.
Basically. Oh, one of the McLarens there in the background got a little wide. A bad rejoin there as well. That was Barrier. A little bit of a bad rejoin there. Almost ran into the Russian there. But luckily Andy Friev is able to get it back on the side of the track. So let's see what happens. He catches the inside curb, if I had to guess. Nope. Just gets a little loose. Yeah, that sounds about right. Bounces over the curb there a little bit, and I guess not that bad of a rejoin.
Good save.
He gave some room, so Vasily slid on past. And that's going to be Barrier losing a position. We were talking about that earlier, how the 72 team has just had a great drive so far this race, but Andy Friev is another one of them. So the like and subscribe team usually does pretty well here. I don't think Andy Friev generally drives with them in our races. It's more Ognarogatov and the other one, Jesse Lee. Ognarogatov and Ivan. Wow, that's gonna.
You talked about not Shermatinsky.
No,
surely.
I'm not talking about Shermatinsky. No. That's gonna bug me until I go find it now.
Well, he's going to go find that.
Spotter guide.
But for Anna Frave, it has been a great day. They've been hovering around the top 5. They get that spot back. Valentin Barrier flirts with the barrier, but does not get into it. So day saved for the 72. And despite the fact that you're thinking of Antonov, correct?
Yep.
Antonov, one of the best airplanes. Can we confirm that the Antonov we have is not a airplane?
We'll have to go to Tom Roberts for that one.
That might be an unfair advantage. Well, less than 5 hours to go in the 12 hours of Bathurst here. We're glad that you are with us. Jesse Lee, Mike Jones in the booth, Jake Coombs on the pictures, working the broadcast for you here right now. And it is going to be for just about, I would reckon, second or third on back. It is going to be a close run to the flag, I feel like, because it is not settled between these drivers and, of course, the GT4 field as well. Speaking of which, Andre Franke driving for the hazardous overlap 996. This is not settled at all for any of the podium positions here. And with so much time, you got to think about it. One hit, one mistake, and one trip to the wall, that could be the difference between victory and defeat today. And if I am Orion Racing, by the way, you asked me a question I never answered, Mike Jones, and I will answer that now. What do you do if you are the Orion Race Team? Well, I said that they're the only team here that doesn't have pressure on them. They're the only ones that can say that they've won the 12-hour of Bathurst, and they're looking to double up. So there is no pressure on them, but I would feel like they are in full concentration mode. They've seen every single one of their competitors, including them, by the way, that's had contact or penalties or issues today. And all through it, they have shown that they are the fastest car. They got a 20-second penalty with about 8 hours to go and still ended up an hour later having a 30-second lead on the next nearest car, which I think was the 149 at the time. It's all about focus and keeping your mind right for 5 more hours, which is easier said than done. I can't concentrate on anything for 5 hours.
Can confirm. I've commentated with Jesse Lee for multiple hours at a time, and he can barely concentrate for about 30 minutes, more or less 5 hours. Now, that said, Jesse Lee, something we will be doing for more than 5 hours pretty soon here is we are back with some POV streams for the RCI teams here pretty soon. The Chris Hay Sim Racing community will be putting up their endurance championship soon, I am told, and we will be entering in a bunch of RCI teams to that event, so you can look forward to streams brought to you by Jesse Lee and Nick Setnick. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we'll be visiting the ICGT tracks, Jesse Lee, so we might have ourselves a little Bathurst race sometime soon as well. However, I see somebody knocking on our door, Jesse Lee, and it looks like a bit of a train. Am I right? Perhaps a chum train.
Oh, Chum Chum Train, hello.
Oh dear.
Chum Chum Train has arrived. Samuel Cholmon Deely. That's just still what I'm going to call your last name.
Yeah,
Can we confirm? Can we confirm, Samuel, that it is pronounced Chumley? I know I asked you that 6 months ago, but I'm asking you again. It is Chumley.
It is Chumley, yes.
May I
Everything is
ask-
silent.
May I, okay,
What's that
you
name?
saved me. You saved me from asking my next question. Don't you have about 6 extra consonants and vowels for that to be your name? But
It's like listening to Dutch people talk.
Okay, Mike Jones. Moving swiftly on from that, I understand Chumley is an old English name, perhaps.
Yes, it is. I think it's royalty as well. Like the guy that looks after the Queen's crown, when she goes abroad or whatever, he's the guy that looks after it at Chumley Castle in Cheshire. That's what my mum told me anyway. But yeah, that's where it originated from.
Well, go ahead and tell us, Samuel, how has your race been going? What has been the biggest struggle out there, and how are the tires doing in this heat?
Oh, they're abysmal. There is no front end anywhere. It's either at the top of the hill your tires are overpressured, but at the bottom of the hill they're under pressure. It's ridiculous. But yeah, our race has been going like pretty well so far. The only minor incident we had was when we were spun around at Forest Elbow and lost about 30 seconds or so. But even if we didn't have that incident, we would still be in P4 right now. So none real lost, and I think we're like a lap almost behind Jardier. So yeah.
But how about the PPR team though, right? So car one.
Yeah, they DC, didn't they?
They did, yeah. So I mean,
Yeah.
where were you at with that? Like, where were you guys at with your head? Like, what did you think was going to happen there? Did you think you were going to be able to catch that Porsche?
Well, Alex said in VC when he came out of the pits, right, I'm going to catch them, I'm going to overtake them, and then I'm going to gap them.
I love Karsten. He's very cutthroat. He's like,
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna have him. It's just a matter of when.
And then we did get him, but unfortunately it was a DC and they haven't rejoined. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
they were unable to rejoin with their driver one, is what I've been told. So unfortunate
Yeah.
for them. But I mean, hey, I was talking about this with Mawson a little bit ago while he was in here. You know, I almost feel like on one hand, that hands you guys the lead. You're miles ahead of P2 at this point, kind of the same way that Bearzini is, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, does that disappoint you? I mean, you've got, in class at least, you currently kind of have no competition, if you look at it from that perspective, right? Unless something happens, and it can. 5 hours left on a Bathurst race. But you've got no direct competition like the PPR Esports was going to be for you. I mean, is that disappointing? Are you just happy because, oh, I'm in P1? Or, you know,
I mean,
where's your head
you
at?
could class it as, we could just class ourselves as pro class and just leave it at that. But
That would be a first, a mid-race reclassification. We've done it mid-season, but we've never done it mid-race.
I mean, why not? I mean, we're like, I think 2 laps now, or no, 1 lap ahead of the next car. So yeah, anything can still happen. So we're just saying to ourselves, right, all we got to do is keep it on track.
Actually, there he is, right there ahead. So currently, that is the yellow car right ahead is Woolmuth. By the way, so yeah, that is them. That's
Yeah,
putting a lot
we
down.
came out of the pits ahead of them, but we let them lap them, or let them unlap themselves. So, because we know them, because we race in a different league with them, so got to be nice to them. But they're not
Yeah, well,
getting away from us as well.
You guys, of course, racing the Endurance Championship together as well with us, the World Tour Endurance Championship. You know, the
Yes.
Excel Racing by Ren Walton team. Fantastic team, but they seem to be struggling here, which maybe isn't as surprising. I mean, the Aston isn't the best car in the 35C weather.
No, true. But I think they got murdered by a GT4 like 3 hours ago or something.
Something like that did happen to the 16.
Yeah.
I believe there was contact between them and the 97 early in the race, and they were absolutely obliterated. The 16.
Yep.
Oh, I remember that. That was coming through the park section. I do, or no, out of Quarry Bend it was actually in the left-hander. They were trying to come past the Sidemax car, and got tagged. And I think the Sidemax car got a 15-second penalty for that, unfortunately. And then subsequently, the 100 car kind of plowed them. So yeah, unfortunate for them, but. In the end, I mean, you know, it's putting you guys up for a potential battle for the podium. I mean, as you're looking at it at the moment, you're trying to fight for the overall position. So, I mean, do you guys think that you can catch the Lotta Sport team at this point?
Well, I think it honestly depends on who has incidents and who has damage and whatnot. On raw pace, I don't think we can catch the gap. I'm not even sure what it is, to be honest. But
it's about half a lap at the moment. So
yeah,
I'm going to just cross the start finish.
I mean, if we could, we would just chuck Alex in for the remaining like 4 hours, but we can't do that. So I think it's possible. We just got to get lucky with traffic, maybe, and yeah.
Maybe they get a small penalty. Maybe they mess up a pit stop and take.
Yeah, exactly. It's all it requires because we're.
It's Bathurst.
Yeah, because we're exactly on pace with them. The last 2 pit stops. Coming out of the pits, we've had a 2-second gap in front of us to them, so but that was before their pits, so we're basically exactly on pace with them as it is. So
well, Samuel, we I understand, of course, that you stream. Do you stream on YouTube or Twitch?
No, I don't stream. No.
Oh, you don't stream. Okay, so you've just got fans.
Yeah, basically.
so can you explain then, in that case, Samuel, explain to me the Chum Train, because immediately when you started racing RCI races, we were inundated with fans of yours specifically that would hashtag Chum Train and the Chum Train. What's that about? Where did that come about, and who are these people if they're not like from a stream fandom? Where do they come from?
They come from our like racing community, 2SRL, where we do leagues and whatnot, and just race endurance like these for fun. Yeah, and we have, I think, a couple other teams doing the RCI Championship too in the different splits. So basically, it's all of those guys that came up with the Chum Train one day and just rolled with it, basically.
Because we were calling you Chum and Dealey for a little while, and then eventually they're like, you know,
it was the Suzuka race.
Chumley.
I remember it. Remember, it was that Suzuka race, I think, if I'm not mistaken, the NSX Cup at RLM.
Yeah, I remember that. It was either Zonda or Suzuka.
Ryan Gill, who wasn't on that broadcast, came into the booth and was like, Jesse, it's Chumley. I swear to God, it's an old English name. I know it doesn't make sense, but it is Chumley, and that's where the Chum Train comes from.
And I just want you to tell everybody about it too.
Yeah. And I was like, oh, but yeah, we just assumed you had a stream fandom or something, because so many people they love cheering you on and your team, and it makes sense. It's the 2SRL esports teams, and very nice.
What we're saying is start a stream, dude.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think you have immediate affiliate, I think is what happens.
Yeah, you see, I would, but my internet is just crap. So I can't.
I get that.
Well,
I lived with a very bad connection for the first about 26 years of my life. So
you had internet when you were a kid, back in my day. For
the
internet didn't exist, young man.
Right? Yeah, I grew up with a with an S controller in my hand. So
To get internet, I had to plug in a little phone jack and get 14 kilobits uphill both ways, etc.
Yep.
and so forth. Anyway, we're talking to Samuel Chumley, who is one of the co-drivers of the two SRL 252 Aston, a very maroon color. Now, would you say that's maroon or is that brown to you?
More maroony, I think.
Thank you. I don't know why, but a lot of European folks tend to mistake maroon with brown, and it's an epidemic, man. To be honest with you, but fourth place, leading silver. I mean, could the argument be made that in the future for these events that this team should be pro?
Well, you see, the trouble with that is Alex is actually leaving us. He's going to the number 16 car team. Yeah, he is.
Is that that's esports team green? I think. Right?
No, the number 16, the car ahead of us, the Felix and Walmouth.
He's going to Rinwelden.
Interesting. Okay, so you're losing your pro driver.
Yep, basically. So I think we'll still be in silver, but you know, we do have another driver that is on pace, if not slightly faster than us. So yeah. So
can I ask about the behind the scenes there? Has he been asked to join Excel Racing by Ren Welton and two SLR? Speaking of which, I mean, like, are you guys do you guys go out and actually compete in events and stuff, or are you just kind of mostly just a team that gets together and does some racing?
We're mostly teams that get together to do racing. Like for example, we did the old SimGrid Endurance Championship, me and Alex, and we're doing the RCI one as well. But we mostly just race, yeah, like that, and in our own Monday league. So, yeah.
Gotcha. So Excel Racing by Ren Welton here soon, picking up a fantastic driver, an Alexander Karsten. Stolen from the 2 SLR team, unfortunately.
It's kind of ironic, though, isn't it, thinking about it, that the 252 is getting ready to lap the 16, and Karsten is going to go to the 16 team. It's very funny indeed. Chumley, I got one other question for you. We've been talking a lot, and I've noticed a lot. The different teams have different dynamics. Some are very, very quiet in the way they go about their racing. Some have an active spotter that's spotting for them, and meanwhile others just seem disorganized, but they're not, where they're constantly having a conversation or they're talking about other things and going on in a race like this. What's it like for you, for your team, or what's your team dynamic like mid-race?
Honestly, we just sort of listen to what the driver wants. Like, for example, if the driver isn't feeling comfortable or confident or whatever, we'll just keep talking and joke around, see, oh, you can gain 2/10 there or whatever. But sometimes it's just like, all right, I won't quiet because I want to concentrate and catch this car or something or other along those lines. So yeah, it's basically whatever the driver wants, we do.
Well, we just learned from you that Karsten will be leaving the team. So what's going to happen going forward with your team? I mean, obviously at that point you will be a fully silver team. I mean, what's your outlook? Other than Karsten, are you guys are still going to be together, I assume? Or
yeah.
So what's the future like?
So me and Antoine look to be staying together, and we're going to pick up another guy from our team Yellow, called George Brabner, I believe. Well, I think that's the idea anyway. And he's slightly faster than us, so I think we'll still be pretty competitive in silver, just maybe not towards the top, like we are now, a lap ahead of P2 in class, or almost.
That's not the answer I was looking for, Sam. I was looking for we're going to dominate when we pick up our new driver and shove it in Karsten's face. That's what I was looking for. But,
well, maybe potentially a few races, but not every race.
We got there.
So I have one last question for you. Obviously, we've got 3 last races left in the World Tour Endurance Championship. We got Monza upcoming, and of course, then we have Paul Ricard as well as Suzuka. How are you guys feeling for the rest of the World Tour Endurance Championship?
Well,
and actually, will Alex be continuing with you through at least the end there? I think he's with you, right?
yeah, he's continuing those last 3 races with us at least. Because we can't change drivers or whatever, because it's only us 3 in the roster.
Yeah.
So yeah. So we've endured Silverstone and Kyle Army in the Mercedes, which was
And now you go to Monza.
hell. But we've got 2 good races in Monza and what was the other one?
Suzuka, yeah.
Which the Mercedes is pretty good, like top 3 cars, I would say easily, at both. I'm not sure about Paul Ricard, but we don't like Paul Ricard anyway, so it is what it is. But yeah, we're pretty confident for those. Alex always usually gets us good qualifying position, top 10, top 15, and then we just basically carry on from there usually. So
Well, plan for the last 4 hours and 41 minutes of this race.
so Antoine's doing a stint now, and then I think I'm getting in, and then Alex is getting in, and then I'm going to the end. I think that's the plan, but I'm not sure.
But it's
we just
Bathurst, and things change.
Yeah, exactly.
Pretty much. Well, absolutely lovely. Love talking to you and your team, and
Yeah,
good luck for
been
not
good.
only this race, but for the rest of the Endurance Championship. I love seeing you guys compete, and it's going to be different seeing the team have a slightly different lineup, but we wish you well all the same.
Yeah, cheers, lads.
Yeah, good luck, Samuel.
All right.
And that is a 2SLR Esports Team Red, currently driven by Antoine Olive in the 252 Aston Martin V8 Vantage. Samuel Chum Lee, as well as Alexander Karsten, who is doing one of his last races with the team. Just been told he'll be moving to the Excel Racing by Ren Welton team. And Jesse Lee, I think that's going to send some shockwaves through that Ren Welton team a little bit there. I mean, don't take me wrong, Felix Rupert, Maximilian Wolmuth, and the guys at the Excel Racing team are great drivers, but adding an Alexander Karsten to that roster, they might be able to look at bumping themselves up to a pro class through the next couple endurance races here. They're pretty high up in the World Tour Silver class point standings. They're in P4 overall in the silver class, and not far enough back from P2 and P3 to make it up. And of course, the MSVR team is dominating, which is a bit not quite surprising. The MSVR team, Milton Steele Vasson, and them probably should be up in the pro class already. But yeah, that's going to be interesting. Really curious to see how that shakes out for them.
There's definitely going to be a dynamic reshuffling, or the case at least to be made for the Excel Racing by Ren Welton team here to go up a class when Karsten joins them. We'll have to see if that actually happens or not, because if they stay in silver, they could be the yardstick. They could be very, very lethal in silver indeed. But it's all about how you qualify for series and etc. and so forth. So we'll have to see where they all shake out. But interesting news there.
By the way, Berrezzini finally lapped Hanzik.
Well, there you have it. Jardier didn't appear to hold up Berrezzini at all. No, not at all. Berrezzini did not waste any time, and I don't think Jardier held him up. I think Jardier and Jimmy are, like I said, they're happy where they're at. They're happy that they're competitive and that the GTR is running second. Folks, this is a car that has a fairly unbalanced BOP, and not in a good way. It's several years old, and they are out here doing incredible things in it. Jardier put a lot of time in the setup, and Jimmy did his level best in his second stint. And since then, it's been all Jardier. I assume Jimmy's going to get back in the car at some point. He would have to.
Yeah,
almost.
he's doing the next stint. Allegedly, Jardier took over the car for a third stint just so Jimmy could watch the top of the F1 race, from what I understand. Also, I just went back to check. Berrezzini passed Jardier back on lap. Looks like 208. We're currently on about 213 or so. So it's been a few laps, but he did just kind of let him by. He just pulled over across the mountain straight and said, "Here you go."
Yeah, that sounds about right. They're not really racing them. They understand that Orion Racing is just on their own sort of race. And so is the 39 Mintzilla. And it's not really worth getting involved with them. I I do find something very interesting that just happened. I thought Ryan Gill was going to come into the booth, and I was under the impression that he wouldn't, because he's not on the schedule as far as I know. But he didn't. He went by ours and went into the race control box. Now that's interesting, because what manner of thing could have happened to their Alpine that has caused them to go into the box? Ryan Gill very clearly complaining to Tom Roberts about something that happened on the racetrack. Well, here is the RCI Triple R 404 CLR team.
I done found out, Jesse Lee.
Please enlighten us.
So, looks like we have Ignor Ognorankov and the Lana Sport Rosneft team, which is up in P3, and this could send shockwaves down to the 2SLR team if this is indeed penalized. They went for a pass out of the dipper and into the elbow at a very bad spot. Luckily, Billy Octane held on to the car, but he did get completely bumped out of the way and perhaps a couple seconds damage. So the danger zone and recommended no passing zone in place through Skyline to the elbow is there. And the Aston Martin decided to do that anyway, caused contact, even though it was very obvious to me, at least looking at the replay, that the Alpine was trying to hold his line and was going to try and let let him by at the just spot after the elbow. But of course, the stewards will review that, I'm sure, and we will get a ruling here shortly. But that could send shockwaves through the podium positions if that is a pretty harsh penalty, as the 252 team is already only a half a lap down. As we were just talking with them, they would like to see the podium. It's just a question of will it happen. Now, just to quickly answer the chat before I hand back to you, Jesse Lee. Daniel, go ahead and look at the top of the screen there. You can see a countdown going on, and that will give you the remainder of the race, about 4.5 hours.
Yes, and perhaps more accurately, the race ends at 5 p.m. local time. I think it started at 5 a.m. Or, 5:30
a.m. sim time. Yeah.
Yes, 5:30 a.m. sim time. And it ends at 5:30 p.m. in sim time. 4 hours, 30 some minutes left in the race. Seb Bernier in chat also making fun of me of having 14 kilobytes a second upload when they had 7. I don't ever remember 7. And I remember 14, and I remember being upgraded from that to 4. Like, we had 14 kilobytes, and then we upgraded all the way to 48 kilobytes a second, I believe, is what happened. And those were the good old days, back whenever there were about 150 and 200 websites. And I think that pretty much shows my age very, very well indeed. And no, by the way, you're not going to hear any Formula One spoilers. We would not spoil any race going on. In the future, we may talk about races that occurred in past tense, but would never live shoutcast a race in the middle of a race. That's raceception, and we don't want to open up the matrix or whatever happens when you do that. So we have no interest in doing that.
No, yeah, we were actually requested very recently to throw up a no spoilers channel, in fact, on the Discord. So if you are on our Discord and want some real life race action, there's a no spoilers chat, as well as your proper spoilers chat, so you can come in and chat about the races. This is Andre Frankie cycling himself out of the pit stop for the GT4 field, and the Alpine is going to retake the lead briefly, but of course they are out of sync with the pit stops. And this will not be a long-term lead change. Still curious, Jesse Lee, how the pit stops will shake out here. If the 734 has to take one less pit stop than the Audi, that could potentially give them a lead. Yeah, realistically here. I'm kind of curious to see. Maybe we can pull Ryan in and have a chat with him and ask what their pit stops are looking like.
Well, considering how mad he was a minute ago and how flustered he was earlier when he got back in the box, that might be a dangerous combination. He definitely was unhappy with the GT3 driving standards earlier And I think his most recent visit, as you pointed out, was very much the same thing. And here we go again. Billy Octane being spawned by a McLaren GT3. Expect an angry visit to Tom Roberts. Again, I almost said Mike Jones, but you're in here with me. Tom Roberts is the one in race control. But once again, I think we're just going to see an issue of space and Billy Octane occupying the middle of the track and disposed of into the wall. The GT4 leading Alpine in the wall again. Not the hardest of contact, but still fairly significant nonetheless. And that is Tobin Lay in the 149, who has already been penalized today, I'm pretty sure. But once again, having issues with space on the racing track. It's been that sort of day, Mike Jones, and it doesn't look like it's going to end anytime soon.
It does not, and there is Ryan Gill marching past the comms booth one more time into the steward's box.
Almost predictable.
Almost, and they luckily doesn't seem like they lost an absolute ton of time, as there they are with the Audi. Jarko Torvin and Billy Octane now going to drag side by side down for the lead of the GT4, at least the provisional lead, depending on how the pit stops work out. But yeah, that is twice in a row for them. The 15-second penalty did come down for P3, by the way. The 41 team did receive a 15-second heightened penalty for that. What would normally have been a 5-second will be a 15 for them, and they will have to suffer through that on the next pit stop. Jesse Lee.
Well, I can tell you two things that I have very much resisted doing today. Number one, I've resisted singing the Kenny Loggins Danger Zone song anytime we've mentioned the Danger Zone. So I've not sung any Kenny Loggins, so no threat of content ID. And in addition to that, every single time we've introduced you as Mike Jones, as Octane goes a bit wide in Skyline again, no harm, no foul. Every time we've introduced you today, and every broadcast for that matter, I have resisted the urge to say who. Every single time.
I just want you to remember that I have the banning power.
You do, but here's the problem with that. I'm pretty certain you won't use it on me, because if you did, you'd have to solo for 4.5 hours, and how boring is that?
No, not to mention all the other things that we have to do, including, Jesse Lee, me and you are going to be doing the upcoming Friday Championship.
We are indeed, and that's interesting. I knew Ryan Gill's going to be competing in that championship, which means that there's a commentary spot open, and it's going to be the Team America involved with the Friday Championship. And like you said, speak of the devil, Ryan Gill. Ryan, you seemed a little yeah, Ryan Gill, you seemed a little aggravated a few hours ago with the driving standards. 2 GT3 interactions later, are you boiling yet?
I'm not boiling yet, but I think Billy is getting towards the end of his patience level.
Has he said any expletive words that we cannot say?
Yes.
Okay.
But he's also not in a great mood at the moment, because he needs to drink and he also needs to go to the toilet, and he's got 25 minutes of his stint left.
Okay. Well, if this was a different sort of broadcast, I'd ask you for more details, but we cannot do that here on RCI TV today. But that is a very lonely feeling. There's nothing anybody can do for you. And he's been sort of ran into twice now, Ryan Gill.
Like within a few laps too.
Yeah, it's been pretty poor. And
same part of the track as well.
And now Jarko Torvinen has gotten back by the 734. The 996 reassumes the point in GT4. But I have to say, despite it being the less populous category, it's been incredibly fun to watch and back and forth. And despite all the issues today, Ryan, you're still in it. You still have a shot.
Yeah, we're really surprised that we still have a shot. Billy picked up a drive-through at the end of his first stint because he missed the pit box and had to reverse in the pit lane. So he picked up a drive-through at the start, basically, and then Martin got hit with a 5-second penalty after we got held up with an incident at the cutting, and then I got caught up in an incident towards the end of my stint, so he had 30 seconds of damage, and we were just like, oh, this is not looking to be a good race. But then I come back from my third hour of commentary, and Billy and Martin are like, "Oh yeah, it's going good. We're in the lead."
So something I've been wondering, Ryan, how are your pit stops shaking out? Like, are you still in a battle? Because theoretically, you're out of sync here with the Audi. I mean, can you guys make one less pit stop than the Audi?
We're not entirely sure. We don't really know what anyone's strategy is at this point in time. Of course, 70-minute stints. We're running it as close as we can to that limit. There's been a couple of stints that we've had to cut short, not ideally.
Takes the lead again, by the way. Here comes the Alpine down the straight.
Look at this!
He gets a run coming out of hell
Look
corner.
at this!
And slots on past Billy Octane, taking the lead from the hazardous overlap Audi. Jarkko Torvinen just got a bit of a struggle coming out of hell corner. And there goes the Alpine back into P1 now. But that very brightly liveried and rimmed Audi is not going to suffer that. So I can't tell you, Ryan. Obviously, the Audi just pit not too long ago. So what was that, about 15 minutes ago or so? It'd be rough for them to run up to the stint timer all the way through. So I don't know. I think it's going to be very close for you guys. Hopefully you can. If you can run the full 70 and make it all the way, I think you might potentially be able to make it on one less stop.
We've kind of assessed that it'll go one of two ways. Either we're still in sequence with them, just a bit off in terms of when each of us are pitting, or we're out of sync and we're a pit stop behind them. We're not entirely sure which way it's going to pan out yet, and I guess we'll have to wait a couple more stints to truly see the grand picture of it. But we're confident that if we can keep out of trouble, which unfortunately we've been caught up in a bit of trouble so far recent laps and at the start of the race, but if we can have a period, a good 2-3 hours like we had in the middle of the race where we didn't really get involved in any trouble and we stayed out clean and we gained loads of time, we're convinced that we're on course for a solid finish. And I think the 962 is a lap down to us at this point in time, and they're not too far off our pit stop sequence, so I think we're about a lap ahead of fourth at the moment.
Yeah, and obviously, I mean, how we were looking at with the 778, I mean, obviously you guys were basically kind of ahead and then subsequently behind the 778 after the contact that you had with the wall a while back before you ended your stint. So, I mean, looking at the 778, so you guys are coming on the mountain straight. They're down Conrad at the moment, which means you will cycle out behind them after the pit stop. But they're on a similar pit stop strategy to the Audi is. So theoretically, if you're ahead of a pit stop with the Audi, you should be ahead of the pit stop with the KRT team as well.
Yeah, we were monitoring them. I mean, Billy was catching Aris a really good pace as well. I mean, both of us having to deal with traffic, and I think Billy was catching around about a second a lap, I think it was. And once we got into about 3 seconds, we could see him going through the corners ahead, and they went in and pitted, obviously, and now Gergo's in the car. I mean, they've got quick drivers in there. Aris is quite a consistent driver. Gergo is very quick as well. Obviously, he drives with the FFS Racing boys quite a bit, and obviously they're pretty much in contention for a win at this point in GT4. And Alfredo is a lot quicker than we initially gave him credit for. We hadn't really heard of him before amongst the Kunos devs, at least not in terms of racing. And we were quite surprised about his pace. So we were saying, okay, well, Aris and Kevin are going to be the two, I guess in quotation marks, weak links in their team, but they're not that weak link that we can easily take advantage of it. But it's gonna be interesting. I think it's either, like I said, it's either gonna go down to the final stint, or we're gonna find out that we're a pit stop behind everyone.
Well, Jesse Lee, you obviously left the booth there for a second.
Yeah.
I heard you talking to somebody out there. Any final thoughts for Ryan?
Well, yeah, Ryan, I love that sort of attitude. That's very Ryan Gill. It's either going to work or we're going to look really silly being a pit stop behind. I love that. I love that.
Yeah, we'll be completely honest. We did not expect to be in the position that we're in now. This team was kind of just thrown together as a bit of a joke. Like, I finally want to run in one of our own endurance races. And Billy had initially asked me, but then he joined up with Mikhail because they needed an extra driver, and I hadn't got back to him yet. So then I had to free Billy, basically, from Swedish prison. And
Hashtag free Billy.
yeah, so Garland, I think
Jesus.
it was Garland joined up with Mikhail, which allowed me to free Billy. And the only clause for Martin to get Martin away from Connection Lost Racing was don't drive the Ginetta. So he drove the French Ginetta instead. And yeah, it kind of worked out. I had initially asked Bart, but he said he couldn't leave his team after forcing them to drive the Porsche. And their race hasn't gone very well for them so far, which is a shame. But the three of us didn't expect to be here after almost 8 hours.
Mike, did you ask him why he decided to crash the car in Skyline earlier? Did you ask him that?
I didn't ask him why he decided, but I just let him know that we were watching.
Yeah, we definitely were.
So,
And it happened. I want you to know, Ryan, on the Lord, I was not in the booth at the time of that
But
incident.
I was.
They meaning Ryan Mawson and Mike Jones were talking about you right before that crash. So I think they did it to you.
Well, I've commentated as cursed 2 of our competitors in GT4 today, so I won't take too many complaints at this point in time.
Well, that said, this is Ryan Gill for the RCI RRR 404 CLR team. And of course, one of our lead commentators here at RCI, currently Billy Octane piloting that car. And Jesse Lee, in the meantime, Ryan, not to shuffle you out a little bit, but we've got the most important man of the race at the moment.
Wow, really?
Matthias Egger.
So here's what I was going to say. I was going to say, well, we're going to swap the GT4 leader for the GT3 leader. I was not going to say one is more important than the other. That is all on Mike Jones. Matthias Egger joining us for Orion Racing Team, the 126.
And Ryan looks disappointed as he demics himself.
And, oh, man, Ryan Gill is, one day, Ryan Gill is going to leave RCI, and it's all going to be your fault. You've bullied him so. Matthias Egger, welcome into the box. I'll try to make sure Mike Jones doesn't bully you.
Hello, thanks, guys.
Matthias, it has been a fraught undertaking dealing with lap traffic, but Orion Racing, even with their trials of having penalties, you guys have consistently built a lead. But let's start from the beginning. The first couple of hours was absolutely crazy.
Yeah, that was chaos, literally chaos, because in the first hour, all the drivers were really overly aggressive, I think. And it's no point to be that aggressive in a race like that. And in the second hour, we have a bad incident at the T4 where basically the road was blocked and I arrived and nowhere to go. So we crashed with 19 seconds of repair after that, and the car was pretty destroyed. So we made 6-7 laps and then we came back to the pits. A little bit destroying our strategy, but the car was really too slow to be out for more laps.
So what happened? We noticed that you had a decent pace, but all of a sudden, everybody at Orion Racing, well, you and Berrezzini this weekend, you both stepped on the gas, and all of a sudden you couldn't be caught. What happened?
Yeah, basically the first hours we couldn't use our pace because the Bentley on the straight is not so fast, and so overtaking was a little bit too plan, not coming behind 1 second a lap and then you can pass the first corner. you follow. So we needed to plan a little bit this overtaking, and then when we had the clear road ahead of us, we could use our pace, and that's it.
Well, we've been asking all the teams and the drivers just how they've been dealing with traffic. You told me when I went to talk to you a minute ago that you would prefer dealing with GT4 traffic than dealing with slow GT3 traffic. Why is that?
Yeah, because GT4s are slow, and you know they are slow, and you pass them with the engine in 2-3 points on the mountain where you can use your much superior engine, and sometimes the GT3s can't. And I don't know, they have problems letting him pass the leaders, I think, because sometimes it's really strange what they do, because they go full throttle on the straights and then they brake so hard late, and you don't know what to do. I can't explain better, but it's better to leave the leader car on the ideal line and be yourself on the bad line, because this way the difference between the two cars is much more than if you leave the leader car on the bad line. I hope my English is not too bad
No, I absolutely
explain.
understand what you mean. I
Yeah.
think that's valid information there. Well, Fulvio has lapped the entire field. I mean, you both have been insane. You have lapped the entire field. There is Jardier behind you.
Yep.
Did you expect to have this much pace today?
We saw in the practice 1 day ago, 2 days ago, that yeah, we had a pretty good pace, and yeah, we expected to be fast, but we didn't expect to to have so many mistakes from our opponents. I think without all that mistakes, they should be much closer than now. But you know, that's all the part of this this track. It's difficult.
Very much is. And you may have noticed some new penalties showing up, and Tom Roberts has been in to let us know what's been going on. 15-second penalty for car 150. That's the 150 for coming across an apex and collecting the 369. So a 15-second penalty for 150. A 15-second penalty for car 41 for aggressively overtaking and making contact with a car. This was an increased penalty because of the overtake
That was the
gone
first one
wrong
we saw with the
in
Alpine.
the danger zone. That is very much true. A warning for the 149 for a dive bomb and a forceful overtake, and then a drive-through issued to car 149 for contact with the 734. The 149 tried to overtake a GT4 and took them out. Increased penalty because this took place in the danger zone. So a 15-second penalty turns into a drive-through for the 149, and their day, which started out with such promise, has went from bad to absolute worst. We're here with Matthias Egger, who is half of the driving team, winning this race in the 126 Orion Race Bentley. It's all gone to plan. I also asked you, Matthias, what you two are doing, what you're up to in the comms, if you're very quiet, letting each other drive, but you said no, quite the opposite. You're fighting off boredom. I guess it is boring all alone at the top.
No, we chat a lot during the race. Of course, not on the mountain or, but on the straights we joke a lot together to keep the momentum high, because being so ahead of the others sometimes put you in a bad position and you lose the concentration, and you make a crash. So actually we are not even slowing down on the pace. We are keeping a fastish pace, not the fastest we could go, but close.
Well, what's your plan? You still got a little over 4 hours to go. and you know as good as anybody, you've won this race before, but you know as good as anyone that any little thing can take you out of the position you're in. So what's the plan? Do you keep the pedal to the metal, trying to go as quickly as possible, or do you err on the side of caution and maybe plan your overtakes a bit more gently than if you were having to press for time?
Yeah, both. When the track is free, we go pedal to the metal, and then when there is traffic, we go very cautious. So, yeah, easy.
Excellent stuff. Mike Jones, do you have anything for our leader of the race?
I just got one question for you, Mr. Egger. So obviously, when I messaged you about this race and wanted to invite you, I asked you if you were gonna try to come back and make the repeat win like you guys did last time. You were about a half a lap ahead of the field in the last race, over a lap ahead so far, and we're not even 8 hours into this one. What you told me was that you weren't really sure because you didn't know if you and Fulvio would be able to be here for the race, being such a long race. You know, it's I think the words you said to me were, you know, hey, we're all getting a little old, and it's hard to sit here for 12 hours. And I concur. I've been sat here for the better part of the past about 9 hours or so, and I'm sitting here thinking, man, I could go for getting up for a little while.
Yeah.
Are you glad that you guys were able to make it at this point? I mean, because you're dominating the race. I mean, like, is that a victory is a victory? But I mean, are you happy you made it to the race for the repeat victory? Well, potentially.
Yeah, sure. Oh, no, we like so much these long races because this suits our driving style perfectly, and we tried our best to be here, and we succeeded. And basically, I leave at work to do this race, and there is my colleague that
Is that true?
yeah, it's true. He's working right now in my place. So yeah, we like it a lot, this type of events, so we do the best we could to be here.
Well, of course, the Orion Race Team guys, P3 in the World Tour Endurance Championship. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that quickly to you. We've obviously got 3 races left here. You guys are in the Bentley there as well. Monza, then Paul Ricard, then Suzuka. For the remainder of the World Tour here, I mean, what do you guys think your chances are? Like, do you think you can catch Racing Line and PCDC for the championship? And what's your goal for the remainder of the World Tour?
We don't know if we could catch him. We will try, but I think we are out. Because with the 24 hours of Kyalami and the disconnection, we lost too many points, and the guys are fast, and we could not recover such a big gap of points in so many races. It's impossible, I think. And we have 2 teams in front of us, not one, so it's even difficult.
Yeah, you guys lost about 150 some odd points if I had to kind of guess there, and that's let's theorize here for a second because I've got it up. Let me take a look. So you guys are 158 points behind.
Yeah,
so you know, if you had made up those points, you'd be right up there fighting for it. But you know, the unfortunate nature of sim racing, I guess. But hey, mechanical issues happen in real life. Technical issues happen here in the sim.
Of course.
So
that's it. Not a problem. We will try our best to have fun in the last races, and that's it.
Well, guys, Matthias Egger here with us, the Orion Race Team, currently watching Fulvio Berrezzini make his way around the track, about to start lap 226 with about 4 hours left in this race. Mr. Egger, good luck for the remainder of the race. Hope you guys can keep it clean and make this repeat victory here for the 12-hour.
We try. Thank you guys for having us here, and good luck, and thanks for the hard work you put in these races. Much appreciated.
Yeah, well,
always a
put it on
pleasure
for this.
indeed. Yes, indeed. Give Bearzini our best. Tell him good luck,
Of
and
course.
we'll hopefully see you at the end of this thing.
Yep. Bye bye.
Well, that's the thing. I love talking to Matthias Egger about anything. He's cautiously spirited is the way I would put it, and he tells you exactly what he's thinking, and he doesn't BS you. He tells you the truth, but he also a very very happy guy. And why not leading?
Yeah, I mean, when you're leading by this much, you know, that's pretty much all you're doing at this point, right? Is you're just like he said, you got to try and keep it light. You got to try and keep it breezy. As I said, they were joking around quite a bit across that. I think we were trying to catch a replay of an overtake there, but perhaps the replay didn't quite send us where we wanted to go. There is Ophelia, Ophela, kind of
I think
catching a bit of the grass there, and that's the Russian team behind them, having caught them up. Anifriev was in the 72 car here just a bit ago, and they had a heck of a run going on for the most part here. So the don't worry, like and subscribe team behind. This is the battle for position on track at the moment. The race has kind of calmed down here through the center. Much the only other battle ongoing on track is back in P13, P14, if I'm not mistaken. A couple cars within about 5-10 seconds, Jesse Lee, but for the most part, we're kind of back out to strategy, which isn't too surprising at Bathurst. You know, you see that a lot here at Bathurst, where you're just going to start spreading out, and you're all down to your pit strategy and how good you can make your way through traffic, and that is what we're seeing.
Yeah, it is. And we heard Ryan Gill talk about strategy, about either they're going to be a hero or a zero, depending on how their strategy pans out. And Jake Coombs, our broadcaster, mentioned that the reason he was showing us the 72 was because they were pinballing down the mountain, and it didn't get better. They came through the chase and everything, and they were still off the track a little bit, unsettled, that 72 of Ophelia.
There's the GTWR team that I was mentioning back in P13, fighting for P13 at least. The GTWR team, along with the Green Loftus Engineering 107 Bentley. This is one of the other battles happening on track. Ferrari going to go to the inside of the keeps it steady outside of the chase. He's harder on the brakes. The Bentley goes over the curb, and the Ferrari's going to get it done. No switchback to be had there for the moment, but let's see. The Ferrari's going to have to go defensive into Murray's corner. Will they be able to outbrake him? Bentley gets the overlap, but he will not get the run out of the corner, and that is
I gotta see that again.
Done from GWR. Jesse Lee's requesting a replay.
I gotta see that again. What a crispy move, and this is brilliant. Thank you, Jake. We're gonna see this whole thing of how this came together, and I thought for sure there was gonna be contact coming through the chase. There was not contact at all. A very clean maneuver, crispy even, and the KTM very wisely going as literally as far off the side of the track as they possibly can. I thought this was over and done with here, but look at the suck from the Ferrari going down the inside, the 107, giving him just enough room, getting it done. Not quite clear. Bentley last gasp over the curb. I thought for a second here Slizik was going to go a bit wide. Doesn't go quite wide enough for the Bentley. Does give room. Very respectful racing between the 107 and the 21. But in the end, done and dusted, the Ferrari gets the place. Thank you, Jake. I had to relive that one more time. What a brilliant overtake. That's how you, in your dreams, that's how they all look.
And this is the thing that Egger was just talking about, right? The Bentley is just struggling down the straight. I feel like I talked about this with Mawson earlier while you were out on your break, Jesse. The Bentley with that big turbo in that thing in this very hot temperatures, we're now up to 36 C ambient, 47 on track, approaching the hottest part of the day here in Australia, and the Bentley is just struggling with its turbo. Speaking of Ryan Mawson in the pit there for the OVRC 199 team, I believe he'll be driver changing and heading out to the Comsbach after a quick break. In fact, should be seeing him join us again pretty soon here. But Yeah, that Bentley just struggling down the straight. I'm sure the Aston here is having the same issue. Those big turbos, those things got a spool. It is just too hot for those big turbo engines, and they're struggling a bit. Got to try and make up the time elsewhere, and so far that the GTWR team has gapped now 2 seconds off that Bentley. I don't think he's making up the time.
Yeah, I don't think he is either. But these two, Ofella and Soldatov, you've seen a lot of the 56 to 56 earlier in this race was into the wall and into the pit lane with a penalty was Konstantin Soldatov, but nevertheless, no worries here. Still a chance for a top 5. Goes to show you how strong the Don't Worry Aston Martin 56 team is. 72, who was pointed out earlier, that was ping-ponging off the walls, may have significant damage, and that has thrown them into the clutches of Soldatov. Alfella here trying to do his best defensive maneuvers here. The McLaren, and gets a bit of the wall there again. Hits a bit of the wall at the top. You got to be very careful in the danger zone. Literally on the highway to the danger zone right now. Got to be careful to not have a move not come off. You will get heavily penalized for that. Soldatov knows this. Soldatov backed off a little bit. He could have pressed the issue, elected to not press the issue, and now has lost just a little bit of time. But I think the 56 not ailing from any incidences, and the 72 is a little bit of blood in the water, perhaps.
A little bit of blood in the water, but in the end, we're going to see how this shakes out. I mean, again, that Aston Martin is just looking like he's struggling down the straight. You can see him in the slipstream there, just barely catching that 720S in front. The 720 just sprinting down the straight. And something I just noticed over on my other monitor as I'm kind of monitoring some of the driver streams, I'm seeing Mr. Jimmy Broadbent glove up, Jesse Lee. I'm gonna imagine.
Has he taken off his cardigan?
He has taken off his cardigan. I believe he is. I believe he has even taken off the pajama pants, if I'm not mistaken. Out of the corner of my eye, I think I saw him in his shorts. He's got the gloves on, arms bare, and he is raring to go. I think Jardier is coming into pit this time by, if I'm not mistaken. And Mr. Broadbent's going to jump back in that Mintzilla car.
You reminded me of one of the funniest clips I ever saw Jimmy Broadbent. I don't know what he was doing. I think he was playing Gran Turismo or something. And he was quite frustrated by one of the license challenges. And he was wearing that cardigan that he's
like
so
Jimmy
very
Broadbent.
famous for. And he was pretty upset. And he throws the cardigan off and he says, "Expletives getting real, chat. The cardigan's coming off." And he immediately golded the challenge. And it was such a hero moment. And who knew that taking off a cardigan is that might be the modern day taking off the gloves, because that's certainly what he did. And that is definitely the time where he's going to have serious business. It's been about 3 hours or so since Broadbent has been in the Mintzilla car. Triple stinting is Jardier, laughing all the way though, mind you, having absolute fun out there. They were commenting earlier, both of them, about just how fun an event like this is. And sure, it will be fun when it's going your way, barring a couple of little instances where it didn't for them. They had to battle back from 5th place, did Mintzilla, all the way to 2nd place. Jardier in pit road, handing over the car to Broadbent.
P1, 2, 3 on the same exact pit strategy.
They are indeed. They're just separated by different laps, I'm afraid. But Jimmy Broadbent back in Mintzilla, everything looking good, and definitely didn't speed into pit lane. Doesn't look like they're going to speed out of pit lane. They will hang on a course to the 2nd place position. Ognaronikov's going to have a longer stop. You'll see that they're still in pit lane. And the reason for that is because they had that 15-second penalty for avoidable contact on the mountain with the GT4 car. I think that was actually Ryan Gill's car that they had contact with. So they were given that 15-second penalty, but a lot of sports still will likely be in the top 3. As we go back to Martin Lawrence, who is strapped inside the aforementioned 734 RCI Triple R 404 CLR team. I think they did that specifically because they know that I say the name of the car. and I will have to get Ryan Gill for that.
Same. I do that all the time as well.
Yeah, I
And,
feel like that was a targeted attack on
I think
on
so.
us as commentators. That we need to stop letting commentators
we talk
run
about
the
him less.
race. Do you know what? It hasn't worked.
It is not. I've talked about him quite a bit.
Yes, and in this case, they are post pit stop, the 734, and they're shuffled back into third for the time being. But I reckon the
Car off in the
77,
chase. 2 cars off in the chase.
the 778, I
see.
think's off. The 80's off.
No, the 778 is not off. The 80 is off.
That's
You might be able to
cruising.
catch a replay of that on a 30-second there, Jake, I think.
There's
Let's see. So I think, if not mistaken, the 80 was a bit self-inflicted, maybe?
no, I'm
I
pretty
saw
sure
him...
there was another car involved, wasn't there?
Let's
surely.
see here. No.
Yes,
no,
indeed.
just
That
barely-
is the
just barely
778, isn't it?
No, that's not the 778 because that's the KRT team. That was an
Oh,
Aston
you're
Martin of looking Melbourne. That was Melbourne in the 84, if I'm not
Oh, that was
mistaken. I'll have
Melbourne.
to look back at it. Yeah, so they're down in P20 at the moment.
That was Melbourne. Well spotted.
Jardier Community Team number 2. So unfortunately caught the curb there at the kink and threw him right in to the 80 car, and that just couldn't have been worse luck for that 80 car.
No, that's just wrong place, wrong time. We haven't seen that in many hours. 4 or 5 hours ago, when I first got into the booth, we saw that for the first time, where a car hit the curb, lost control, and just completely wiped out the car on the outside. And the 80, completely a passenger there, and no intention there at all. Just a bit of an accident, a huge accident and moment. Thank goodness there are very long and deep gravel traps, but Melbourne having all sorts of issues. But barring the actual contact between the 80 and the 84, I don't think there was a ton of damage, just a ton of time lost. Oh, no, there's going to be contact here between the 84 and another Aston. Had to
let's
straight
catch-
line Skyline there.
Let's catch a little bit of a replay of that one if we can. Let's see. So we're going to come past. He's going to look at the Alpine. The Alpine goes, "No, you are not passing me." And Skyline
Oh.
and he goes side by side with the Aston. The Aston on the right there bounced off the wall a
Oh,
little
dear.
bit right into the 84. And that is going to cause the contact there. That Aston was McLeod. No, that wasn't McLeod. That was, it was the GTWR team. So the 150 GTWR team made that contact there. So interesting there. We can only see it from that one camera, Jesse, even though we saw it a couple times. It was a bit interesting. It is for position, but I'm curious to see if that gets a steward's inquiry because, you know, the Alpine was well within its rights, and I do not blame Martin Lawrence for closing the door on those GT3s. He was like, "No, this is Skyline. You're not going to come past me here. There's no reason for this." And I don't think that the Astons were ready for that, even though they should have been. You know, there's that danger zone in place for a reason, and they went for the overtake, and that's going to cost them. So we're gonna see how that works out. Allegedly, by the way, our incoming producer, Stewie here, who's going to be taking back over here in about an hour, says that the 996 apparently hit the wall. We'll have to take a look at that replay, but at this point, I have Mr. Ryan Mawson standing here behind me. Ryan, thumbs up. You got your microphone on there yet? I believe he does. He's giving me the thumbs up, and he is hooked up to microphone. Jesse Lee, I'll be leaving you for a short period of time here. Going to take a quick break as Mr. Mawson will take over, and I will see you guys in a couple hours.
Well, see you in just a little bit, Mike Jones. The next time you see Mike Jones, he'll be with me taking you to the end of the race. Matter of fact, I just realized that might not be true. I think you'll see him before we go to the end of the race. But either way, Ryan Mawson back with us. Ryan, I was remarking whenever you left us just how quick you got out of the booth, got the gear on, and got down to business back into the car. Hot period of the day, 47 degrees C. How was the track on your last stint? Well, apparently Ryan Mawson not quite ready to go yet. We will give him a moment to do so.
Don't worry, I have got the technologically. Yes.
Oh, okay.
So, yes, hello, Jesse. Thank you for everything. Yeah, you've got to be incredibly good at sprinting to get back to my pit box in that time. There was a
I didn't
small,
take you for a sprinter.
there was a small problem we had to fix, but it's all good now. It's all good now. Yes, track. Right side tires are sad. It's interesting though, because it doesn't really feel all that different to the 30-odd degrees, but the speed that you're losing, a lot of these cars I've noticed, the top speeds just seem to be plummeting for the turbo cars. You know, anything that requires sort of cold, dense air to work is really suffering. But otherwise, the biggest problem that I was having is if you flat spot these tires at all, which is quite easy to do at, you know, Forest Elbow, Skyline, if you go over while holding the brakes, anything like that, it just seems to get, it's a downhill spiral from there as soon as you've made that mistake. Otherwise, it's just about as manic as the first stint that I went out. It's still you've got GT4 battles that you're trying to, you know, avoid and get around. There's still looking at the relative, wondering where everyone is, and yeah, still very, very, very competitive. Just now everyone's doing a little bit slower times in the incredible heat that we're having here.
Well, I found it very incredible that you were basically back on pace pretty immediately. And I like that terminology. The right side tires are sad. We've heard that from pretty much every team. The left side's not so bad, but the right tires, which are the ones that you're leaning on, this, of course, a anti-clockwise track, so you're leaning on the right side tires more often than not, and they are very sad indeed. I'm curious, did you ask how the tires felt, or did you just look at them and assume they were sad?
No, I felt it a little bit towards the end of the stint, really. I mean, actually at the start, the tires that they run on the Intercontinental GT, they can take a little bit more stick than, say, the 2020 tires that SRO now run. But if you can break them in gently, which is a bit hard to do at Bathurst, especially in this heat, they do last quite well. But yeah, it was sort of the last 20-odd minutes. You know, you're running a little bit wide here. You're feeling a little bit of a wobble there. It's just becomes less sharp, really.
Well, we've seen a lot of self-inflicted mistakes. There's been a lot of bumps today as well, but we've also seen more than not a lot of self-inflicted mistakes. We just heard that maybe the GT4 leader, Jarko Torvinen, just a few laps ago had visited the wall. How's it been for you guys? I mean, you guys are running incredibly well.
Yeah, we're trying to get back to where we qualified. We had a slight derp at the at the start of the race. That was
what?
A derp. We had a brief mind. You know, our minds left us for a moment with setups and qualifying, and it turns out if you start the race on pads 1, you're not going to make it very far past 3 hours. So we had to fix that. But no, otherwise we're trying to get back through the field. It's I think we've kept it relatively clean. We've had a couple of dings here and there, but I mean, this is Bathurst. If you leave Bathurst with a straight panelled car, have you really been to Bathurst?
Well, certainly you guys have been through it. You're a bit further back now. I don't know if this is due to sequence of pit stops, but you're a bit further back than you were earlier ago. You're up to about 8th, 7th place. But we talked to Mark Whitford earlier about how the team was going and about using the Bentley around here. How have you found the Bentley? Like, is it a pretty good car, would you say? Would you have preferred a different car to the Bentley?
For me, I'm more than happy in the Bentley because that is the car that I mainly drive. It's the car that I've put all my hours into. It's one of my fastest to drive around most tracks, really. I'd say there's only a couple of tracks where it's there are other cars that I drive that are faster, but it's what I've mainly used for any league that I've ever done. So around here in the Bentley, I'm happy as punch, really. It's but the Bentley has always been historically a fairly good endurance car. It's light on fuel. It's good on the tires. You know, in comparison to some of the GT cars. It's got okay top speed. It's very easy to handle. It's just sort of, you know, it's okay everywhere, but not amazing anywhere, unless you maybe take it to Silverstone.
Very interesting indeed. And well, we see Martin Lawrence here, the 734. They are in the midst of this battle. Gergo Penker, the 778, the driver in front in that BMW. And this battle taking place about 13 seconds behind leader Jarko Torvinen in the GT4 championship, or the GT4 class, I should say. I gotta say, GT4 has been very impressive. Nobody has really taken a massive control so far. But here is the 84 of Melbourne. Melbourne was given a 15-second penalty for contact. I'm going to read you off the penalty slip Mr. Tom Roberts has sent me. 15-second penalty for the 84, taking out the number 80. Position cannot be returned due to multi-class. So a 15-second penalty for the 84 for the incident. That's very interesting because it's one of those things, it's an accident, but it still requires penalization because you have wrecked somebody else.
Yes, obviously, it's both races are as much entitled as why you see sometimes, you know, the GT4s, like this battle that's going on our screens right now. The GT4s are still fully entitled to battle and take their own lines. It's the job of the GT3s to get around them. So yeah, even if you have a slight tap, it don't affect you, but you know, you've just ruined someone else's race winning. As the Aston Martin also looking to the inside, hopefully going to capitalise on that with the Bentley coming through, but it appears not. He's not got the run out of the chase. But that has not deterred the GT4s. There's like a brief whiz by and they're back. As Martin Lareg's looking up the inside, but he cannot do it into the final corner. Cannot do it into the final corner. It's going to be very difficult as well to outdrag that BMW in a straight line with the Alpine. I think the Alpine has the smallest engine of the GT4 field. It is a 1.4 litre 4-cylinder with a turbo.
That car, that Alpine, can fit in your pocket. It is such a small car, and typically we look at the BMW and we go, oh, that's a normal sized car. Well, look how small the Alpine is in comparison. This is Martin Lawrence on board the 734, looking at Gergo Penker in the 778. It's the RCI RR 404 CLR team versus the Kunos Racing Team. Very good spirited battle going on here, very fair. Looked like Lawrence was going to make a move down into the final turn, did not do it. And now right on the back, you got to be very careful in the danger zone here. Ryan, you got to be real careful with your overtakes because if it doesn't come off, it is going to create a massive problem.
Yeah, exactly. It does show though how, as much as these cars are absolute chalk and cheese from one another, it creates great battling, as you can see over the mountain. The Alpine is absolutely all over the BMW, but you know, every single time you want to make that move, but it's so hard to do over the mountain unless you're very, very brave. As we see then that battle start to back up the GT3 traffic, which then causes its own little battles as it bunches up everyone, so they start having their battles again. It sort of reignites everything.
Oh!
The Aston Martin sneaks through the gap. There was a gap there, just about.
Moving chicane indeed.
I think there's a room for another couple of coats of paint there. As they're very nicely, they start giving the GT4s a bit of a tow.
Oh, look at Martin Lawrence. He's having to take avoidant action. He's going to be later on the brakes than the Aston, apparently. And gets nearly alongside the GT3. Martin Lawrence now the big loser in all of that because they had to pull out of it, giving Gergo Penker a little bit of room. As that battle continues, so does Mark Whitford trying to pass Rupert. I feel like the 16 and the 199 have battled before. I may be mistaken, but this is for the 9th place position. This is Ryan Mawson's car, the 199 Open Visor Racing Team.
Yeah, so don't go scratching my beautiful Bentley. I want that blue paint pristine.
That is a lovely blue.
The Team Parker Bentley is probably one of my favourite liveries that run, you know, in a standard series. It's either that or the Kyle Army cars from this year, the M Sport cars. They're also quite the stunning livery with the South African flag up the side. But yes, I do believe we have been battling the 16. We had a bit of a weirdness because for a while we were on an alternate strategy, so we kept sort of yo-yoing each other between pit stops. But eventually now we've got back to where we're on the hour, so we're sort of back in line with everybody. So now anything that is on track is actually for a position. We're not just sort of, you know, battling until a pit stop happens.
Well, the Aston Martin, no slouch in a straight line. The Bentley should be good as well. Dead heat, but I think the Bentley on the mountain section has a little bit more pace, or at least that's what it looks like on the stopwatch. I have to pay very close attention indeed to see how close Whitford can get to Rupert.
Yeah, over the mountain, it's very sort of strange in the Bentley. It feels heavy, but it also doesn't feel heavy. The way it handles, it pushes out quite a lot, but in a very safe, controlled manner. So that's sort of how you can go that. As Martin Lorank is looking up the inside of the BM, he's finally found a gap as he found a chunk in the armor going down to turn 1. If he can be later on the brakes of the BM, but nope, the BM just squeaks ahead. But it shows that Alpine definitely has the pace. It's just getting by the straight line. As you can see, the Alpine's in the slipstream now, and it's just, he can't do anything. You cannot do anything versus the mighty 6-cylinder.
The mighty 6-cylinder. It is 6 cylinders versus 4, if I'm not very much mistaken. And like you said, different configurations of car, several very different cars. You have the Alpine, the BMW, the Audi, and the Aston, the main players here in GT4 today, and they're all very, very different, but they can put on some fantastic racing. And once again, Lawrence absolutely demolishing Gergo Panker up the mountainside. Gergo, we talked to earlier, said that the car's really great in a straight line, but when we get to the mountain part, it's not so great, and I think you're seeing that right here.
Yeah, it is quite a heavy old barge as well. I mean, the BM is built more like a normal touring car, as it would be. You know, the Alpine is a lot lighter car, and the BM is quite a big, heavy, steel-bodied. You know, it's a large body car, so you end up with this problem of handling over speed. And whereas the Alpine as well is more sort of, if anything, it's more rear engine, so you've got great rotation from that car if you can hang on to it. And once again, we're seeing exactly that. It's just in a straight line. Even with the slipstream, they can't do anything. As a Lexus, also another one of the great straight line speed cars, shows them what GT3 speed is and goes blasting by.
We talked to Matthias Egger earlier, Ryan, when you were in the car, and we've heard a lot of complaints about the GT3s roughing up the GT4 field. And I asked Matthias Egger, I was like, as a leading car, and what do you think about GT3s versus GT4s? He says he doesn't mind it and would rather be overtaking a GT4 than a slow GT3 class car, because the speed difference is such that you can time your overtakes and it shouldn't be a problem. And I think that just pretty much epitomizes the frustration of some of the GT4 field. They also feel the same, that if you're GT3, it shouldn't be an issue overtaking us at any time. How do you feel about that statement?
I would fall with that statement. I really don't mind the multi-class field. It adds, you know, really a good part of I won't say strategy, but you know, it adds something interesting to the race. You're looking on the relative, you're thinking, right, I'm 8 seconds behind this person. I may catch them at the conrod, or if you see someone, you know you're going to catch them over the mountain. Oh, is Lorenk, has he done it? Can he go round the outside of the BM? Briefly being interrupted
this is
by
dangerous.
This amazing battle. Nope. once again, just sort of falls back in line. But maybe the BM is just having a little bit of a hard time over the mountain. It might just be sort of time to pounce for the Alpine. But yeah,
It
going
is
back
good
to
racing between the
no,
two
it's
of them. though.
absolutely. Yeah, going to the GT3, GT4. No, I really don't mind it. It's, as he says, there are a lot of places where if you just know your car's strengths, you can very easily overtake a GT4. I find I've never had an overtake, you know, that you have to breathe through your teeth through and go, "Ooh, that was a bit scary." It's just you just have to keep your eyes open and deal with them as they come.
Well, the final few hours of this race started as a 12-hour race, nearly 3.5 of it left, 2:05 p.m., 47C, the track temp 36 ambient, coming up to the hottest part of the day, if not already being there. And some of the positions in the top 10 still being fought over, and the lead and the win here still being fought over. Jarkko Torvinen, who once had a 12-second lead, now only has about 2 seconds over Gergo Panker. I don't know what happened to Jarkko Torvinen or to that 996 hazardous overlap Audi, but they have hemorrhaged time and now are finding themselves in a three-way battle for the GT4 lead. And how many times today have we seen this? The GT4 field comes back together again late in the race.
Yeah, it's very hard with a GT4. I find to run away. They always give us some amazing close racing because you know the cars they're so different, but because of their slower pace, no one can really just outright run away with it. There's no car that is just so amazing it can blow away the entire field. All of them have a huge strengths and all of them have a huge weaknesses, as we mentioned earlier. BMW, fastest in a straight line, you're going to struggle over the mountain. Alpine, amazing handling, but you maybe not the greatest speed. KTM, once again, that's another that we see in the background. That's an amazing handling car, but once again, it loses out to speed. And it just means that there's so many. As the KTM takes a spin into Skyline. Ooh. Oh, as the Aston Martin just about avoids it, gets it off the track.
So what happened to Fabian Schmedberger here, I wonder?
I have a feeling that's the KTM handles very much like a mid-engined GT3. Well, it is sort of mid-rear engine, but it is quite, if you unsettle it at all, see, if you've gone offline here, you've touched the curb, that's it, you're already gone. It is quite the twitchy car. But if you can tame it, the handling is amazing. It's like a little go-kart. You just point it where you want and it will go. Downside to that is if you point it at a wall, it will go.
Well, Fabian Schmedberger not having a great day as they are near the tail end. Actually, I take that back. They're somewhat in the middle, but not having a great day nonetheless in the 899 KTM. And another spin there. Luckily, only the one hit on the wall and nobody else made contact, getting it righted the right way. But this very much the battle here. Jarkko Torvinen, Gergo Panker, and Martin Laurent all together. 1, 2, 3 in GT4. And I think the third place car of Lawrence is the quickest car of these three, but you have to sort it out amongst themselves. Jarkko Torvinen once had a 15-second lead on Gergo Panker. Well, it's less than half a second now between first and third.
Absolutely, and it just shows, like we said, the GT4 field, nothing settled. This is 9 hours into the race. You would expect things to have calmed down by now, but just not in the GT4 field. They're still fighting for any step of the podium, just trying to sort it out between themselves. And each car has an absolute strength and an absolute weakness, and very interesting to see. But as he says, maybe the Alpine has the most pace so far, but can they get around the BMW? And can the BMW get around the Audi of Torvinen?
That is the question indeed. And the GT3 here is going to very much have to pick their way around and be very, very advantageous to wait for the Conrad Straight to make this move, and in fact does.
Yeah, as a
Jarko
GT3,
Torvinen.
you never want to disrupt someone's battle, so you're always just trying to quickly sort of get through and get out of their hair.
I can very much agree with that. I've certainly been in a faster machine racing with GT4s back when Project Cars was a big thing. And doing multi-class racing, you just definitely didn't want to impact anybody else's race. You feel absolutely horrible about it. But look at this strategy being played out. Gergo Panker is going to bring the Kuno's Racing Team. Or actually, no, that's yes, that is the Kuno's Racing Team down pit road, getting them out of the middle there. That strategy could be golden. Now, what can Martin Lawrence do now directly on the back of Jarko Torvinen? 1-2 in GT4, and what I assume the 734 being the quicker of the three cars. What can they do now? Best opportunity here. You got to get the pass done. You have to think you have to get this pass made.
Yeah, because once you've seen your rival go in, obviously they're now trying to go for the undercut on you to gain more time. But if you know that you have way more pace than them and you can push, you can
look at this.
You can overcut. But that's hard when there's an Audi right in front of you. But if Laurent can get around the that massive Audi, then I think definitely that the Alpine so far is really showing the pace over the mountain. Despite its lack of speed, it just has so much more handling. As I look to the inside, but nothing coming into. Oh, he's going to go for it.
You can see Martin Lawrence's intent on Jarko Torvinen. These two have raced each other before. They know each other quite a bit. Never in GT4s, I don't think. Usually in GT3s. But these two have history together. Not necessarily a bad history. Just they know each other quite well. And we go up to Murphy here. Murphy trying to pass Ofella. And looks like that pass will be made pretty painlessly. Well done, well orchestrated.
Yeah, that could be. I mean, sometimes there is just an element of if you know you don't have to or you don't want to fight someone who's not in your race, you don't. We're not forcing you. Or it could be that there was a bit of damage there. I couldn't see on my screen if the McLaren had been damaged. I know that car has been in the pit once this race for damage, but if there's something lasting, we don't know.
Well, the 781 is going to get through here and let this battle continue, but down to the inside, Martin
opens the
Lawrence
door.
is going to try and get this pass done in hell corner. Can they? Who's going to break later? It's going to be the tiny Alpine, and they're going to get the pass done. New leader in GT4, Martin Lawrence in the 734 RCI Triple R 404 CLR team will get the pass done. Gergo Panker did come in and pit. They gave way to Kevin Stuck in the 778, still in third place. Waldecker all the way back in fourth place, even after a pit stop, did not take the third place position. So the 778 is very much in third. Now we'll have to pay attention now to what Stuck can do and see if they're able to make any headway. They were trying the undercut, like you said, Ryan, and I'm very curious to see if that'll come off or not.
Yes, because now that the Alpine has got around the Audi, can they go for the overcut? You know, if you've got so much more pace, it might actually be advantageous. Usually, the undercut is the stronger strategy. If you pit early, you know you have track position, but then the person you're battling with will have the fresher tires. Could that be advantageous at the end of the stint, especially at a 47-degree track temperatures? You know, you're not wanting to be running as long as you can on these tires. It's definitely not fully advised.
Wakanda Chowglu is off in turn number one. That's Hell Corner. And the 97 has just had a race to forget. Well, it was fun while it lasted, but now all the way in 34th place, and Kundachoglu sitting there as if he's in Parc Fermé, and now resetting to the pit lane. That tells me there has been some sort of mechanical issue, Ryan, because none of this is normal.
No, it would look like, especially with the way the car's just rolling there. I wonder if they've had a bit of a mechanical problem. Let's tow it back to the pits and see what you can do. That being said, though, I mean there is still 3 hours left. It's never over until they wave that checkered flag.
Well, a lot of these teams I talked to today all said the same things. Like, man, we're just trying to see the checkered flag today. Like, we're out here. It's a Sunday. We're having fun with some multi-class racing on the mountain, and we want to see that checkered flag. Well, they are 3.5 hours away from that. As Acton here all over Slizik for the 14th place, the 107 and the 221. Matt Acton for OTL. Don't get to talk about OTL as much as we used to. We'd love to see them involved, and Slizik is going to go ahead and respond to that challenge by ducking down pit road for their pit stop. And that will give the position to Acton.
Yes, for now. Like I say, we will see what the undercut or the overcut does. Then again, with how much that Acton had caught up, I wonder if they're on a bit of an alternate strategy again, like what we were. So they're on different pit stops. One of them's got worn tires, one of them's possibly got new tires. It's very, very strange, you know, how endurance racing works, and that you would think that all you do is you just hit on the hour, and that's endurance racing. What actually happens is God knows, and you end up trying to work out with a calculator if you can make it to the end with 3 hours and 26 to go using 70-minute stints and pit times and adding that on with a calculator and a pencil. It's, yeah.
Well, the 41 in third place is 30 seconds adrift. Jimmy Broadbent, Matthias Egger on his own lap by himself in the 1-2-6. That was the nearest battle up at the front, and this is your leader, Orion Race Team's own Matthias Egger. We talked to him earlier, and it's all about keeping yourselves in check and making the laps. And you heard it from him earlier say that for them, it's pushing when they're in clear air and being very careful when they're not. This is the only team in the field that knows how to win this race, because they have won this race before last year, looking to make it 2 in a row and do something that, well, I don't think anybody thought was going to happen, especially after the first 2 hours. They said that basically, Ryan, that they were being very cautious in the first couple hours and were not going to push at all in the opening few hours of the race, trying to maintain their position in traffic, and they did that very well, and they've been afforded this massive lead. And Mike Jones had just texted me and told me that basically our worst fears confirmed for the 97 of Kundachoglu. Wheel disconnection for the 97, so no steering there, had to reset.
Yeah, we did have a feeling that would be such a sad end to your day, though, especially if, you know, you've done nothing wrong. You've just done everything right in your race, and sometimes just the cruel hand of mechanical problems comes and takes that away from you.
Very cruel indeed. And for Mintzilla, it has been well, it's been two lads, isn't it? Two lads, two friends out here having a lot of fun and getting it done, and they're in second, well ahead of third, but a lap off of the ultimate pace. And I was talking earlier about how I peeked in on the team, and they were well, it wasn't any different than just two mates talking on the phone, to be honest, is sort of the temperature over there. They're very impressed by the Orion Racing Team's pace, but honestly, I'm impressed by their pace. This GTR is not the easiest car to live with, and for it to be this far up the field, very impressive indeed. And of course, one of the reasons we're doing this race this weekend anyway is because of this team. Jimmy Broadbent and Jardier himself wanted to team up, do the race. They asked us if we wouldn't mind hosting, and of course our answer usually when people ask us to do races is of course, simply because we love to do things. Here's the thing that Jardier, here's how he pitched it to us. Do the 12-hour again, have mixed class, see what happens. And I believe Mike Jones went a little something like, that's crazy, let's do it. And I think that's pretty much how most of the ideas here, that especially with Night Owl, Ryan, that's how that works. It's Mike Jones has an idea, and I tell him he's crazy, and we do it anyway. Of course, this past weekend announced the new Night Owl Season 4 regulations. That's starting in late April, of course. All the details for that available on our Discord. And if you are not a part of our Discord, why not join and join in? We have splits for all different skill levels, not just alien level drivers. And why not leave a like and subscribe while you're there as we come into the final 3 hours of the race near about. It looks like the 72 has gotten back around the 199. I believe those positions were reversed. Oh, excuse me, never mind. I'm thinking of the 199 and the 16. I have the cars mixed up. The 72 is behind Murphy. Ofella is.
Yeah, very similar liveries between the 72 and the 16, I believe, as well. They've both got sort of a bit of a luminous going on.
Well, we have a very special friend indeed joining us here. And, well, we talked to him a few weeks ago about this race, and he's back here again. And Jardier, welcome in. What a race you guys have had.
Hey guys, thank you so much for having me. What a race,
Absolutely a pleasure. Well, Jardier, I was in your stream earlier watching you, and Jimmy was having just the most expletives ever, but it wasn't race related. He was making fun of Formula One announcers, and you were, how could you drive laughing that hard? You were laughing so hard at that, and you mentioned at some point that if you kept that up, you were probably going to have an incident. I thought that was very funny indeed.
Oh my god, yeah, I was choking to death at one point, yeah. I don't remember what we were saying, but I literally was choking, yeah. Yeah, like, I don't know, we are like having a really good race so far. Like, I don't think it can get any better for us right now. The car is working, you know, and we are losing a bit of pace, like 2-3 tenths per lap on the leaders, but I'm actually really surprised how well we are doing, you know.
Well,
so we could
that...
joke around. We could have joked around, you know.
There you go. Well, that's the thing. It's not necessarily, you don't always have to win to have fun, you know. And if you are having fun, it doesn't really matter what you're doing. And you two, every time you team up, you two seem to enjoy it more than everybody else. Why is that?
I don't know, man. It's just like, I mean, obviously we do content for quite some time, and we know like what to do and how to do it. And I feel like, I don't know, we are like clicking together with Jimmy, you know. So we are supporting each other and having like good fun, good time, you know, together. I don't know. It's just hard to explain. It's so hard to explain.
I think you two are well on your way to being the most famous pairing of sim racers who are also big time YouTubers and streamers. And I think this is a match made in heaven. I mean, who wouldn't want to see Jardier and Jimmy Broadbent teamed up? And we talked to Jimmy earlier when you were in the car, and I said, I cannot believe, Jimmy, that you got Jardier. And I talked to you about this a few weeks ago. I was like, I cannot believe you got him to drive Minty again.
I mean, honestly, I feel like that was a really good job from RCI with the BOP. Because honestly, if there would be like Hondas without BOP or AMGs, we would definitely not be anywhere close to this position. But luckily, with that BOP, it made people choose like Bentleys and Aston Martins and Lexus and such. And I feel like the field is way more close together, and I kind of like it. I was actually like really surprised how close the field is, and it's literally, except the leaders right now who are like fantastic, the rest of the field is like super close. So I love it. I love it. I love the race. Like, we are having so much fun and enjoying every single lap.
Well, Jardier, I gotta say, Jimmy took all the blame. He says that earlier you guys could have been leading and could have made, or sort of, I guess, set the pace earlier if it hadn't been for some of the issues that he had. But he took all the blame for that. But I mean, I feel like that's natural error personally. I mean, you never know. You get into a race like this, you never know quite exactly what's going to happen. But it has been just an amazing recovery. Drove from 5th. And it's been a combination of the two of you. Jimmy got up to 4th, and you took it from 4th now to 2nd place. Of course, the 41 and the 149 having their issues. But it's been clean sailing for you guys recently, hasn't it?
Yeah. I mean, like, as you said, basically, like, first of all, it's a team race. So there's like, we don't share. I mean, Jimmy is really hard on himself, so he obviously takes the blame. But honestly, in this race, what I have seen happened, the crashes or the bad stuff happening overall, I feel like we are doing pretty good job avoiding everything, and having a stop and go for like a small minimum mistake is like the least, you know? Like, we haven't had any major incident, we haven't had any problem, we haven't spun yet or anything like that. So having just a one stop and go is like, I didn't even care back when it happened, you know? Like, it didn't make a difference, first of all, and second of all, there was no reason to be like mad about it and such. So yeah. I'm just glad how the race turned out, you know?
Exactly. I can tell you one thing. I've drawn it up in my head. Every time you've come to us and said, can we do this race? And we've said yes. It has been an incredible race. The GT4 battle, the top 3 are all fighting each other. There's this late in the race, still battles inside the top 5. You have Chumley, who was right behind Soldatov but is now pitted, and now you have Ofella and Murphy who are battling it out. That's all inside the top 10. You guys driving back up through the top 5. Here is that battle, by the way, of Ofella trying to get around Murphy. It is just, it's fantastic. I love some of the ideas that we work on together that you come up with. I know it's going to be Svinchek who's going to go off massively here and cut the chase and get back on the track. Probably the safest option.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's like ultra important to just stay away with the trouble. I was quite disappointed and quite surprised how many penalties there have been for ridiculous incidents, you know, like avoidable and such. So I was like wondering, like, what is wrong with some people, you know, today? Like, is there something in the stars today, or the moon size, or is the time changed today? The time changed, so people are like weird, you know? Because even like a really experienced drivers were like crashing GT4s with ridiculous moves.
Ofella's going to go for a big slide and into the wall, but no other damage done, but just a bit of a slide. We're going to get a replay of that. We're talking to Jardier, who's currently in 2nd place with the Mintzilla team. Jimmy Broadbent in the car right now. We're watching Ofella slam into the wall a little bit in there, but gets it back going the right way. We'll say that will slow you down a little bit, mate. But Jards, I got to say, it has been a fantastic day for you guys, and just how well that you have run. Again, it's the BOP, but some of that is you guys, and some of that's you because of the amount of work you put into this setup.
Yeah. I mean, this time I spent a lot of time to create like a good setup, and I think it was really worth it because the car is like, I mean, down the hill section from the skyline down the hill, we lose like 3/10 on the Bentley, but the rest of the track, we are really catching up or like staying with the dice, so it's pretty good. And it's actually ridiculous, but my biggest problem today is the track limits for some reason. I tapped the wall twice with no problem whatsoever, and I got 2 warnings so far. So, I mean, I survived.
So you're on your last warning.
No, one more. But I don't understand because I have done 24-hour spa with 2 warnings for the whole race, And on Mount Panorama, where it's literally walls, we got 2 warnings, you know?
Ryan Mawson pointed that
Yeah.
out earlier, that if you tap the wall here, it is very possible that
Yeah.
you get a track limit. So, Jardier, I gotta ask you one more thing. I'm gonna turn you over to Ryan Mawson. I gotta ask, what's next for Jardier? What are you doing in 2021?
Well, obviously the World Cup is starting now. The VCO Simgrid World Cup. So that's gonna be like quite big for the Yas Heat and for me as well, I guess. And then my schedule is actually clearing a lot because of the Porsche Esports Sub Cup and Formula E. So I'm gonna be looking for some more leaks again. So looking forward, like basically restarting a little bit after all of the esport and more serious stuff to more chill.
Well, that's fantastic. And folks, if you do not follow Jimmy Broadbent on YouTube and Mr. Jardier on YouTube and Twitch, what are you doing with your life? Please subscribe to them. They are fantastic personalities, very, very different, but also very similar in the same way. And we love having you guys. Sim racing is better with the both of you in it, and to have you both on the same track, in the same car, in an event of your own making is also very incredible. And to have the pace that you guys have had, to have the camaraderie that you've had between you has been absolutely fantastic. And I wish you the very best of luck for the final 3 hours. You got to keep on it because you don't know what's going to happen.
Exactly. It's just you can't like take a breath here. Anything can happen. We can be lucky, we can be unlucky. It's, on this track, one hesitation, one bad move, and you're done, you know? So thank you for having me, guys.
Ryan, do you have anything for Jardier before he darts off to his teammate?
I was going to ask, because it's been floating around the paddock a little bit as well, a question that's been going around the drivers. Because this is obviously a nice multi-class event, what do you prefer overtaking? Do you prefer overtaking the GT4s that are maybe still having a battle because you have the speed advantage in your GT3? Or do you prefer lapping some of the GT3 field? Because this has been sort of handful of drivers say A and handful of drivers say B.
Honestly, I prefer GT4s so much more. Like the worst combination possible is GT3, backmarker overtaking GT4, and us behind us. That's the worst situation. And it's so much easier to overtake GT4, obviously, because you just, if you plan it correctly and everything, you don't lose too much time. You just have to be patient and then just put the throttle and you overtake him. But some of the GT3 drivers obviously are like faster on a straight or faster in some of the places of the track, so it's way more difficult. And we had actually one situation where Jimmy was quite like pissed because we were like fighting for, I don't know, it was 4th position, and between us and the 4th position was and some back marker in the McLaren, and he just didn't want to let us go for like 2 laps, and then he crashed very heavily, you know. So it was, yeah, like I really prefer GT4.
Well, yes, I think that's about all I had, and about that, and yeah, it's good to see the GTR sort of being dominating on the mountain again, sort of like what it used to do.
I have to go. Jimmy's having issue. Grab
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you, guys.
Well, thank you, Jardier. Well, that was Jardier, a man who has more fun running second than most people do winning a race. I can count on one hand the amount of times I've seen that man not have fun in his sim racing cockpit, and considering I've seen him do hundreds of races, that is a very, very small amount of the time. And apparently Jimmy having issues with Mintzilla and Jardier having to go there, having to attend to his teammate. They're very tight-knit, those two, whenever they work together. Jardier, the last time we did this, said that his big job was not to keep Jimmy focused, but to keep him positive, because like you heard him say there, and I know this as well, Jimmy's hard on himself. He's not afraid to say that he was in the wrong for something. He's not afraid to, say that he's made a mistake. But one thing about Jimmy that I wish he was a little easier on himself when he does make a mistake. Mistakes happen, like Jardier says. Nobody is perfect. There won't be a single car here today that doesn't have a dent in it somewhere or have had a penalty at some point, usually. So Jimmy, he's very hard on himself, but I think they're perfect for one another. The perfect sim racing couple, if you will.
Yeah, it is very hard, especially in a team. I think everyone's guilty to it to an extent. Obviously, when you're driving a car around, not only are you worried about your race and trying to pass the person in front, but say if you do clatter the wall, you pick up a little bit of damage and stuff, what's in the back of your mind is you've got two, three, four other people also in this same car who are sort of counting on you to give your pace. It is very easy to sort of, just beat yourself up. But I mean, at the end of the day, the important thing to remember is that is racing. Mistakes happen, such will. The important part is, just keep trucking on and where you are when the checkered flag comes.
Well, don't lose sight of the big picture here. If something were to happen to the Orion Racing Bentley, that would mean that Mintzilla would be in the position to win. So you have to keep it up. And I think that Bentley behind, I think Svenchek in the 107 had a massive crash and ping-ponged off of several walls right there. Unless my eyes are deceiving me, I think that's exactly what happened. But the 107 looks to be having issues again. And it's all about staying off the walls and keeping the car going the right way, which is easier said than done because you have to make pace and speed, but you also have to keep it off the wall because how much do you reckon, Ryan, a small glance off the wall cost you in lap time around here?
So I kind of noticed this earlier because I had a small glancing blow and it was around about the, I believe it was like 0.9 to a second of damage on the side. So the ACC simulates very well actually all the aero damage on different areas. So if you have like rear end damage, the rear will start to slide. Front end damage, you lose top speed. Side damage also affects top speed. And I was noticing that I was losing about 0.3 of a lap. And that was not because of the handling. The handling was still fine, but going down the straight, I was just losing just that little bit because of the damage to the aero. But then that sort of sets off almost a chain reaction sometimes. You end up, you're thinking, I'm down on time. You push a little bit harder, you tap the same wall, damage increases, problem exacerbates. And you've got to, if you do tap the wall, you've just got to sort of tell yourself, right, that happened, back off and let's continue on, because you can very quickly go from having half a second of damage at a slight problem to having 8 seconds of damage in a really terrible handling race car if you keep hitting the walls.
How do you deal with that, Ryan? I assume at some point in your career you have bounced off of a few walls and lost your groove. For me, I am a rhythm racer, and if you knock me out of my rhythm, I am just complete garbage. I don't know if you're the same, but how do you deal with that?
Yeah, I am very much the same. And I had it earlier. I managed to touch a couple of walls, and I think I gained, it was somewhere in the region of 7, 8 seconds of damage. And for that, what I actually have to do, and it sounds a little bit crazy, but if I'm going down such as the long straight at Conrad, for example, I have to briefly just distract myself with something else. So I'll look at the dials at the Bentley and just flick it through the MFD pages to see what's what. Have a glance at some other things, look back at the road and go, right, now we're racing again.
It's like a mental reset.
Yeah, it just stops the worry because I'm not then thinking about the damage. I'm like, oh, today I learned the Bentley has dials, old school analog dials. Like, nice. Today I learned. Okay, off we go again, and then I was fine, and I went back to doing the slightly slower pace, but it wasn't race ending. As I says, it's very easy to snowball itself, and that's why you sometimes you just can't be hard on yourself. Such happens in racing.
I mean, Jardier said very much the same about Jimmy being hard on himself. He's trying to teach him to not be that way. And I think that's just the British way sometimes, is to be a bit hard on yourself about mistakes. I find that to be a quite a common quality amongst British drivers. But here we have a battle of Bentleys. We saw something similar to this early in the race, but Pike and Svenchek battling it out for 14th place. Don't tell them this is not for the win because they don't want to hear it.
Yeah, so as we saw, the 107 earlier had maybe a little bit of a glancing blow off the wall, but it hadn't deterred him or the pace. So it's once again another battle where maybe the car behind has slight pace, but if you're so evenly matched, it's very hard to overtake around here, especially if you are in matched equipment. You know, it's Bentley on Bentley. The only slight changes is maybe the setup, but you're not gonna overthrow someone on the straight, for example. So we get the splitter cam riding along with the 107, so we'll see what they can do in the slipstream. Obviously, Bentley versus Bentley, two of the biggest, widest cars on the mountain. We'll be punching a hole that's the size of a block of flats in the air for the slipstream. And the 107 looking to the inside, actually going for the move into the chase.
Oh, that's a big old curb.
Oh, yeah, the curb stopping them was a planned move, but not to be this time. But I don't think that will deter anything for this battle. I have a feeling that 107 is going to be right back on the tail of the 221, very sharpish, and it will be, yeah, back to business as usual for 14th position.
I will never understand Svenchek's team's name, that 107 Bentley, has for a very long time been called the Green Loafers Engineering Team. And I've interviewed that man before, and it didn't occur to me at the time to ask him why Green Loafers and what that means. But certainly it has some meaning to him and his teammates. They've certainly stuck with it for the past year or so.
I like the variety of team names we've got here as well. We've seen everything from Left Side Tire Scrubbers Esports, Green Loafers, Mintzilla, Open Visor. Yeah, there's just a host of names. I think the best that I've ever seen in a league was Sebastian Brunier when he was running the Alpine, and his team name was Baguette Box Racing.
Oh dear, the French memes are coming at you, and this is dangerous.
Ooh,
here.
it's
It's
the
going to hit the
107
escape road.
takes-
Svenchek did that on purpose because he did not want to cause a collision with anybody. He was afraid, and if I'm a steward, I allow that to happen simply because he did not want to cause a collision. He didn't want to get involved, and he hit the escape road hard. And for what it's worth, it avoided any sort of incident that could have potentially happened with GT4 traffic. Well, folks, I am going to take a short break, and I'll be back with you for the end of the race, the finale. But for right now, I'm going to hand back over. We're going to trade one American for another. Mike Jones has rejoined us from the pit lane. I'll see you in a little while.
Yep, took a little bit of a foyer out to the pit lane. Did some snacking, which I believe, Ryan, you said that you were finding yourself some snacks when you got out of the car. But a little bit of a break after a 3-hour stint, and here we are back again. 3 hours remaining in this race, and I have 3 more hours of commentary to do. Ryan Mawson, appreciate you joining us today for this in and out of your stints. I believe you're going to be with me here for the next hour or so. Do you have another stint to do as well at the end of this? As
Yep,
actually, just to actually realizing that we've got a battle for the lead here in the GT4 that Jake's trying to show us. This is Kevin Stuck versus Billy Octane for the lead of the GT4 class. That Lamborghini is going to want to get on past as well. That is a battle for position behind him. Duel Nell for the Triple R team, and that's Marinowski for the 781 behind. Marinowski losing quite a bit of time there, unfortunately for him, but he will slip on past into Hell Corner and out onto the mountain straight one more time. And Kevin, for his first race in I believe about 6 months or so here, Ryan is going to give this a run for the lead.
Yes, we thought that we had a look at this battle earlier, and it was interesting because the 778 had actually pulled into the pits first, so we thought that he was going for the potential undercut. But we did see that the pace of the Alpine has negated the overcut. He's trying to go around the outside of turn 2. It's a long old way. It didn't pull off this time. But yes, I still have one more stint to do in our team. I'll be taking the checkered flag, and having the honor of doing so.
Well, that's excellent. So here at the end, of course, your guys, your car, the 199 car, is currently up in P7 as we're watching Svenchek go for the move here on Pike and the Bentley. A little bit of a bounce there on the kink, and that's going to slow him down just enough that Pike's going to be able to slide on back past. Not able to get the cut back is that Green Loftus Engineering team, and they're going to have to try one more time to get that move done. It does look like Svenchek is a little bit faster than Pike. I know you guys have been following this battle for quite a while with the Green Office team, but just has not been able to get it done quite yet. So you guys up in P7. Looks like Mr. Whitford is in the pit lane at this time. Is he doing a double, or is he transferring over to somebody at this point, and then you're taking over for the last hour, or what's the plan for that 199?
I believe, at least, well, what I was told on my radio before I left was that Whitford will be doing a double, and then we will have Jordan Grant Smith back in the car, and then me to finish. As far as we know, we sort of ended up on a very weird offset strategy, as we've had, you know, a couple of small issues and a couple of things that we've had to change on the strategy as we go. So it really threw us into a weird sort of pit cycle, but we've sort of regained back to where we were on the road. I expect us to be in around about the 9th or 10th place when the pit cycles have all come out and it's done. So we're kind of aiming for a top 10, which is better than where we were, you know, sort of after an hour and a bit, because we had a small problem where we might have there is a non-zero chance that we might have started on the wrong brake pads.
So I was gonna ask, when did you guys pit to change brake pads? Did you wait until like your second stop, like really use those pad ones and wear them out as long as you can, or?
Yes, it was on my stint. It was at the end of my stint, so it was 2 hours in, because we didn't want to risk.
Yeah.
Going a third hour. I mean,
But
pad ones do. They say they last 3, but
it didn't when I was here.
yeah, that's what I mean. It's so hard on the brakes, especially you know when the ambient starts going up. It just gets harder and harder on the brakes. So it was like, yeah, let's not do that. And it was a slight whoopsie from us, but hey, you know, it isn't all bad, and we're back within the top 10, which is really where we wanted to be. So it can't be all bad.
Yeah, I mean, you know, P7 before you came in for the pit stop, and of course, once that shook out, you are in P10, but only 5 seconds back from Woolmouth out ahead for the Excel Racing, brought to you by Ren Welton Team. Looks like I think if I'm not mistaken, it says +3 laps there. How far actually is he behind? Merrick Shin or Stanisensko is the question. So Stanisensko is coming down the mountain straight, and Woolmouth is coming into Murray's Corner. So not too far, honestly, off of P8 as well. I mean, you could theoretically, you know, if Jordy can get the hammer down, you guys might be able to make up a little bit of time there. You know, that Yasi Racing Team has just been having bad luck and worse luck as time has went on. And you know, it could continue for them. You guys might be able to make your way potentially up to P8, but that's assuming, of course, Jordy doesn't get banned.
Hopefully not this race. As says, RCI have already had their one free banning of Jordy.
Oh, we did. Yeah, we talked about that a little earlier. I got to kick Jordy out of a server for he was having some lag issues that day. Unfortunately for him, I believe that was at Snetterton. Mistaken. During
yes,
one of the
your
Monday
Friday
championships,
champ.
was it? Oh, it was
your Friday
Gotcha.
championship, yes.
Gotcha. Well, as we crest over the hill here on the chase, we're gonna dip back over to Matthias Egger, who is our race leader, has been leading the race most of the race here. Honestly, he took off right away and has pretty much held the race for 261 laps and counting. 3 hours remaining on this race. We're gonna go on board and take you over the mountain in the Orion Racing Team Bentley. All right, guys, that is almost exactly a lap around Bathurst with the Orion Race Team. Your race leader here in the 12 hours of Bathurst, Jimmy Broadbent in P2 for the Mintzilla number 39 Nissan in the pit lane at this time, in for his scheduled pit stop. He's going to be making a pit stop, staying in the car, and then I believe Mr. Yaroslav Honzik Jardier going to finish off the race in 39 Mintzilla machine. They're in P2, handedly ahead of P3. P3 is currently making their way over the mountain, and the 41 car is fantastically behind the 39 at this point. Very strong position in P2. And then looking back at P4 as well, the 41 car, the Lotta Sport team, is almost a whole lap ahead of the 56 team in P4 as well. So all of these guys pretty much 1, 2, 3 laps behind as we look down the grid. The leaders of this race have just been flying without issue, and I think that that's really what it comes down to here, Ryan, is without issue, because a lot of these guys that are, P1, P2, P3, just haven't really ran into too many issues through the race. A little bit of a bouncing here and there, a little bit of a rubbing, maybe a little bit of a bump, but no major issues, and that's a lot to say 9 hours into a race on the mountain.
Exactly, and it's one of those you don't want to start picking up as much as you can. Any sort of bumps, you might not think at the time if it's just a second or whatever, but that second, if you did that every single pit stop, that's suddenly 12 seconds. You get a penalty, that's 15 odd seconds. It's time that you never gain back, really. With how fast paced this field is, if you lose time, it is very hard to claw it back, which is the only field that doesn't appear to have spread out and are still battling, as we can see on screen, are the GT4s. They've never really sort of stopped their battle, apart from the Alpine of Billy Octane, which has sort of skedaddled up the road, which we thought it might do once they got clear of the BMWs. So it's now up to Mike Noble to see if he can get around Kevin Stuck as this battle continues on.
Yeah, Kevin Stuck doing a pretty damn good job. I mean, obviously, I was just talking a few minutes ago before we took a quick break with the Orion Race Team. Kevin hasn't raced in like 6-7 months. It's been a while. The last race he did was at 12 hours of Bathurst. For our 12 hours of Bathurst. In fact, he's already dropped 4 seconds or so off the back of Billy Octane, and Mike Noble is making to look at that another one. However, we are joined by another member of the GT4 field. Bart Macha joins us in the booth for the 404 Connection Loss Racing Team, who has, Bart, I'm going to use the word struggled here today.
Yes, good day. I've struggled with the start. This was probably the worst start I've ever done. I don't know if you showed it on stream. I expect you did, because it was pretty massive. So we've dropped 2 laps back on the first lap, and then we've been trying to come back since then. Marek's not enjoying GT4s as much as me and Andre, so he's struggling a bit more, but yeah, we just want to finish this one. The one that we did last year, we didn't finish, so the goal for this one was just to finish the race.
Yeah, so that is good to mention, because the 12 hours of Bathurst last year, as you said, you guys didn't even finish the race. What happened to you guys in that one? You got wrecked out early, or there was some sort of technical issue, if I remember correctly, right?
We had all sorts of issues. We were doing really well at the start, and then in the second half, it just started to go downhill. We started crashing almost in every stint. And at some point, we just all got fed up and just didn't have any more courage to drive. That was the first event ever that our team called as a DNF. But yeah, we had about 3 hours left to the end, and we just couldn't take it anymore.
Well, it is what it is. We are now crested that 3-hour mark, and you guys are still out on the field, even if you're doing some struggling down there. The 899 has been well. It seems like every time I look around at them, I'm seeing a KTM off the track at some point or another. Whether it's their fault or not. Do you guys think that you might be able to catch them at this point? I mean, 3 hours remaining. You got time. How's the pace?
I think 899 has a very good set of drivers. and I think on pace and their car is a bit faster than ours, so I don't think on pure pace we'll be able to catch them. I think they're also about half a pit stop ahead of us. But sure, we still have almost 3 hours left, so a lot can happen. So maybe we can gain that position. I know there is also another 2 cars just a lap ahead of them, so you never know.
Yeah, I mean, you really don't, and that's the thing is, realistically, we could get to a point where there could be some incidents up front again. Obviously, I mean, the Maserati is a ticking time bomb. If we're being realistic, James Parker currently driving the remaining Maserati with the 97, having had a wheel disconnect and dropped out. That 211 car, at any point, that car could go sideways.
Yeah, exactly, and I think we've seen that at the start as well. But yeah, James Parker's team is doing really well. I'm not sure about their pace. I wasn't really looking, but obviously they're quite high up, so at least they're not crashing.
Now, speaking of being high up, Bart, you almost raced with the current GT4 class leading team. So at this point, are you regretting your decision? Talk these guys into the Porsche and not driving with the 734?
Yeah, so Ryan came to me with a question if either me would like to drive with them or if we'd lend Martin to them. And I was considering it, but I said I don't want to drive the cars that he chose. I want to drive this Porsche, so I let Martin drive. To be honest, Martin is a much faster driver than me in general, and he seems to get really well on with the Alpine, so he's flying. I don't think I could do that pace, and I don't think with me in the car would be P1, so I'm happy for them. At least it's part of a team result, let's say. I mean, they have 404 in their name, so part of us is in that team.
Gotcha. Well, so Ryan, obviously you're out in the field here. Bart here, Ryan Mawson is part of the 199 team. As we're still watching this epic battle between these two Bentleys for P13 or P14. I'm sorry, 221 and the 107 team. So Bart, Ryan Mawson here, who's joining me for the moment. He's in the 199 team out on track. Ryan, have you ran across the unfortunate 404 Porsche today? And have any thoughts for him?
I believe we have. We've crossed a few times. It's sort of the bronzy coloured Porsche, and yeah, with our second driver, who is Jordan Grant Smith, as his main car is the Porsche. So anytime we've sort of come up, we've waited over the mountain and then passed, and each time we have a small nod. It's like he's still going. The only GT4 Porsche. It's like, go on in the GT4. Show the world that Porsche can be good.
For sure, we'll make it to the end. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's what it is about in the end, isn't it?
So, last question I have for you, Bart. How is the GT4 handling the temps? Obviously, every GT4 probably a little different, but we've talked to a lot of GT3 drivers today. But how is that GT4 Porsche handling the hot temperature?
Strangely, I have to say. It was really good on low temperatures. Then when they started to rise, it was still fine. But now in the peak temperatures, we're finding it really slidey. The rear tires seem to overheat, and we just cannot hit a tire pressure that will work over the whole stint. So we either have too high pressures at the start and then they drop, or we have them right at the start and then they drop too low and the car just becomes slidey. So we're struggling a little bit. And also Porsche being naturally aspirated, in these temperatures, it doesn't perform as well as all the turbo cars. So I think that's where the advantage of KTM, BMW, and possibly Alpine, if that's the turbo car, I think that's where they might gain a bit.
Sure. Well, Bart Macha joining us here in the comms box from the 404 Connection Loss Racing Team. Bart, I suppose let's look forward to the World Tour really quick. You guys are in P8 in the Silver Class Championship here in our Invitational split. Oh, sorry, hang on. That was the round
P6.
one. Let's see. Yeah, you're in P6 in the overall standings there. How are you guys looking for the remaining 3 races? We got Monza, Paul Ricard, and of course the finale at Suzuka. That Ferrari Evo. how do you think it's going to handle those last 3 races? Because Suzuka traditionally very Aston and Merc and Lexus friendly track.
Indeed. Also in the last round, we've discovered, I don't know if we've discovered or if it's just a thing, that the Ferrari isn't as good as it used to be. It seems a little bit sluggish in the slower corners now. And we just didn't feel as comfortable with it on the Donington. The good thing is that the next 3 races are long races, and as a team, we tend to do a lot better in long endurance races. So hopefully we can. Sorry, I just saw my teammate almost spin. Hopefully we can get some good result in that. We're not too unhappy with the current result. Where we are in the championship, but obviously I think we have a potential to be a little bit higher.
Well, currently watching the replay of Merrick Vonzo, you see him get loose, and then the Lexus gets loose out in front of him as well, coming into Skyline, but luckily able to hold that down. Bart, thanks for joining us. I'll let you get back to your team. Hopefully Vons can keep it on the track. I know he's not been a big fan of the thing. Are you getting back in the car?
I will be back in after Vons, and then Andre will finish the race. Yes.
All right. Well, we'll see you back out on the track here in probably 30 minutes, 35 minutes or so, give or take. And good luck for the remainder of the race.
Thank you very much. Have an enjoyable remainder of the race as well. See you later, guys.
All right. Well, again, Bart Macha joining us from the Connection Loss Racing Team. 404 Porsche, only Porsche left on the grid, and the only Porsche that started in the GT4 field. We did have a Porsche in the GT3 field, but unfortunately technical issues stopped them from finishing the back half of the race. We're currently watching Jimmy Broadbent drive the Mintzilla number 39 drive down the mountain straight. He is on lap 267 for him. Currently a lap down for the leader. Berrezzini in the 126 Bentley has lapped the entire field at this point. Broadbent only about 10 seconds ahead of car 41 at this point, so losing just a little bit of time to that Lotta Sport Rosneft team. Now, that said, of course, Jardier is Jimmy Broadbent is the slower of the 2 drivers in the 39 Mintzilla car. Jardier is, of course, the faster of the 2. Not that Jimmy is slow, Jardier is just that fast. And you can really see how much this Nissan is he's really having to work that wheel coming over the mountain. Granted, correct me if I'm wrong, Ryan, but that's just pretty much every car, I feel like.
Yeah, there are some cars that are maybe slightly more balanced than some. I mean, like our Bentley, for example, they got a lot of downforce. But I mean, what you have to remember as well, the GTR, that is a really old chassis underneath. I mean, that is the 2018 sort of bodywork of it, yes. But that car first appeared in GT3 as a proper GT3 in 2015, and that goes back into actually like 2012, 2010, when it was a GT1 car, when we used to race those around. So it is hard to wrestle that thing over the mountain, but if you can, and you can keep it, pointing the right way, you are rewarded with ultimate speed down the straights. It is absolutely amazing in a straight line. The acceleration and the top speed that it possesses is just incredible. It's worth almost, working with it and learning the car just so that you can overtake people in a straight line. It's so easy to defend.
Yeah, I mean, you can just see that's an Aston Martin behind him. By the way, that's P4. Behind Jimmy. He's a lap down trying to unlap himself here. But you can just see, I mean, he's deep into the slipstream there. And is he catching him? I don't think so, Ryan. I don't know about you, but that does not look like that gap is closing.
Yeah, it does not look like it.
Now, that said, obviously, the Aston Martin got that giant turbo engine in it, and it suffers due to the heat. It is very hot out here. That turbo just is not able to get enough cool air cool it down so it can pull up. That said, it does look like Antonov, he is a very quick driver, by the way. Antonov is he's probably going to be sliding past Jimmy here pretty soon. I feel like Jimmy is not going to be fighting him too much. He can't afford to. He's got 10 seconds back on the Lotta Sport team, the other Russian team that's currently in P3. He can't afford to lose any time. He's got to let this Aston Martin slide past him so that he can get hammered down and make sure that he can catch back up. That said, Antonov also can't risk losing too much time because Alexander Karsten, who is the fast driver, he is the alien driver of the 252 2SLR Esports Team Red, is 5 seconds back behind him. So, as we approach the last few hours of this race, we're going to see a couple battles here for the top 5 in the GT3 class. We're going to see a battle for P2, P3 shape up here pretty soon, and P4, P5 is catching up as well. It's just the question of how much time will these two lose, who will make the mistake, because I don't think it's a question of will somebody make a mistake. It's going to be who will make the mistake and when. It is Bathurst after all, and mistakes will be abound. Somebody's going to tap a wall somewhere and lose a couple seconds. We were, of course, just told that Jimmy lost a couple seconds due to traffic just a couple laps ago, which is why the 41 car has caught up so much. But that's the nature of the beast here, especially with the multi-class. As we were just talking to one of the GT4 field of Bart Mach and the 404 team, you know, especially with multi-class, but even just with GT3 themselves, in the end, traffic is traffic, and you gotta deal with that. Especially here at Bathurst, it can be a bit of luck. Speaking of the GT4 field, here is your GT4 race leader, Billy Octane.
Yeah, showed amazing pace really in that little Alpine all day. As we said, we thought that they might lose out to the BMWs. It kind of looked like for a brief moment that possibly both BMWs or the Audi of Mike Noble in the 996. It looked like they maybe had the edge over the little Alpine, but we think that was just a brief lull in pace, and they've really come back on strong and showing exactly what, you know, it's not the size that matters, and it's pulled out almost a 9-second gap to Noble, who's just about pulling away from Kevin Struck as well by the looks of it. That gap has opened up to around about 3 seconds. But, you know, this is the KTM off again at Skyline.
Yeah, just coming into Skyline. This is coming out of McPhillivy Park here. What happens? He's got a GT3 on his tail. Catches the curb a little bit. Let's see. I think he catches the curb. GT3 is coming past, and he gets pushed just a little bit wide. Really, really difficult to call there. I mean, I don't know if they'll file a stewarding report for that or not. You know, it looked like that was Jimmy coming past him in the background as well. I mean, like, Jimmy maybe could have given him a little bit more room. Hard to see from that angle. But in the end, you know, that puts the KTM off track and in the wall again. Unfortunate for them. They've been having such a bad race, that 899 is. I'm actually kind of curious to talk to one of them, because obviously the nearly on pace team is wicked quick. Mikhail Sundstrom and Alexander Guiglia, normal two drivers in that car. Of course, Garland joins them occasionally, and our own Fabian Schmidberger joins them in this race. Here's a punt coming in to the Quarry Bend. That is Tobias Geider getting punted out from one of the Aston Martins behind, it looks like, and he is stopped on the track there for quite a while. Perhaps can't get that car refired. It does get it, looks like, up off the apex at least, so we're going to see what happens. We're going to come back to live here in just a second. Was he able to get it going? Nope. Had to go back to pits. So that is the GC Racing Team from P11 having to teleport into the pit lane, and that is rough. The GC Racing Team, they were on a pretty decent drive there towards the end, and that's going to lose them at least a lap and a half.
Yeah. And as we said earlier as well about the GT4s and the, you know, with that KTM incident, it's so hard if you alter your line as a GT4 to let a GT3 through. You're putting yourself in danger, and it's why we tell these drivers there is a recommended no passing zone, and as a GT4, you know, hold your line, hold your racing line. It is up to the GT3s to get around you, because we have incidents like that, especially with the KTM, which is such a twitchy car offline.
Yeah, the KTM has definitely been a struggle for them. Of course, the GT4 field, I mean, they had a big discussion. All 12 of them kind of like took the decision to they're just here to have a bit of fun. You know, it's a Bathurst 12-hour. It's a multi-class race. It's not part of a championship or anything. It's just a bit of a one-off event. A lot of teams here not driving cars that they would normally be in, and I think that the Nearly On Pace team, I don't know that they regret the decision to take the KTM, but they're definitely struggling with it, and, you know, I don't know that it will be their selection next time. Somebody who's not struggling with their decision, of course, is the Orion Race Team 126 Bentley. Fulvio Berrezzini and Matthias Egger piloting this car around for 12 hours. See that blue flag out there in front of them. That Bentley out in front needs to move. That's the 221. That battle, by the way, from the 221 and 107 has indeed calmed it down. Benchek, the victor in that, currently 3 seconds up in P13. And the 221 is going to have to move out of the way here, the 126 leader. He is currently still a lap ahead of Jimmy Broadbent, and looking at the rough track positions as well, he's almost a half a lap ahead again of the entire field. Broadbent currently coming through the cutting, and of course we're watching Berrezzini go out on to Conrad Straight, and this is I almost fear to say it, but I think Berrezzini is going to lap the field twice.
It would not surprise me with the pace that these guys have shown today. It's just, you know, from lights to, well, we've still got 2 hours to the flag, but I think we're pretty certain that it is going to be a lights to flag, and it's just incredible pace in that Bentley. The heat didn't phase them, the traffic hasn't phased them, anything. You know, the accidents have all been happening around, and they've just kept their nose clean, no penalties, no nothing. Run the race exactly like they did last year, and I said last year they almost lapped the entire field, if I remember. So they decided that this year we'll go for the full hog. We'll lap the whole field.
And you know what? Why don't we do it twice?
Just for good measure.
You might as well at this point, right? So it's just fantastic to see these guys. I mean, they took their first victory in an RCI Enduro here at the 12 Hours Bathurst last time. They were struggling before that to get a win. They podiumed every single race and just couldn't get a win. On RCI's very first endurance race that we ever did, the 6 Hours of Barcelona, they did actually on track take the victory, but at the end of the race, they had a penalty. I believe it was a 15-second penalty that they had to serve, and that was in the Lamborghini at Barcelona, and unfortunately, they had passed for the lead in the final couple of laps and just did not have the time to distance out. If they'd have had probably 15 more minutes, they'd have probably taken P1, but they had to settle for P2 and then subsequently just struggled the remainder of the time to get the win. The most successful team, as Ryan likes to put it, Ryan Gill likes to put it, in RCI endurance events is these guys right here. Always fantastic to see them. Me and Jesse spoke to Matthias Egger, Fulvio's co-pilot there just a couple hours ago. Very, very chill guy. They pretty much only like to do endurance events. They don't do a lot of sprint racing between the two of them. They love to do these long ones, 6 hours or more at least. And of course, you know, the endurance championship is a huge favorite of theirs, our World Tour Endurance Championship. And yeah, they're just kind of looking forward to it. Just a couple of guys, a couple of friends going out and doing some racing. They keep it light-hearted through the race, telling jokes to each other, keeping everything light and fluffy as they come down the straight. Though Egger was very particular to make sure that he mentioned that over the top of the mountain here at Bathurst, they're not doing a lot of chatting, which is some people can do, some people can't. Not everyone is Mr. Hansing.
I think it's a sensible maneuver, yes.
Yeah, not everyone can be Jardier. In the end, it's you know, he's the one that can have 3 different conversations at once and still be doing 201 lap times. So, you know, it is what it is. Now that said, you know, the 126 hasn't been without their faults through the race. They have had a couple penalties. They did cause a collision both on lap 65 and on lap 50. So, you know, the first couple opening hours of the race, small collisions. They had a total of 20 seconds for the penalties. One of them was for a very bad incident at the top of the hill where they didn't catch the yellow flags and caused contacts for a car that was turned sideways. And you know, it was a rough situation for them. I know the stewards were reviewing it going like, man, these are late yellow flags, but in the end, you know, there was plenty of time for them to stop and, of course, assign them a penalty. But that 20 seconds just doesn't make a difference. They could have a full drive-through right now, and it wouldn't make a difference for them. So they just need to keep it clean the last 2.5 hours or so. Here's Sensible Racing, 83 back in P17. He's caught up to Geider, who of course just had that issue a few moments ago that we saw having to teleport back to the pit lane after the incident in Quarry Bend. I'm sure that we're going to see a penalty report come across for that soon, if I'm not mistaken. And unfortunately, what I have just noticed as I saw Ryan Gill stomp past the comm box into the steward's box again is that Billy Octane in the Alpine has lost the lead and is down to P3 in GT4. 15 seconds down is that Alpine now, and that is I fear with Ryan in the booth again over there. I fear that means that they have potentially gotten hit again, and that's going to cost them at least 15 to 20 seconds. And very unfortunate. But the man that it is not unfortunate for, who has made up the position, joins us back in the box now. I know he was talking to Jesse earlier, but Eris for the 778 Kunos Racing Team, Kevin Stuck currently in that car. How you doing, Eris?
It's happening!
You're on the podium, and Kevin is on the podium.
We are fighting really hard. We are fighting, and we have a chance.
So Eris, I didn't catch you with Jesse earlier, as that was my brief nap time. But as I understand from chatting with him and Gergo earlier, you guys, you pretty much, Kevin getting a little sideways there in the dirt. He's gonna have to let that lap car by, but luckily kept a hold of it. So Eris, you designed this setup, of course, which is very unsurprising to everybody in chat, I'm sure. Designed this setup for the race and doing pretty well.
Thank you. Everybody seems to be happy, and the main thing is that the car is really consistent in all temperatures, in all kinds of tire wear, and that permits us, to attack when we can and stay safe when we cannot attack and we are in the middle of the GT3. So the car behaves really, really well.
That's good, because that's really what you need here at Bathurst, especially at Bathurst. You need something safe. And also, you guys seem to be pretty quick overall. Obviously, a lot of the GT4 field has struggled a bit. The Alpine in particular has struggled a little bit the past couple hours with contact. How have you guys been with the lap cars and everything? Has it been pretty reasonable for you, or?
Well, it started almost good. It got worse into the first 3, 4, 5 hours. And then the GT3 cars probably understood that they either have to commit or not. And now they are more aggressive, but at least they're committing to it, and we can understand, okay, I'll let you pass because I'm seeing you, that you're going for it. So there is more understanding right now from both the GT3 and the GT4 cars on how we need to behave. And all in all, well, I have to say that, yes, there is excitement, there is angry noises, coming from all teams. But whenever you are, the adrenaline comes down a little bit and you have some time to think, and you think like what is happening in the actual 24 hours mixed race, like, I don't know, Schleife, 24 hours, where the GT3s are, overtaking everywhere without any respect at all on all other cars. I believe we have a great experience right now, so it's really, really cool.
So out of curiosity, obviously, I know you do a little bit of racing, obviously, off and on at least. I don't know how much racing you actually do, but Kevin hasn't raced in, I think, since our 12 hours of Bathurst.
What happened?
What happened?
What happened there?
What do we got? What do we got?
Kevin had to go in.
Okay.
Oh my God, Kevin had to go into the pit and he forgot about that.
Oh, there he goes, out of the dirt. He
Oh my
pulled the
God.
Ryan Gill. Well, that'll lose you a couple seconds at least, but luckily kept it on the track.
Yeah.
For the most part, didn't get a drive-through or anything, and made it into his pit box. So.
Big F. All right, he managed to do that.
Yeah. So is he stinting again, by the way, or is
Yes,
someone else
double
in the car?
stint, and then we have Alfredo at the car for the last stint.
Gotcha. So back to my question about the two of them then. So Kevin hasn't raced in probably 6 months. I'd be surprised if he even has touched his wheel. I'm sure. And Alfredo, unfortunately, I don't know if how much racing he does. So I'm curious, how much racing does Alfredo do, and B, how much prep did you have to get these two guys to do for
No.
for this race?
Oh well, Kevin. Kevin was driving. Of course, he just didn't have the time to race, but he's also is driving because he likes driving sim racing and so on. But he didn't have the time to do a proper race. So it was we were very happy to have him again back to the team and do this race. Alfredo is another long-time sim racer, so we don't have to teach him anything. I believe it's the first time. Yes, it's the first time with the whole team. He had already done a couple of races with me on other championships. So again, we don't have to teach him anything. I think he's a little bit nervous because first time into the big team, but he's doing fine, so no big deal.
Yeah. Is it good to have the Kunos Racing Team back together? Have you been racing at all with the endurance races, even with another team in the meantime? Because obviously Gergo has his FFS team that he's been racing with. Have you got a chance?
Yeah, I'm not racing as consistently as Gergo. Usually, I'm doing sim racing, once every week in my live streams, and during those I do some driving, and maybe some races. So I'm not doing races every week or more than once every week. But I'm driving every day. So yeah, so this is it.
Well, when you get paid to do the driving, it makes it a good excuse, right?
Yeah, I can't complain. I can't complain at all.
So for those at home who for some reason don't know Eris, Eris, tell us a little bit about what you do, because obviously your entire team works for Kunos. Gergo obviously is the 3D modeler. Kevin is seems to be the sole programmer there. The man works 20 hours a day. What is it that you do over there for them?
I'm just watching and lazy dive all the way, so I'm not doing anything at all. No, well, I'm responsible for the research and development of the handling and physics, and I do all the physics for the cars and setups and everything in the cars, plus some side work on managing and with the production, some side work with the UI. Not much nowadays on that because luckily, and we have new devs that have took most of that part out of my hands, which is very good for me. But mainly, yes, I focus on first of all understanding how those cars, what kind of future those cars have, tires, all the new developments, and then I have to talk, because I'm not a programmer actually. I have to talk with our physics programmer and show him how. What kind of new features those cars have, and if we have problems and what we need to improve, whatever that stuff. Then they do the physics engine for me, and then it's me that I have to put inside all the values for tires, cars, chassis, setups, aero, all that stuff.
So just a bit of an update. I saw the stewards come in, dropped a penalty on the table for us here. The 39 Minty car has been given a drive-through for the contact in the danger zone with 734 Alpine that happened on lap 271. So I'm sure that they will probably be having to come into the pit lane to serve that soon. Unfortunately, the no pass zone there recommended, and he caused the contact, and that will send him off into the pit lane for a drive-through. Hopefully, we can see how they handle that, because they're going to lose P2 for now if Hansa can bring that back. So, Eris, to get back on the physics stuff, because I find it a very interesting subject. Obviously, the development has slowed down a little bit, at least from the public's eye. Obviously, we don't know too much about what's going on behind the scenes, but obviously you haven't been able to spend a whole lot of time, I suppose, with the teams and everything through the British GT and all that. I mean, have you been able to gather enough data and everything properly remotely, or did you feel like it was definitely a lot more difficult with not being able to go out and speak to the teams physically?
It's always more difficult if you cannot speak to the teams. Luckily, Assetto Corsa Competizione is very mature now, so we didn't have really to reinvent the wheel. and even more luckily for us, the teams now really, trust us, and they are eager to talk with us. So it was possible for us to talk to them and have some extra feedback. So that was good for us. It's still difficult because obviously you cannot visit the tracks as easily as before, or even at all. So yeah, it's hard. That is one of the reasons why we haven't yet announced anything for the near future, because we still don't know exactly what we will be able to do in the following months. Obviously, development behind the scenes goes, full time every day, so there is no slowing down. But it's difficult to commit and say, okay, yes, for the next month this is what's coming, because simply we're not really sure if we're going to be able to do it. I mean, some time ago we were fine here in Italy, and now we are already again in red zone, so we cannot even go outside our homes anymore. So this is how it is.
Gotcha. Well, I'm sure that everybody listening to the stream, everybody, myself included, here at RCI, are always, of course, looking forward to what's next for ACC. I mean, we've talked to Gergo about this. Obviously, me and Ryan talk to Gergo quite often, because he with FFS they tend to race here quite a bit. So
Yeah.
we're very much looking forward to see what's next, because I don't think that anybody can say can disagree with the fact that ACC handedly has the best physics of any sim racing game out here, and of course a lot of that is attested to both you and the physics developers, right? The actual programmers themselves, and
Yeah, Fernando.
I mean,
Fernando is really good now.
Fernando, yeah, and he it just. I don't think anybody can ever say that ACC isn't the best. I mean, iRacing has its perks. R Factor 2 is a great game. Race Room, of course, a great game. But in the end, for a driving experience here in these GT3, GT4 cars, you can't do any better, man. So, thank you for putting in the work for this.
Thank you so much for the kind words. I really, really appreciate it. And all the team is really working their asses out always, and you can see that for how many hot fixes there are coming every time. So yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Well, I'm gonna put you on the spot here a little bit, Eris. Do you have a favorite car you've worked on?
Favorite car? No, not really. I mean, every time I change my mind. That's the problem, Every time, like, oh yes, this is fantastic, and then, no, not anymore. This one is even better, and so on and so on. So it's really hard for me, especially because I'm keep changing. Even now, I mean, every day I keep changing and jumping from one car to the other. So it's really hard for me to say, yeah, this is my favorite car. Sometimes you get a car that I really like the looks of the McLaren, but then I drive it. It is so complex, and I appreciate the complexity. But then I drive something else, and that is even better. It's so simple. I can push much better on that, so on and so on. There are so many good cars on ACC, really.
Well, so just to look at the actual race going on here, which we're still watching. By the way, talking with Eris, one of the devs for Kunos, does all the physics, and of course, everybody I'm sure in chat here probably recognizes the name here. It'd be surprising if you didn't. He streams over there. Eris, you want to shout out your YouTube channel real quick? I believe it's youtube.com/Eris-Talks. Is that right?
Aris dot drives, something like that. I don't know. Just search for Aris drives and you will find it. That's all I can say.
Well, guys, make sure you go check out Aris on YouTube. Go check out his Discord if you want to talk about setups, physics here in ACC. That is the place to do it. And Aris, before I let you go, you guys back in P3 in the GT4 class. It looks like. What is your goal for the remainder of the race here? Billy Octane hasn't done his pit yet. Do you think your pit strategy will work out enough that you can perhaps look at taking over the hazardous overlap team?
We are on the limit. We're on the limit. We don't know exactly what to think about it, but I don't know exactly what happened when Kevin went into the pits there. I hope he did the whole stint properly. If he did, and he did the whole stint, we can still fight it. We can still, we're fighting it. We're there. We're there.
Gotcha. Well, Either way, looks like you've got a excellent chance at a podium regardless of what happens, and perhaps even that P2, maybe even a P1. Once that 734 pits, it's very likely that they'll cycle back out behind you, bud. So, Ryan, you got any quick questions for Eris?
No, I would say that's you've pretty much covered everything there. As it says, it's great fun to drive on the track, you know, with the developers, with the team. And as it says, every time I've been passing in the 199 Bentley, I've just been giving you a wave.
Thank you so much. Thank you guys again for the whole organization of the whole thing. So yeah, as always, fantastic job.
Yeah, well, much appreciated, Eris. And again, guys, go check him out on YouTube. Go check out his Discord. He streams, I think, most days at this point, so you can catch him anytime. And good luck for the remainder of the race.
Cheers. Thank you, guys.
All right, guys. Well, Jimmy Broadbent in the Mintzilla 39 Nissan GTR has cycled out from his drive-through about 20 seconds back from the Russian 41 Lada Sport Rosneft team. And there's plenty of time to make up the position here. You know, luckily he was not fighting for P1 at this point, being realistic about it, at least a second and a lap and a half behind Berrezzini. And, you know, there's all the chances of gaining back that position. Obviously, that danger zone was put in place at the top of the mountain, discussed many weeks ago, and put in place, warned about in the driver's briefing. In the end, you know, if you're trying to make an overtake through the back half of the mountain between Skyline and the Forest Elbow, you know, the GT4s are, and I have seen this repeatedly from the GT4s. Ryan, you perhaps can confirm, of course, you're out driving in this, but a lot of the GT4s are almost purposely taking to the middle of the track through that section because they don't even want to risk the overtake in that position. And I'm going to be honest, I don't blame them. You know, it's such a tight fit through there, and you're constantly going left, right, that I think that, you know, they're almost purposely blocking the GT3s to make sure they don't get dive bombed. And I don't know about you, that's what I've seen. What have you seen out on the track?
Yeah, it's to be honest, that is around about that. And as a lot of drivers have been mentioning, you know, you just have to plan your overtake sometime. If I have come up to a GT4 in, you know, at the top of the mountain, and I know that the speed difference and it's a wide enough point, then yeah, you know, we may go for an overtake. But most times it is just, it's better to sit behind. Okay, maybe the maximum you will lose is 3 seconds. But what's 3 seconds versus being in the wall or ending, you know, someone else's race and ending with a penalty? It's just not worth it in the end. But no, a lot of the GT4 drivers, as they said earlier, there was maybe a bit of confusion, a bit of sort of a lapping etiquette of how do we do this when we started the race. And things got a bit aggressive in the middle, and now, to be honest, there's the GT4s and the GT3s are really, I think that, you know, they're working quite well, especially with how hard a track Bathurst is for multi-class. You know, it's not nice and wide or anything. There's not many places you can properly pass. So all things considered, when you put in the heat, the how long this endurance has been and everything, I think they're doing incredibly well.
So our producer, of course, went to that track scene for a minute there. We lost pictures for a couple minutes while he was looking for the replay. Couldn't find it. We were waiting until Eris left the box for us. I had tried to track down the time for them on lap, what I thought was lap 271, but I'm taking a look to see if I can find it here, Stewie. Hang on just a sec. I will let you know. Let's see. Let's see, 39. Yeah, not sure then where that was at. We'll have to take a look at it again. I'll see if I can track it down for later, or perhaps Jesse Lee, if you're there, maybe you can track down and figure out what lap that replay was on. We'll definitely pull it up, take a look at it. Of course, keep in mind that, you know, we're not going to get too deep into it or anything, but I am kind of curious to take a look back at it. As, of course, we did not catch it on camera, unfortunately. But in the end, guys, you know, that is the rule. In the end, it will, you know, put Jimmy and Jardier down a position. They'll climb their way back up. Jardier is one quick boy, and I would not be surprised to see him get in the car here in about another 15 minutes or so, and likely pick up the pace and chase down P2 and fight for that victory. Here is the car in question on the opposite end of it. This is Billy Octane in the RCI RR44 CLR 734 Alpine. They have to make a pit stop here pretty soon. That should shuffle them back to about P3 in class. And we're gonna find out what happens with this GT4 battle. This is a three-way battle for the lead in the GT4 class. Matt Samuel, Kevin Stuck in the 996 and 778 respectively. We did just hear from Eris that the 778 will be in a bit of a flex with drivers. Eris going to climb back in the car, and Alfredo climbing back into the car after Kevin finishes his double stint. And this GT4 battle is going to be really interesting to watch play out. Now that said, I do believe that we've got another person knocking on our comms box here. This is Svenchek from the Green Office team, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Svenchek. Is that correct?
Of course, and also good evening.
Yeah. So Svenchek, of course, for the Green Office Engineering team. Good evening to you, or afternoon, or wherever you are in the world. It's 11 a.m. for me, so morning, afternoon, I suppose evening for you guys out here. So you guys currently in the 107 car Bentley. You're currently down at P14. Now you've that's fourth in class for the silver team. You've definitely had some drama through the race off and on. And a heck of a battle there for P13 for a while. How are you guys feeling at the moment?
I'm tired. I was the one fighting for that position, and oh boy, that was one frustrating bit because I couldn't get past. And yeah, the whole race was just like this. We caught some guy ahead, and we couldn't pass him because the Bentley is not the strongest boy on the straight, right? But yeah, we managed to work it out. I took advantage of faster car going around us, and yeah, I've seen the gap, and I just sent it in the hairpin, and it was perfect. I mean, I want to frame that overtake because it was so beautiful.
Occasionally you just get those. Occasionally you get that overtake that just goes perfectly from every single aspect. Yeah, that's definitely one to clip back off the replay for later. So the Bentley, obviously, I mean, we spoke to Matthias Egger, who's of course in the lead of the race earlier, and he was saying much of the same, that the Bentley just doesn't seem to have a lot of speed down the straight. But obviously, I mean, the Orion Race Team, I mean, they're just monsters. I mean, it doesn't matter if they have speed down the straight. But you guys, I mean, you've definitely been struggling. Every single Bentley and Aston has. Are you finding it? Do you think that you will find it difficult to try and make up any other positions? You've got a Lamborghini in front of you who's got all the speed in the world.
I mean, we can force the people to do some mistakes, especially in the mountain, and it works that way. Not like mistakes like, hello, I'm at the inside, and just, no, not like that. It's more like, pressure. And the mountain is very known for that. If you're under pressure, you can easily make a mistake. So that's our tactic, and it works because we started at 26th position, and we are up to 14th. It's been very slow progress, but satisfying, very satisfying.
And of course, you're currently still under fire from behind here as well. I mean, there is Loveless all over the back of you. That OTL Racing Team, by the way, guys, has just had a fantastic drive today. I think Jesse said this earlier. We don't often get to talk about the OTL Racing Team. They seem to just have bad luck, or they're just kind of out by themselves. But they've been fighting tooth and nail all the way through this. So this is another Bentley here at this point, of course. So the strength down the straight isn't really what's going to make the difference. However, he has caught up to your driver in the car at the moment, and he is all over the back of him coming down the elbow. Do we have concerns that the 221 might be faster down the straight due to setup differences?
Well, I highly doubt that, because I could tell just by catching up to him, he was losing on the straight, comparing to us. I don't mind sharing the setup. I run 4 wing out of 10, and usually there is people with Bentleys run much higher, like 6 or 7.
Mm-hmm.
And I choose that because, well, I need to overtake not just Bentleys and Porsches, which are the slowest on the straight, and I need to be able to defend. So I compromised my mountain speed a bit, so I have at least some type of. What did I see? The car, the OTL just made a mistake.
Oh, let's
Wow.
see. Yeah, let's take a look. So OTL currently on the back end of the mountain straight. Looks like they did make a bit of a mistake. Didn't lose a ton of time, but perhaps lost some there coming into Hell Corner. Maybe have Jesse before he jumps in. Oh, here it is. We got a little bit of a replay. Yeah, it looks like he may have just caught the curb at the outskirts of Hell Corner. Just caught that in time on the replay. So, yeah, lost a little bit of time there. So he's definitely fallen off the back of the Green Office team now, about 2.5 seconds. As Loveless is now having to play catch up through the remainder of the remainder of the next few laps. So Svenchek, you guys are almost exactly on the same strategy, right? I mean, you pit on the same lap with the 221 on lap 273. Do you have any tricks up your sleeve? I mean, are we thinking about maybe double stinting a tire to take a short pit stop if you need to? Obviously, the Bentley pretty decent on tires, but it is very hot out there.
Yeah, well, yes, the tires. I mean, when I was chasing the OTL racing, I was my front tires were cooked. I'm seriously, I was doing mistakes in not Sunset, but the Skyline, in the Skyline, because the traction on the front wasn't there yet anymore, and I had to adjust my driving style for it. But if you asked if I had any tricks up our sleeve, basically we are running low wings, so that's our trick, and it works.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to be working for you guys. Obviously, you have made your way pretty far up the field. P4 in class at the moment, potentially looking at chasing down the Renwelton team. David Michael currently in that 249 Lamborghini. It's going to be, I think it's going to be a challenge to get past that Lamborghini, as obviously they're going to have a ton of speed down the straight. But hey, I mean, if you guys are that much faster than him, then I believe in it. So at this point, what's your stint plan for the remainder of the race here? Are you getting back in the car at some point, or are you done?
Yeah, I'm going for the last stint. We are basically just trying to extend every single stint as much as we can, because we had an issue back at, I don't know, our 10th hour or something. Second hour, and we had to pit very early, so we are trying to compensate that, and it looks like we compensated the last stint, so it's going to be like pitting at 1 hour and 5 minutes. It was very hard to do that because we overextended every single stint we could.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, and that's the perk of the Bentley, right? Is you can do that. You can basically run usually straight up to that 70-minute mark. I mean, the Bentley can pretty much run, assuming no stint limits, the Bentley can pretty much run about 90 minutes on a stint here generally, just depending on how well you can take care of your tires. So, that's part of the reason the stint limits are in place, in fact.
Yeah.
This car. So,
but lately our fuel tank has been limited to 120 liters, and we are topping it every single time. So,
interesting.
Maybe just some feedback. It's more even now. I remember I could do 90 minutes on one stint, no problem, and even the tires could last that long. So.
Yeah, for sure. So currently, guys, by the way, watching on screen, this is a battle for P6. This is Mark Whitford in the 199 OVRC team, and Merrick Shins for the Racing Line Motorsport AMR V8 Vantage 191. Battle for 6th position. We're currently shaping up some battles pretty much all the way up and down the field for the final 2 hours. You, of course, have this battle ongoing, the Broadbent and 41 battle there that will probably shape up here soon. And, of course, the battle back for P14 and 15. Lovelace has caught up to the Green Loftus team once again, only about 7/10 back. And they are slightly catching the Lamborghini in front, who I do see is now in the pit box. David Michael up, making his pit stop. So that will lose him quite a bit of time. And that said, it looks like the 107, of course, and the 221 will obviously have to make a couple more pit stops at some point. Anyway, So yeah. I mean, any final thoughts, Svenchek, before you get back to your team? I'm sure they're missing you back there. Any final thoughts for the end of the race?
I just want to say thank you to all of you, all the team, all the admin team, all the commentators team, because you're doing amazing job, and I cannot be thankful enough. So please, guys, watching on YouTube, give them a like. It's seriously the best racing I can be part of.
Well, hey man, we much appreciate that, and we'll take all the support we can get. Obviously, Green Office Engineering also participating in the World Tour Endurance Championship in the silver invite split. Currently P14 in the championship in their Bentley, and good luck for the remainder of the 12-hour, and of course, good luck at Monza here in a couple weeks, and wish you guys the best of luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you very much.
So, in the meantime, I believe that we're going to go ahead and I think we have now queued up a video of the replay from a little bit earlier. And as Stewie's queuing that up, I'm going to say goodbye to Mr. Ryan Mawson for the final time. He's going to head back out, figure out what he's doing for his final stint of the race. Ryan Mawson, I wish you luck, sir. The 199 team looking strong. Hopefully you can get that P5.
Hopefully so. And yeah, I'll give you a wave on the comms box as I pass the checkered.
All right. Well, Ryan Mawson heading out, and we're going to queue up this replay as Jesse Lee gets himself mic'd up. Just waiting for Steward to give me the thumbs up. Oh, Jesse, never mind. He's mic'd up. He's here. Yeah, Jesse Lee.
What I missed? Certainly no drama in the.
I don't know. I mean, it's Bathurst. Do we consider a drama?
Well, you never know. I hear we have a hot replay. Hashtag drama alert. What happened here?
Waiting for our producer. Producer's having a little bit of issue getting it queued up. In the meantime, we'll go full RCI radio here for a second. Just go ahead and play. Oh, here we go. I think we're gonna play it out. So here is the video of this. We have this is from the TV cam. You can see he kind of cuts down a little bit there. Not the best angle from the helicam, but let's rewatch that one more time. So here it is right here. He's coming out of the dipper. Definitely gets an overlap there, but of course the Alpine not expecting the pass there from what I'm imagining in that particular location. You know, Jimmy gets tagged there by the Alpine.
Was that Billy Octane?
Since it was Billy Octane at that time, yeah, currently was running in P1, so Billy Octane off the track there. Yeah, but yeah, unfortunate. I mean, it's just I just, in my opinion, and I think this is the steward's opinion as well, if I'm not mistaken, was that the Alpine just wasn't expecting him to come in at that particular spot. I mean, he did have a bit of an overlap there, but it's such a tight circuit at that section. That's why we had. That's why we have that danger zone in place there to recommend that people don't make the overtakes, Jesse. And the GT4s, as I was talking about with Ryan, the GT4s for the most part have been rigidly making sure that they defend their line through that section, because there has been multiple takeouts through that section that have been penalized. And whether it's someone with a ton of experience with multi-class racing like Jimmy, obviously he's probably one of the most experienced multi-class racers on the field, if I'm not mistaken. I don't, I'm sure a lot of these guys have done bunch of iRacing stuff, but Jimmy has done a lot for years, and he races in the higher class. I mean, look at this right here. Here it is. We're watching them follow this BMW all the way down, and you can tell they know that they have to be respectful.
No,
but
there's gonna be contact.
The 191 and 72 come into light contact there. 72 spins the 191 just slightly around. Takes advantage of that as well. I would not be surprised to see the 191 march pass into the steward's box here in a minute. I'm sure lights were flashing there, but having to slow down for that BMW, and they took advantage a little bit there. Barry, I did. There's the contact again. A little bit of a bounce off the doors, and there's the
into the back of the GT4,
into the back of that 778. It looks like.
Well, that's going to be a penalty.
That could very well be a penalty there. It looks like he was fighting tooth and nail, and unfortunately, not understanding that again that's a GT4 in front. They have to slow. They're gonna be running slower, and that's gonna be an interesting one there. That's maybe a double steward's inquiry coming out, both for the 72 and the 191, as we're gonna see that. But we'll have to see the result of that in a little bit. For now, Merrick Shins has taken over P6. Mark Whitford in the pit lane, dipping out to make his pit stop, and Barrier falls back to P7.
Yeah, and just going back to that incident there, it was known by all the drivers. All the drivers wanted a no passing zone or an understanding that you won't attempt to make passes in the tightest sections of the track. Well, what RCI did, what the stewards did here, was they didn't say that you couldn't pass on the mountain. They said that they strongly discourage it. They call it the danger zone. And if you go through there and are the one attempting to make a pass and cause an incident, or an incident occurs, it has been called consistently that that is going to be a penalty for the car attempting the overtake that caused it. And they've called that consistent all day, and that's all I could ever ask for, is know the rules and call it consistent. And as far as I'm concerned, they have done that, and it's just unfortunate that it came to that. It was very, very close indeed. I think we can all agree. But in accordance to the rules that were agreed upon by all the teams, that is, according to all the other penalties, we've got a penalty. And just like what we just saw, the punting of the GT4 car off the track, pretty sure that's going to come back as a penalty as well. And in fact, I do see Gergo in the race control box. That didn't take long.
Yeah, I was actually just chatting over the stewards while you were talking for a second, Jesse, as well. I wanted to make sure they can try to pick up that incident as well. Obviously, when we're seeing these moves on the GT4s, you know, personally, I'm very particular to make sure that these drivers are being extra careful around the GT4s as they can. And we don't really know. You know, we saw it from one angle. Of course, the stewards will go back and review it, figure out who's at fault, if anything. You know, maybe they'll decide it's a racing incident in the end, but in the end, it should be reviewed, and that's really what it comes down to. You know, the 12 has had the 12, not the 72, has had a fantastic race overall, and you know they've really had a fantastic drive, that TX3 team of Bounty, Barrier, and Ufella, but you know, hey, small mistakes can happen. Of course, coming into the contact with the 191 on the elbow, and subsequently racing a motorsport. I mean, Merrick Shins is probably one of the cleanest drivers that we have racing here at RCI. But hey, mistakes happen, even for good racing drivers like that. And you know, that's what we have the stewards here for. Not everybody is going to be perfect all the time, and that's what they will be here to judge. We're currently on board with the last two positions, not only on the field, or not only in the GT4 class, but in the field completely. This is the 80 BMW versus the 404 Connection Loss Racing Team, and these guys are fighting for dead last place. But Jesse, whoa, there's Bart, gets majorly sideways there. Majorly
I think
sideways.
there was contact. I think there was contact with the Lamborghini.
Yeah,
I think the
flashing
Lamborghini.
lights. Let's
The
see.
Lamborghini may have saved Bart Macha here. Let's watch this from the helicam. Yes,
Oh,
indeed.
yeah, he did.
Oh!
I think he saved him. I think he saved him.
I know that looked harsh, but I think that Lamborghini kept him from continuing going in the direction. Now, that's going to be heck on the tires, but I think it saved him. And what I was going to mention about Bart Macha, as we go back to Jimmy, who has regained the second place position after all of the late race drama, they're still in the second place position.
So I have a theory here.
Go on.
Well, hang on. They did make a pits. No, they haven't made. They made their pit stop on 278, but that was just a drive-through. They haven't actually made their pit stop yet.
Yes, they are 30-some seconds.
But he regained P2.
Front.
So let's see.
Right.
So the Russians pitted 5 laps ago. So that
yes.
means that based on lap times, no, they're still out of sync. So Jimmy's definitely still in P3. He's provisionally P2, but he's definitely still in P3. So Mintzilla, once they pit here in probably about another 3 laps, will still be behind the Lada team once it all shakes out. The Lada team, by the way, just came out of the elbow, and so that's about where they're at on track. Now the question,
They're
Jesse,
about 30 seconds back.
I have a theory here, Jesse Lee.
Oh, I love it. Go ahead.
Hear me out. Let's look at these stint times for the moment, right? I'm currently looking at Jimmy's stream. He has 7 minutes on his stint. That puts us, you know, to be safe, with 1 hour and 43 minutes when he comes out of the pit, right? We have 70-minute stint timers. He has to make a second pit. So, come into the pit, take just enough fuel to make it to the 70-minute mark. Do not change tires. And then Jardier pits again right at, say, 67 minutes, makes a full pit stop, and you run about 10 laps or so on old tires to make up the time.
So I'm going to raise you, Mike Jones, and I'm going to say Jardier gets in that car, runs the final hour and 40-ish minutes of the race, and has enough pace to pass Ivanov or whoever gets in the 41. Don't forget, I think Jimmer is actually running a bit quicker now here. It was 30 seconds last time by. It's now 31 and a half. So perhaps Mintzilla still has some late life in it, or perhaps Ivanov is stuck in traffic. I'm unsure which it is, but either way, there are battles everywhere. And even for the podium late in this one, Loveless here is going to attempt to get by Slizik again. How many times have we seen these two Bentleys going at it head-to-head? The 107 and the 221. Quite literally the reverse of what it was earlier, but here they are. GT4 traffic, lap down GT3 traffic, all in a day's work as Chris Hartfeld goes off in Skyline. Let me guess. Got off the racing line and had a bit of an incident.
That's my guess. He's going to hit this curve. Oh,
Oh,
no!
yeah. Oh, that's
Wow.
a big one. That's a big one. That's a big old wreck there. And that is
Wow.
about as hard as we've seen all day. When you're on the outside, you hit that curb and you try to turn it to the inside and you lose it, you are going to have a big one. And that's what that was.
That was amazing. I don't think I've ever seen a car snap that fast.
That was
that's not
violent.
an F1 car. Yeah, the only thing I think I've ever seen snap that fast is like an F1 or an LMP car. I don't think I've ever seen a GT3 turn that quickly around. That was that would have hurt. if this was oh, Harteveld's actually off again. Hit the curb coming into the chase. You could probably catch a short
dear.
replay on this. Let's see. We're gonna come.
Oh,
didn't
what
quite
in the
catch it.
world?
Yeah, he caught.
It just
I
looks
think
like he
caught
lost
the
it.
curb in the kink, if I'm not mistaken. He's currently still going backwards, and stopped. He's looking for the re-entry. He should be able to rejoin now and get into the pit lane. Looking at their last pit, they just pit on lap 283. That's going to be unfortunate for them. He's going to have to pit at this point. I don't think that he can survive another 30 minutes. And yeah, there he goes. He's going to have to come into the pit lane. They are. Let's look at Marcus Lawrence. Marcus Lawrence is coming into the chase, so he's going to lose that one for sure.
Oh,
However,
speaking of Marcus Lawrence,
yeah,
mowing the grass in the world's most expensive lawnmower.
Overshot in the Lexus. However, P13, Stewie knew exactly what I was going for. Here's the Green Lofus team. This is going to be close. I think they're going to lose that position and Loveless, but they might be able to come back and still fight for P15 by the time he comes out of the pits. David, Michael, and Guider are too far back. They are not going to lose those positions unless they get themselves further penalties. But yeah, that's going to cost Harteveld at least 3 positions.
Well, that's just terrible for the GCWR team. They had such a tough day and they had fought so hard. And coming to the finale of this race, they were looking good for at least a top 15, threatening for a top 10. And then, well, he just went backwards twice on one lap, and that is pretty much going to be the day done for Harteveld. I'd be interested to see if Harteveld stays in that car. I don't think he would, but then again, he also might. In fact, now that I just thought about that, I thought about the stint timers and the stints. He may, in fact, stay in that car, but a really bad lap, 2 spins, and GCWR, their opportunity evaporating indeed, sitting there for a long old time. I would have to assume, Mike Jones, a lot of damage.
Oh, an absolute ton of damage. He's still sitting in the pit lane, by the way. I've been watching him on my monitor outside. We can just about see there in the comms box here, but a lot of the pit garages are in the way, still sitting in the pit lane trying to get that car repaired. I'm sure it is quite a bit. We're going to monitor him as he comes out. He's actually going to lose more positions. Here comes Guider and David Michael across the line, and he's going to lose those positions as well. Let's see, P17 is about a half a lap back at this point, coming in through Skyline. And there goes Hartfeld. He is going to be released. And Jesse Lee. Oh. I said it. I said it, didn't I?
Yeah, you sure did.
I'm
Mike
gonna
Jones,
Jesse Lee. I gotta take a break.
Mike Jones, I'm going to tell you what your mother should have told you about 20 some years ago. If you don't have anything good to say, don't say anything at all, because that you've done it to the man. And if GTWR would like to come have a word with you after the race, I think I'm going to leave your office door unlocked tonight because it has gone from bad to worse for GTWR. A drive-through penalty on top of everything else for them, and it has come undone. But for Jimmy Broadbent, a valiant effort, a penalty served, and now likely handing off the car today for the final time. Mintzilla will likely go back into the hands of Jardier, who has just been lightning quick. Jimmy Broadbent has come into his own on speed as well in this race, and they have been a solid top 3 team all day. Spent the most time in second place, and I don't think it's done. I think Mintzilla can still climb back to the second place position here on the final couple of pit stops. They can't get to the end from here. There will be one more pit stop, and as predicted, Jardier in the pit, or in the car, I should say, after Jimmy's double. Jardier will get back in the car and likely finish this race out. One more pit stop to go for Mintzilla, and Ivanov in the 41 reassumes the second place. Meanwhile, Matthias Egger is in a different part of the country. He may as well be in Perth as far as he is concerned. Orion Racing dominating for the second time the 12 hours of Bathurst here on RCI, and things getting spicy on the mountain here.
Yeah, Matt Samuel is out in front of the GT4 field. Of course, Kevin Stuck looking back at Ryan Gill. Ryan is just, he's not wanting to lose time. He's got that GT3 all over the back of him. Unfortunately, a little bit of a mistake cost them both time on, coming through McKinley Park there. And I almost feel like Ryan maybe got a little nervous, thought maybe the GT3 was going to go for the move, hit a curb and kind of turned him just slightly enough to make that mistake. But that's going to cool down the battle for a second here, at least. Kevin Stuck still in the car for the Kunos Race Team, and he should actually be coming in for a pit stop here pretty soon. If I'm not mistaken, he last pit on lap 250, and we're currently on lap 294. So we should be seeing Alfredo get in that car, and then Eris taking it to the checkered flag, according to him just a bit ago. Here is a battle that's heating up once again. David Michael and Geider, 514 and 249. Ren Welton team, having a bit of a recovery here. Obviously, they've struggled through the race, to say the least, but they are now fighting for another position here with Geider in front. Quite a bit of ways up to the 221 in front of them. Still waiting for that timing line to be crossed to even figure out how far back they are. It's been up for a while. I don't think that they'll be able to make up that time. Lap traffic trying to get out of the way here. One of the GT4 Maseratis, our remaining Maserati, in fact. Charlie Coughlin, the No Ghosting Racing, currently in that car. Just kind of getting up out of the way, letting the GT3s go past. There goes the leader. 126 Bentley flying past the Ren Welton team as they kind of slowed down just a touch. And Ren Welton has to back off the Lexus for just a moment as they allow the leaders pass. Now, that said, looking back up at P2 and 3, the Mintzilla team after the pit stop looks like we're about 30 seconds back, Jesse Lee. Got an hour, 38 minutes to go. We're going to keep an eye on these lap times and see just how quick he can be. The lap times from Milano Sport Rosneft have been in the high 3s, so I would not be surprised to see Jardier start reeling that in very quick. I would expect, if I'm going to have to guess here, I'm going to expect Jardier to be running at least low 3s pretty consistently. He's going to be pushing at this point. He knows that he can take 2, potentially even shorter stints if he needs to burn off his tires, as he's got plenty of time to do so. We're going to catch a bit of a replay.
Yeah, we sure are. The 249 here. What happens Is there contact perhaps or just an overtake? It looks like it's going to be an overtake. Didn't see anything in there that was potentially uncoordinated or out of line there. Oh, but there is something out of line here. Big pile up.
Ryan hit him. Ryan has stopped there. I want to say he tapped him. Here is the replay. Let's see. Coming down in the elbow and boop.
Oh, no. Ryan Gill, I am going to call your mother.
Well, luckily, I think Eris might give him a call, and Gergo, I'm sure. I'm surprised our my.
We are going to conference call Ryan Gill's mother.
Okay.
Don't ask how we all know Ryan Gill's mother, but that's not the point. The point is we're going to call her and tell her what her son has done.
Well, in the end, I'm expecting my Gergo and Ryan's group chat to start lighting up with messages here in a second. As of course, Gergo racing in that KRT team. But in the end, Ryan stopped. He let him out back, out past. But that may unfortunately
Might be a 5-second penalty.
maybe a 5-second penalty. I don't know if they'll report it. If I'm being honest, I don't think they will. It would be a 5-second penalty if they did report it. But what it's gonna cost them, Jesse, is a chance at Matt Samuel, I think.
Yeah, I think it is. Regardless, I believe that is the correct call. Well, Jordan Grant Smith in our chat here on YouTube saying that he had to pit because his internet was spiking and he didn't want his team to get disqualified. So that's the second time Jordan Grant Smith has had that issue in a 4-week period. And he had to pit and got his car in the hands of another team driver. And that's unfortunate for them. But no hashtag ban Jordies because he was able to catch it and pit the car. But still a big loss there, an extra stop. Can't afford it in this, you just can't afford something like that at a time like this near the end of the race. And that will derail Jordan Grant Smith's plans of 9th place, I'm afraid.
Yeah, 9th place for them, but that is kind of where they've been floating off and on most of the race. Kind of around that P10. I was talking to Ryan earlier while you were out, Jesse, obviously while he was joining me for comms, and he basically said that their goal was to try and get P10 at the least, and there are the penalties actually from that incident in the elbow and subsequently the chase earlier that we caught on camera. 72 and the 191 came into contact in the elbow. That'll be 5 seconds for him. And of course, the 191 tapping off 778 with that minor push off is going to receive him a 5-second penalty as well. And I can see him. Jesse Lee, did you see that man walk past the booth?
Yeah, that's. I feel like Gergo has a key to Tom Roberts' race control room. I've never seen a human being in and out of room. He is going to get in race shape simply by walking up the stairs and walking down this hallway. It is absolutely incredible. Where Ryan Gill did eventually make the pass, despite the fact that there was a spin a few laps ago. Ryan Gill does get by the 778, but for how long will that last with Gergo in the box complaining to the stewards about the 734? I still think no matter what the outcome here, that may have cost them a potential chance at Matt Samuel in the 996. How interesting has this GT4 battle been all day? Back and forth, and here we are still very much in doubt with an hour 30 left to go of a 12-hour race.
Meanwhile, back just a couple positions back in the GT4 race, Milton Seal Vasson is caught up to the Waldecker 411 BMW as well. So that battle's going to heat up back there. That's in, of course, P4 again in the GT4 race. Here's Cody Blanton for the Triple R team. Currently still trying to chase down Marinowski. The Triple R team has had a recovery drive since lap 2. More incidents besides, but as for the most part, you know, it's been pretty reasonable for these guys to the mid section of the race at least. I'm sure Harry Conway went out, chime into chat, and let me know how bad it's been, as that is his normal MO. Mike Noble in the chat cheering on Mr. Ryan Gill for wrecking Kuno's Racing Team, And I'm sure Ryan's going to probably receive a slight penalty for that, obviously. But Mike Noble says that he would be rear-ended by Ryan any time in the in his Noble's racing in the 996. So out in the lead, Mike Noble is. Unfortunately, Mr. Noble, I don't think that you're going to chance to get rear-ended by
Wow.
Ryan Gill. If you do, things have
Wow.
went very wrong.
Well, I've threatened to talk to his mother, of which I already have the phone number of, for health reasons, of course, Mike Jones, in case you wonder. And there's definitely nothing else going on. And now Mike Noble is, I think we're seeing the blooming of a love story from the 996 and Ryan Gill's 734 car. But rather besides, I'm going to move very swiftly on. And let's talk about some of the other cars today. This one, for instance, the 211 Charlie Crossland in the Maserati. We talked about earlier in the race how this is a very unique car in this race, simply because it has no ABS and no traction control. Well, no rain did amass. There was a very small chance of a shower today. That has not come to pass, and I don't think it will in the final hour and a half here, 4:11 p.m. Mercifully, the track is cooling off, but Charlie Crossland in the 211, well, they have been through it in the middle of the GT4 field all day. They picked this car on purpose for an extra challenge. I don't know why anybody would do that. You're already at Bathurst, which is challenging. I have done, and that does explain a lot now that you've mentioned that, Mike Jones. But so basically, folks, here are the layers. You picked a car that has no ABS or traction control at one of the hardest GT tracks in the world, on a track where you're sharing it with faster cars for a endurance race of 12 hours. That is the trifecta of difficulty. That is basically like playing Doom on ultra violence. And I would say they've done fairly well for themselves. They were caught up in some incidents earlier, the 211. And somebody was asking about the sister car, the 97 earlier, and just an update on that. Well, the 97 was doing very well. They were up where the 211 was thereabout, racing with each other, in fact, just before the halfway point, and then calamity struck. The 97 involved in several incidents in a row, most of which, not really their fault, some of which were just a product of racing that car. And then I believe somebody in the 97 lost steering, and they had to reset to pit road, which locks your controls for several minutes and puts you several laps down. That's what happened to the 97. That happened some many hours ago, and late in a race, Mike Jones, it's impossible to recover from something like that.
Yeah, definitely. And I think I see the stewards warming up their right fingers. I just saw Fabian Schmidberger talk to Tom Roberts, and I see him writing down 734 on a piece of paper. So I'm curious to see as to what happens. I stood up, went over to the window, and looked into it while you were talking there for a minute. And
is that what you were doing?
Yeah, that's what I was doing. I wanted to see. I was
Mike
waiting
Jones,
for
the
it.
last time.
I want to know.
Mike Jones.
Oh, there
Mike
it is.
Jones, oh.
There it is. I can see he
There's a crash in the background. I think it was Ryan Gill. Ryan Gill. No, it wasn't Ryan Gill. It was Kevin Stuck. It was indeed Kevin Stuck still hitting the wall.
So let's see. We're going to try and catch a replay here. Let's see. Kevin Stuck, does he come into contact with the 720S is the question. I think he did. Yeah, it looks like he
it might have
did
been
contact there. Unfortunately for him, again, we're having issues with the GT3 GT4 battle. I'm sure that's going to be another report. Panky just left the car.
Oh my God, that man is going to be tired out from simply walking upstairs. Not his stints in the race car, but walking up those stairs again and again. I feel like they have been abused in that BMW today, the Kunos Racing Team. Well, this battle still continues, and Kevin Stuck is going to toe to pit road. I can only assume. Oh my goodness, in Skyline, massive crash. The wheel not right on that car. Very broken suspension components. The only option they have is to tow, and they do the sensible thing there. Yeah, the tires not lined up at all. completely crashed. And that is going to spell curtains for the Kunos Racing Team here. Everything in GT4 falling apart late.
Well, the 15-second penalty did come down to the 734. Unfortunately, it won't matter for Kevin Stuck and the Kunos race team. Ryan Gill in the 734 will not suffer a position loss due to that after the incident there with Kevin Stuck. I went back to check on that replay. There was indeed contact. I think it's a little hard to call. Granted, I only looked at it for a moment, but I think that might be a little hard to call. Kevin could have floated up the track a little bit, and the 720S could have potentially held that line a little better. So we'll see if that one gets reported and what the stewards say about it, Jesse Lee. But unfortunate for them, here is the overtake coming back to the 2-2-1 over the Green Loftus team. He gets it done down the front straight into Hell Corner. And you can see the 107
we're not done.
is not done yet. He's pushing him all the way to the
He
grass.
made him back out.
Gets him down on the grass and gets down to the bottom of the track. Bit of an aggressive maneuver there from Loveless, but in the end, it didn't cause any
self-preservation by Slizik. There is the only thing that saved him. Slizik was prepared to put 2 in the grass, but not 4. And now look at this issue here. We have the 211 who is all alone here and in the Maserati, and you have 2 cars racing each other very carefully, trying to work their way through. Everybody aware of the danger zone rule.
Look at the mirror.
Calls an
Look,
issue
he
in
bumped
the
him.
danger zone, it's going to be something bad. And Slizik all over the 221 of Loveless, and bumper cars, but no real issue. Well, one's through. What about the next? It's going to be Harry through Skyline as the Maserati continuing to slow up Slizik, and there's not anything he can do about it.
Not really, no. I mean, the Maserati's kind of stuck. If he makes contact here, that's going to be a massive penalty. The Maserati cannot compromise himself through this section. We know that for a fact. The Maserati has to be so careful. Excellent driving, of course, coming out of that Maserati team. Charlie Crossland just planting it down as best he can onto the bottom of that elbow. No TC, no ABS in that car. Still manages to keep it steady through there, even with a GT3 passing through that zone. And that is just not an easy way to live. And unfortunately for the Green Loftus team, they lost almost 2.5 seconds like that. But in the end, you know, that is multi-class racing for you here at Bathurst. He's going to have to make up that time, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him make up that time. Kunos Racing Team still in the pit lane doing the damage repair. They're currently falling down the order. I don't think, Jesse Lee, I don't think that they will lose 3rd place overall, because they are laps ahead of Waldecker. I think this is Waldecker here, of course. He's got 1 more lap. He's now on the same lap, basically, as Kevin Stuck. Kevin's still in the pit lane, but we're going to see when he is released. I'm keeping an eye on him out the window here, and I'll let you know when it looks like he's released out. In the meantime, Ryan Gill, of course, 40 seconds back from P1 at this point due to the incidents that were had, both inflicted by him and otherwise from P1. 15-second penalty that he'll have to take when he does his final switch over as well. And unfortunately, that's almost a minute back. I don't think they'll have much of a chance at P1, but an overall good drive. The Alpine's coming out of the pit lane, or the BMW's coming out of the pit lane, but here is Slizik. He's going to come into contact with the Aston behind, it looks like, Jesse Lee.
Is it? I think does something happen in front here, I wonder, that sets this off. And yes, indeed the case. Side by side, an accident, and that is going to be Slizik involved with the 2-2-1. Loveless and Slizik together again, and not in the way that we had seen with the clean racing thus far. And by the way, I have been on purpose, very purposefully, not mentioning Kevin Stuck simply because I wouldn't have been able to get away from the Kevin Stuck, comma, in pit road comment, and I did not want that to come across as if I was making a pun. I accidentally do those sometimes, but he is out. But here it is. Waldecker has now taken over the 3rd place position. And that's just how long, because I think when you teleport, it locks your controls for several laps. So I think he was a passenger there with no work being done for the towing process. So stuck all the way back to the 30th place position, released from pit road, and that drops them from a podium spot
He
to
was a lap further back than we
outside
thought.
the top 5.
He was a lap further back than we thought he was. That's unfortunate for him. Yeah, I'm really curious to see. I don't think I've seen Gergo march back into the box. The OTL team, of course, in the box now, wanting to report that incident that just happened that we caught the replay of. But we did not get a report from Gergo on the McLaren in the cutting quite yet. Not sure if they will decide to report that to the stewards or not. But in the end, Paul Decker is so far at the podium position in the GT4 class. Here is one of the battles happening on track. This is the Sensible Racing Team currently chasing down Stephen Key. That was Geider not too long ago, and of course they had their issues off and on throughout the race. Fell off the back of David Michael and the Renwelton team, and subsequently Hartsbeld, who of course had that massive off on the mountain and had to return to pits, or subsequently had the massive off and then had a second massive off, I believe, coming down the chase. Had to return to the pit lane, or drive to the pit lane. He's back down in P15, 16 seconds back from David Michael. Still got time to make that up. But Jesse Lee, we're now crossing into sprint race territory here pretty soon. Last pit stop, the window will open in about 11 and a half minutes, give or take about 13 minutes if you count in stint timers and overtime. You can see the final pit stop starting to shake out and find the true track position of all of these cars for the final sprint.
Well, everything is coming back together, but I can tell you some things that are falling apart. The 191 of Shins and the 72 of Barrier have both been awarded a 5-second penalty for incidences.
Yeah, that was a while back. That was that one both in the dipper.
Kaposia, what happened?
Yeah, so Kaposi here. Those 5-6 penalties, those are the ones I talked about earlier, both in the dipper as well as the one in the chase with the GT4. It looks like Kaposi just kind of lost it. Yeah.
I think Kaposia did that earlier in the race too.
He did.
I think that's the second time he did that. That is so unfortunate.
And he's going to have to return to pits. Look at the damage. He's going to have to stop.
That is so destroyed. That was
man.
hard contact.
No, he has not returned to pits. I'm still seeing him driving. So no.
Oh yeah, he was just waiting.
Car going. He's coming through Skyline at the moment, so he's able to drive back to pits at least. I mean, he's definitely not going fast. Oh, there he goes. He just bounced off the wall in Skyline again. I think he's going to park it and return to pits at this point. Nope, he's still driving. He's trying to drive back. Definitely.
Well, part of the hood's missing on the Yaz Heat 149, and well, folks, if you can remember back before the halfway point, the 149 was threatening for the lead. I think they actually did lead at one point in this race. It was the 126, the 41, the 39, and the 149 all racing for the lead early. It was very exciting indeed. Well, for Yaz Heat, it has gone the other way, and Kaposia has towed to pit road. This could end in tears between Barrier and Shins. They're racing. They both have a 5-second penalty, so I guess you can say that this is a fair fight. Oh, excuse me, that is Antonov. In fact, that is not Shins. Merrick Shins is 8 seconds in front of Valentin Barrier. That is Antonov he is fighting with. So this isn't necessarily a fair fight. Antonov will be arguing, come on, man, you already got a penalty, just let me through. And Barrier will be arguing, of course, well, I'm in front of you, and I'd very much like to keep it that way, regardless of a penalty. And they're going to have to agree to disagree on this particular occasion, I'm afraid. Always with these RCI races, it seems that everybody comes back together in the end, and the drama-filled race of the pattern of contact with cars in the danger zone and contact with the walls all around the track. It's been a tough mistress today. We started with 41 or so cars. 33 of them are still in the race right now, and pretty much all of the 33 cars left have been in the wall or into another car at some point. It's almost inevitable as we continue to watch the battle between Barrier and Antonov, trying to get it done. And got to give credit to the 72 and the 56. They both had their problems today, but they have maintained a top 10 position most of the time. These two continue to battle, and as they do, we go back in the field, and Marinowski here with Cody Blanton for Triple R, fighting each other for silver. Keep in mind, there's 3 different races going on, and we're going to see a replay. Stewie saw something here. What did Marinowski do? Did he get a little sideways here? Oh, a little touch of the wall. And no position lost, even with Blanton as close as he is. Hard to pass and ill-advised most of the time, but a touch on the wall will do nothing for the aerodynamics on that Lexus.
Speaking of the silver class, Jesse Lee, we do, of course, still have the 2SLR esports team red out in front. The Chum Train himself that we spoke to earlier, currently piloting that car for the last, at least this stint. Don't know if he'll be finishing out the race or not, but they did just make their pit stop about 30 laps ago, so they should be approaching back end of the stint. So silver class leader still holding on to that 252. Egger still in the lead of the pro class, of course, 2 laps up from the entire field at this point. Matt Samuel comfortably in the lead of the GT4 class. And we're gonna, unless something happens, I think all these P1 positions are pretty much locked in through the field. The podium's potentially up for debate, and here's the overtake. Actually, as he said, both these guys, Antonov versus Barrier, not able to quite get it done. Closes the door.
That is so close.
Very much closed the door. Mirror, you can see in the mirror there a little bit of a freak out as the McLaren comes past him, but in the end you can see the 72 just closed the door on him, said, nope, not this time. I've got this penalty. I don't want to lose any more time. Basically at this point, Jesse, I think Barrier he's got to defend this with his life, because he knows that at this point Antonov is faster than him, and if he lets him by and takes this penalty, that he's going to lose an incredible amount of time. Very dangerous as they're approaching Bart Mach in the 404 team, but not able to get it done this time. And now they got to follow the GT4 up the hill.
Oh, he thought about making it 3 wide, did Kirill Antonov, but thinks better of it as they go single file. The 404, Bart Macha, who you guys interviewed earlier, he lets them through very wisely, and the race for the 6th place position is unsullied, as everybody getting very close to the wall. And my goodness, how the tables have turned. Ivanov in the 41 given a 15-second penalty. And that 15-second penalty was...
Let's see, into the back of the 221.
Yeah, he went into the back of the 221 whilst attempting a lap overtake. So basically he was attempting to lap a car and caused contact in the, quote, danger zone. And that led to a 15-second penalty. So that was a 15-second penalty in the danger zone for just causing a collision, not even wrecking somebody. Shows you how serious the stewards have been taking that. They're going to be side by side. There's going to be contact. Kirill Antonov, contact, hip check, and position gain through the chase.
Position gain. Finally, we're going to catch a bit of a replay of it. Let's
Look at
see.
this.
He's going to come through the kink. He's getting the run. He's in an Aston V8 getting a run. Gets out to the inside of the kink. Contact.
Oh, they didn't make contact. Did they?
Tap. I think they did. I think they made an ever so slight contact, just enough that the 72 kind of dipped off a little bit. But if they did, it was the absolute lightest of contacts. In NASCAR, they wouldn't even consider that touching at that point if they did. And that is Antonov out ahead, 5 seconds ahead of that car at this point with the penalty. Barrier immediately coming into the pit lane, probably the smart call. He lost the position. He may as well come on in and take that pit stop. However, what I did just realize, Jesse Lee, I granted I don't know about his where his stint timer was at, but if you look at the timer at the top of your screen, you will notice it is not yet at 70 minutes and Barrier's in the pits.
Yeah, that's unfortunate because they will have to come in, and they don't have to do anything when they come in. They just have to come in to pit lane, and that will reset the pit timer at the end. But still, that is a long time down pit road, some 35 plus seconds, the delta from one end to the other. And that's a 35 seconds that nobody else will have to do, even though you don't actually have to stop or do any service to the car. The car can make it from here. But based on the stint timer, there would be a penalty assessed if he tried to go the distance on this. Well, we explained the penalty on the 41 for causing contact in the top of the mountain and causing a collision. And that got Ivanov a penalty. Well, Jardier is on the charge. He was 15 seconds or so behind Ivanov at one point. Well, now he's only 12. He's absolutely on the charge, is Jaroslav Hanzik now. And that will basically undo the penalty that Jimmy got earlier in the race for contact of his own, coming through basically the same area. And that will restore order there, but they will still be fairly close, I would say, but Jardier continues to gain time, so maybe that won't be the case after all.
Maybe not. I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see how this battle shakes out, of course. A battle's all the way up the field again. We're having multiples here, realistically, right? I mean, Antonov's 7 seconds back from Chins, who's got a 5-second penalty. Ivanov, now has that penalty. Hanzik now ahead of him, realistically. As well, looking back through the field, P16 up for debate. The 514 and 83 are still in, and here's a screenshot, by the way, Jesse Lee, of that. Look at how close that is. That is as close as they got. I went back and looked at it, and that is as close as I could find them get.
Folks, that is what good netcode looks like, in case you're wondering. If you are the developer of any other sim, that is what good netcode looks like. Notice how they did not crash. They were able to get that close at 170 plus miles an hour and continue racing. That is excellent. Excellent driving from the two of them. Great spatial awareness. I thought there was contact because of the Aston there. He jerked the car to the right to gain space. It's probably because he became aware that he was drifting into the other car, but it looked like there was contact. Turns out there wasn't contact. Well raced and well driven by the two of them.
Yeah, an absolute fantastic drive, all said and done. I mean, these guys, I'm going to say this again. I've said this a couple times. This race. 72 car. I've been very impressed with their driving today from an overall perspective. It's Barrier is let's be honest. He's sometimes a bit dangerous. Makes some dangerous moves. And he definitely gets penalized for it a lot of the times. But today, just some very clean driving coming out from that car. I mean, looking back at the penalty reports board, I'm looking at the list of penalties. He's got one penalty, Jesse. That's it. So not too bad. Stewie is looking for a quick replay on that 41 car to see if he can find that. So we are going to lose pictures here for just a second while he tries to queue that up. And we're going to see if we can find that contact that the 41 had and subsequently got the penalty for, so that we can see why that 15-second penalty did come out. Currently just kind of looking over the field here, Jesse. I'm not really kind of seeing anything too crazy going on. Of course, P15, still that fight ongoing, the 514 and 83 fighting up and down the field. And I believe that Stewie, unfortunately, was not able to rescue that. This is the replay. I'm sorry. This is the replay here. So let's see what happened. So.
Oh, yeah.
So we did see it live.
Oh,
okay.
that is a crash.
That was this one. Yeah, this is that one we saw live. Anyway, you can rack that back and show us from the chase cam. Let's take a look at the chase cam here. Yeah, so just catches the 221 as they're coming through park section, and Yeah, that's an easy 15-second penalty.
Oh, I know it's late in the race, and I know you got to go for it, but at the same time, you were gifted second place. You have to agree. You're gifted second place. You're going to make Jardier and company fight for second. And basically, by doing that, by being a bit too aggressive, what they've done is they've given them the position back without a fight. And that's unfortunate, and it'll be a frustrating penalty for them. And I'm sure they'll disagree in the 41 camp. But, oh, man, it's just, it's tough. And you put the stewards in the box that they have to make the call. The easy thing, and this is something I was always taught in racing, don't make the stewards make a decision. And as simple as that sounds, that is the easiest decision you can make, is not having them decide your fate. And by that, what they mean to say is, don't make decisions that get you into trouble. And that, I think that's what we say.
Currently watching the battle for P15 here. The 83 Sensible Racing. Again, trying to chase down Stephen Key. Let's see some of the final pit stops coming out. Of course, the final pit window is open and done with. And we should be able to track down exactly where these cars will shake out. And in the meantime, I have a little call out for our chat, Jesse Lee.
Are you calling somebody out? Oh, I thought you were
I'm gonna call out
out.
the entire chat at the moment.
What?
Everybody.
Are you sure
want
that's wise?
everybody in the chat, every single one of you, I want you to go over to Jardier's stream. I want you to tell him that he has to run a 2:02.5 before the end of the race. Full alien mode. He's got to do it.
Oh boy. Well, you heard him there. Mike Jones wants Jaroslav Hanzik to run a very, very quick lap indeed before the end of this race. And we will see as he continues to close in on Ivanov for the second overall position. Coming into the final hour of the race, it was again 20 or more seconds about 10 minutes ago. Well, it's less than 10 now. It was 8 seconds at the line. At the first sector timing, it's 7.8. You get the picture at home.
He's talking
you can
about
do
cake,
that.
by the way.
Of course
Jimmy
he
are
is.
talking
Of
about
course he
cake.
is. He was talking about something else earlier that I cannot mention on this stream. But for those of you that were watching his stream, you know what I'm talking about. Very humorous indeed, while setting some of the quickest laps of the race. That does not surprise me. I am curious now what Jardier's favorite cake flavor is. So if anybody could tell me that, that would be just fantastic. What do you reckon, Mike? What do you think? Do you think he likes triple chocolate German style cake, or is he a red velvet guy? What do you think?
Oh, red velvet. That's a good call. I think Jardier is a red velvet guy.
Yeah, I think I'm actually going to agree with that. I think out of everybody here, Jards is a red velvet kind of guy. I'm red velvet. I am team red velvet, by the way. But red velvet with sour cream icing is just decadent. It's absolutely fantastic.
I am not. I'm not a fan of red velvet at all. I think it's too sweet. Oh, look at that! Look at that little switchback that Lexus just did. I know that's is that for position? Is that Marinowski? Oh yeah, that's Stewie's. That was
indeed.
That's Marinowski. There's a little switchback from the BMW. That was fantastic. Fantastic little run there for him.
Well, Ivanov in pit road. Jardier will not have to pass him on track. Ivanov in pit road is serving the 15-second penalty. On top of that, by the way, I mentioned this early in the race. They don't have to do that. They don't have to serve the penalty on the pit stop. They can take a time penalty at the end of the race. 99.9% of the time, teams elect to serve it on their pit stop because they'd rather prefer to know exactly where they stand in the grand running order, of course. So that's why they do serve the penalties, but you're not required to, as long as it's not a drive-through or a stop and go that ACC assigns you. Any penalty that stewards give you can be tacked on at the end of the race. But you don't really ever see that. We have only seen that a handful of times. And I think I'm trying to think of someone at Spa who did that and won a race here at RCI once. It was very humorous. They got a penalty for an incident with a back marker, but they were so far out in front that they decided to keep track position and just have it tacked on at the end. And very risky maneuver, but worked out for them nonetheless, as the 150 continues to hunt Marinowski, and they got very close indeed that time, backing off a little bit of breathing room. Mike, I find that it's easier if you're following somebody to have a few car lengths of gap, because you never know what the car in front of you is going to do, but it also helps you see the track better, and you make less mistakes that way.
Yeah, I mean, so I personally, I'm a defender more than I'm an attacker. When I'm out driving, I like to have the open air in front of me, regardless of what happens, and just being able to defend coming into a corner. That said, depending on where you're racing, I race in the AM or low silver class, and you know, the problem is that can't quite trust AM and silver drivers all the time to be braking at the same spot, so you do have to be a little bit more careful. However, these drivers are professional drivers. You can pretty much trust them a heck of a lot more than you can a lot of other people. I mean, like if I'm following James Parker, for example, I know he's probably going to brake within 2 meters of the same spot every single lap.
Well, Fosher in pit road, ending that battle early, going to try and do the undercut. Everybody that pits now, well within the stint time limit and the limitations of tires and fuel. Anybody that pits now, what I'm saying, can make it to the end of this race, both on a single driver and a single tank of racing fuel. Matthias Egger, not seen much of him in the past 6 hours. Why? Because he's so far out in front that our cameras cannot pick him up. No, I kid, I jest. It's just that he is out front and doing a fantastic job. Him and Berrezzini have ran a masterful race for the second consecutive time in RCI's 12 Hours of Bathurst. Though this edition very much different than the first one, they have excelled nonetheless. They won by half a lap last year. This year, it is looking like a full lap's distance. Kellyan Choglu in the 83, pressuring Stephen Kwai in the 514. Nice to see the Lexuses, Lexi,
Every time there's Lexi on the track.
Pick whichever one you like, chat. Lexus is doing well here with this BOP. Jardier was in here earlier talking about complimenting the BOP, saying that it forced people to drive other cars and it balanced out a lot of the machines. Speaking of Jardier, there he's in the background. I tend to agree, and case in point, we've got Aston Martin, McLarens, Bentleys, Lexuses, Lamborghinis, Ferraris, all in the top 15, and it's been absolutely fantastic. And it definitely broke it up, and it kept it from being a Mercedes fest, in my opinion.
Oh, well, no. I think it kept it from being a Honda.
Oh, that's right. The NSX is the one that's dominant here. That's correct.
The NSX so fast at this track. I mean, we saw that in the Friday Championship Bathurst race with Lebrecht, Herbert Rochelle, and of course Ismail Lebrecht. I mean, just absolutely dominating the hot lap. I don't think any of them made it to the end of the race, unfortunately, as there was the driving standards were not great that race, but the NSX were so fast at that track. There's a 40-kilogram bop put on the Honda in this race, and it was enough that nobody decided to take it. And you know, here's the thing: that 40-kilogram bop wasn't really enough to make it bad. It was still enough to make it competitive, and that's the whole goal of the bop. It's not to say no, you can't drive this car. It's to say make it competitive. You know, we've got the 40-kilogram bop on Merc. We have the 30-kilogram bop on, or sorry, 40 kilogram on the NSX, 30 on the Merc, and 20 on the Ferrari and Audi. Granted, the Ferrari got a little nerf last week, from what we understand, and so probably wasn't needed. But we weren't going to make a BOP adjustment at that point. And realistically, not a lot of people, if any, decided to take those cars regardless, which I'm kind of happy about anyway, Jesse, because it means that we've seen a lot of Bentleys out here, a lot of Aston V8s that we don't normally see in our invitational splits as much. There's even a couple Lambos on the field. Hartfeld, of course, driving the Ferrari, and even a couple Lexi out here, as you said. And
I have to read this. I have to read this. Chat, there is no common ground here in chat with how you pronounce multiple Lexuses. We have Lexo, Lexi, Lexusy, Lexi, Lexuses. So nobody in agreement. So that turns out I'm not crazy after all. I assume the plural of Lexus is Lexuses, but I think it should be Lexi, but I digress. That is an argument for a very different time. Less than 1 hour to go here. And, oh my goodness, our broadcaster Stewie said Lexico? Is that like lexicon, but for Lexuses? Stewie's speaking German at this point, and I've completely lost me. I am going to need a picture, Stewie, if you want me to relay that, because that confused the absolute crap out of me. Anyway, less than 1 hour to go here in the Jimmy and Jardier present the 12 hours of Bathurst here on RCI TV. And if you have enjoyed today's broadcast, and we very much hope that you have, like and subscribe for more GT racing content. We're going to be back here tomorrow for the finale of the British GT Cup. That coming tomorrow afternoon. Huh?
A lot of finales happening.
There are indeed. Of course, the Diamond Drive Cup on Wednesday, which is not a finale. 2 races left in that. And then on Friday, the finale of the Friday GT3 World Championship. That coming to you on Friday, and then Night Owl for you, Night Owls on Saturday night. And then, of course, we have, I think it's Alton Park, isn't it?
6 hours
on Sunday.
Park and GT4s on Sunday.
Indeed. So, as you can clearly see, we have a lot of GT racing action from all over the globe, and we'd love to see you there as well. Like and subscribe. Click that bell to stay in the know whenever we go live here on RCI TV. And as a general reminder, we would like to thank all of our partners that make this race and every race possible. Race Department, AK Informatica, Raceface, Speed Labs, Sim Racing GP. And all the links to all of those awesome people are in the description, as well as the link to join our Discord. Get involved, get on the racetrack. We would love to have you here at RCI. The more the merrier. And taking a long drone shot down the Conrad. The car's coming right at you. And just shows you the speed in which they get cooking in somebody's house here. Now, I do have some information about some of the people that live on the infield. Everybody here knows that they live on a racetrack, and they don't mind it. They sort of wear it like a badge of honor that for 12 hours once a year, and then again 8 hours once a year for the Supercars race, they cannot leave their homes. And I think that's great. How often do we hear people complaining that they live right next to a motor racing circuit? Well, nope, not the people here at Bathurst.
Jardier likes to talk about Imola a lot on that.
About the complaints at him.
Yeah, when he was out there, obviously after winning the Lambo Series out there driving the Lambo ST, he was told that after the chicane on the back end of the track, he could not go full throttle.
What does that mean?
There's houses out there. People moved in, and they complain about the noise, so they can't use the full throttle in the cars while they're going through like that section of the track. Basically, they have to keep it quiet.
I don't have anything nice to say, so I'm going to take my mother's advice and not say anything at all. If you buy a house on or near a racetrack, expect there to be racing. It's the same thing. It's the same thing that people do. They'll buy a house in a flight path, okay, and they'll close on that house. And this is something that happens here, by the way. This is a relatable thing. They'll buy a house, and then they'll complain, oh, well, there's airplanes. It's like, no kidding, there's airplanes. You live in a flight path, you dope. Anyway, moving very swiftly on. 52 minutes left of racing, and it's going to be a punt and a shot and a spin. Absolute dumpage. I cannot think of a better word than that. He just straight up got dumped.
Yeah, that was one of the Bentleys, if I'm not mistaken. That was the
The 221, wasn't it?
The 221 of OTL Racing. Here's the replay. Let's see what happens here. So the 221 going to come along the outside of the kink, and yeah,
there wasn't.
Wow,
there wasn't
what
contact.
happened?
Stewie said that there wasn't contact, and I didn't believe him. But I should always believe Stewie because he's always right. No contact. I thought it was a dump job. Was not a dump job. How did he lose it there?
I'm looking back at the replay now. Oh, he was hard. He locked up his brakes. So he was approaching the back of the Aston at high speed, and he had to slam on the brakes while he was ever so slightly turned, and it just threw him. So here's Crossland getting past Keeble there in the MSVR Racing Team. So they're going to make up a position for now at least, but Keeble's going to, I'm sure, stay on the back of him and try and get that back out. But yeah, Jesse Lee, lock up of the brakes. GT4's in front. Nowhere to go.
Well, my apologies to that GT4. It looked from our camera view, and of course it's a two-dimensional image, that he got straight up dumped. That was very much not the case. So my apologies indeed to the GT4 car, completely faultless. And that's the third or fourth time today we've seen a GT3 car lose it on Conrad or through the chase and collect a GT4 car that was minding its own business. It goes both ways is what I'm getting at. We've certainly seen it go the opposite direction as well. And completely faultless, the GT4, just wrong place at the wrong time. Happens to everybody eventually if you stay in motorsport long enough. And just another casualty, the 221.
And the 221, of course, let's see. They have fallen back after that damage. P13 still, so he is still puttering around. Of course, they did pit on lap 306. We're on 319 at the moment, so trying to decide if they're going to come in for a pit and try and repair, or what he's going to do. I'm kind of curious to see what this lap time is for the 221 to see if they're still looking good. Nope. Coming to the pit lane right now. So yeah, tried to do a lap, decided it wasn't going to be worth it. Looks like the OTL, Joe Lecor, going to come into the pit lane, and he's going to make those repairs. 50 minutes too long to not drive around with that much damage. So that's going to cool down that race. He's going to probably be back about the point that Cody Blanton is, if I'm not mistaken. Cody Blanton and Yimaz currently making their way over the mountain section. Slightly apart, granted, but we'll see where Joe Lecor kind of shakes himself out.
Oh, Ryan Gill's going to go for a spin here. He was going way too fast into the chase. And Stewie, what are you doing to our man Ryan Gill? Well, Ryan Gill, you are not in Tokyo, son. There's no reason to be drifting here and just too much speed and spinning around. I don't know how Stewie does this, but every single time we cut to an RCI driver or team, he got Fabian Schmedberger earlier live, very concerned about his timing, gets it going the right way, does Ryan Gill. Well, he loses the lead to Andre Franca in the 996. He still has that 15-second penalty, does Gill, in the 734. And I wonder how far Martin Schumacher is in the 411 back now. So just about that far back. That's quite a far away. So I'm unsure if Gill will lose second now to Schumacher with that 15-second penalty.
If I'm
excuse
not
me. Yeah,
mistaken,
they're not even on the same lap.
And also, I don't think it matters if I'm not mistaken because I think Schumacher has to pit anyway.
So Schumacher's 2 laps back of Ryan Gill, so that's irrelevant either way. The big battle here is between the 996 and the 734. Could you imagine, and I'm not dumping on Ryan Gill, I'm merely stating, can you imagine how far Ryan Gill and the RCI Triple R 404 CLR team would be out in front of GT4? Oh no, another slam, bam, thank you, ma'am. And okay, I cursed him
I think
that
Ryan's
time.
going to get out of the car.
I think
Ryan's
Ryan.
this
I think Ryan is getting out of the car. But what I was going to say before I very much cursed that team, what I was going to say was,
Oh
can
no!
you imagine how far
He's
the
going to return to pits,
734
isn't he?
would be?
Nope, he's just
I don't
driving
know.
through the dirt.
He's very damaged here, and what he was doing there was he didn't want to take up any of the track room as long as he could. He's going to straight cut the chicane here. But this team,
Leaders
my
coming
opinion, would
through
have
as
been
well.
far out in front had they not had their calamity. Now that is the leader. That's Orion Racing. Obvious suspension and steering damage to the 734. Treacherous half of a lap here. The white flags, the marshals are waving. White flag indicates a damaged car, a slow car in front. That flag different to a yellow flag, of course. Yes, Mike Jones, a yellow flag.
What's that, Jesse Lee?
It's the redneck way of saying the word I can't say. YELLOW. I actually don't know how to pronounce that properly. I've never had to before.
Can you say? How do you say yell?
Yell.
Like you're yell. Yeah. So yell. Oh.
Yeah. Yell. Yeah. Too complicated. I'm gonna go back to yellow. 734.
Oh yeah,
As you
his
can see here,
wheels handily left. He's gonna try and cut as much as he can here just to stay out of the way.
It's
but
all messed up. Does this count as track cutting if you're this slow? I don't think it
we're
does.
gonna find out.
We're doing experimental racing here all of a sudden, but he will drive that car back. Now, I know this. Oh, look at that. Going straight, he is at, I would say that's a 35. That's 35
can he
degrees.
to get through the chicane?
35 to 40. He's going to have to nearly stop to get this through the chicane. He's actually going to cut the chicane. He did this once in a race before and
it
lost
didn't work
a race.
out very well for him.
It didn't. He lost a race because of that, but gets it back to pit lane. Now, that's actually going to be, because he was able to do it without incident, I get to say very smart, because if he wouldn't have done that and he would have teleported, that would have been 3 minutes of them sitting in pit lane. Well, certainly now, somebody has mentioned to Andre Franca that all of their competition has literally evaporated. And the 996, the true leaders of GT4, here with 45 minutes to go.
45 minutes to go for them. The question is, how far will Martin Schumacher be down once this all shakes out? Schumacher, of course, coming through Skyline at the top of the mountain right now. And he's looking at Ryan Gill and that pit marker on his name and smelling blood. GC Racing Team is going to want it. He's definitely still laps down, but Ryan Gill's going to be in the pit lane for at least a few minutes, I would imagine. So it'll be really interesting to see how that kind of comes out. We'll have to check back in on it once the Alpine leaves the pits, but here is the GTWR Racing Team once again. They're now on the back of Svenchek. Of course, the 221 has excessively backed off after the incident that he had a little bit ago. A little bit of a half self-inflicted, trying to avoid the GT4s coming through the chase. Spun himself around, but Svenchek that we spoke to earlier, Jesse Lee, has still got his hands full. I'd rather have Joe LaCour in my tail than the GTWR team, though.
Yeah, Probst here trying to get the pass done for 12th place. Looking very racy is that number 21 Ferrari. They've been in the wars today. Been in the wars and the walls, but that has not deterred them. Potential top 12 position here at stake for the 21. What happened to Dijkstra? All right, Skyline, nothing looking out of the ordinary just yet. Oh, and just gets on the brakes, gets on the curb, loses it, and finds himself in a very dangerous place. Oh, locks it up and sits very, very still. Checks to make sure it's clear, and we're good to go. Very smart stuff there, but a further incident for the 911.
Yeah, the
Well,
911 team, by the way,
730
I'd be curious
Sorry,
to
go
talk to Ryan about that again, but apparently the 911 team is filled with a couple real-life racing drivers that drive in some Porsches. I'm kind of curious to find out a little bit more about them. I might have to track Ryan Gill down now that he's out of the car. By the way, Billy Octane did shake out, of course, ahead of Schumacher on the top of the mountain. Schumacher is still one lap down, but has the potential to unlap himself again, hopefully. Now, that said, Probst here still chasing down Svenchek. GTWR team is not going to give this one up as we cross the 5 p.m. mark here in sim time. 42 minutes remaining in this race. He's going to look to the inside of the kink, which leads him to the outside of the chase, keeps it on the track. We've seen that move happen before. GTWR team multiple occasions.
no! He blew it!
Overshoot from the Bentley. He saw that BMW in front and was scared. He had to, I think, release the brakes. I would not be surprised. He had to release the brakes and shoot, or
He
was gonna
released
hit
more
that
than the
BMW.
brakes.
Yeah, watch. Yep. He realized he was going to hit that BMW. He knew that he had to shoot off into the grass, lose the position, or he was going to hit the BMW in front. The GT4 is just too slow through the chase, and Probst gonna go ahead and take that position. GTWR making up not a position in class, but an overall position, and since, hey, this is a one-off race, we're not fighting for points. Overall position is a position that matters. And here is another fight shaping up once again, the 191 and the 56. We're seeing kind of off and on, Jesse Lee, 72, 191, and 56, kind of fighting each other for about the past 6 hours, 7 hours or so. And here it is once again, going to heat up.
Well, Anufrev here, no stranger to racing the 191 of Racing Line Motorsports, and has had bouts with Van de Kokelt before. Well, this time it could be, for all the marbles, chaps, a fight for a top 5 spot. And like I said, these drivers here, all the drivers in the top 10, you got to give a hand to them. They have been pretty darn special today in their respective teams. Everybody having adversity and having to rebound. And if we can go 40 more minutes for Karsten and that 252 team, what a special day it has been for them. Silver team. We heard earlier Karsten's going to be moving to the number 16 Renwelton team with Wilmoth and them in the future. So potentially one of the last races for Karsten in the 252. But the battle here between Anufrev and Van de Kokelt. Aston on Aston. How many times have we seen that today? Fair fight between them. And Mikael Sundstrom has found somebody. No, he has not. Well, he's found somebody to look at. But Mikael Sundstrom nearly on pace, 8.99. And I think up in front of here we have all 3 of the Lexuses, or Lexuses, or Lexi, in a train together as Mikael Sundstrom's battered K2.
They're all there.
No, this is a photo op. That's all this is. They're doing this on purpose. They gotta do it for the factory team. Yeah.
Ryan's posting gifts in chat.
Oh dear. Well, Ryan's had a tough day. He started off in the box, and then he had to jump into the car, and then he had to get back into the box, and then get back into the car, and well, he ended up in the wall, and that's unfortunate there. But you got to admire any team that signed up for this sort of race and has made it to this point. It has been a very fraught undertaking indeed. But for the 734, we're going to come up just shy of having a shot at winning this race for GT4, but it looks like a podium is still on. And interviewed Ryan earlier. He was talking about what they thought they were capable of, and he was very impressed at their pace, and so am I for that matter. That little Alpine absolutely getting it done is likely to stand on the podium, all things considered.
Somebody who else was just celebrating about their position on the track, James Parker, in the chat, in the Discord chat specifically, not the YouTube chat, talking about how, quote, in his explicative box worth of a car, that Maserati up in P4. That team very happy with the results so far. They're currently 15 seconds ahead of Simon Keeble and about 30 seconds back from Martin Schumacher. If Martin has any sort of issue, they might even step up to the podium. I'm curious if James or any of the other guys in the 211 team are in chat. I'm kind of curious to chat with you guys about that Maserati and your experience there. If you guys want to pop in for an interview or just put some thoughts in chat, even as here is the Mintzilla in for his final pit stop. 37 minutes to go. He really stretched that stint out to the very end, taking probably as little fuel as possible here, putting some new tires on that car. He's in a nice, comfortable position. Here's Ivanov, the team behind them, and you can see how far back they have fallen after the penalty, and Jardier just putting down the lap times, Jesse Lee. I mean, just an absolute blazing stint, set of stints, really, from Jimmy after the penalty, as well as Hanzik. And this is just what we saw last time as well from them in the 12-hour. Like, they just did fantastically towards the back end of the race, just making up position. They're just now fighting for P2 instead of P7.
Yeah, they definitely finished 7th last year in this race. Well, they returned after Jimmy told me, I don't think Jardier ever wants to drive a GTR again, and I can't believe he signed up to do it anyway. Well, flash forward to 2021. Somehow, some way, Mintzilla lives, and the race carries their namesake. And I don't feel, in talking to both of them today, that it was ever about winning this race. It was about the taking part, and it was about proving that that car could go very well and proving that they could race very well in that car. I think they've ticked all the boxes today. It's looking like a very well-deserved podium. And while the Orion race team may be on a different planet, that GTR has been incredibly rapid around this joint. Stonking is the term that I would use in relation to Jardier's pace here late. And Jimmy, of course, also a major part of the team. Jardier can't do it by himself. And when called upon, when needed, Jimmy was able to put in quick laps and maintain position and make strategy work. There were some concerns coming into this race that Jimmy would only run just a little bit of the race. That turned out to be not the case. Jards has handled the majority of the race, but Jimmy did put in several double stints here today. Jardier in and out of pits. That will be the final time they need to come down pit road. Looking secure in the second place position. Final 35 minutes, all about not making mistakes here. It's about risk assessment and management. Well, here is the 734. Billy Octane behind the wheel in relief of Ryan Gill. That car looking, well, it's looking sad.
Looking sad, but still in a smiling way. I mean, they are still P2, so you know, I mean, in the end, they're still taking home a podium so far. And you know, even though they've had plenty of drama, probably should have had the win today. Realistically, a podium's a podium, and you know, realistically, Ryan Gill's first endurance race in RCI, and more or less, you know, an endurance. He doesn't race in too many endurance races besides for, you know, the RRC races that we were doing, as well as, of course, the CHSR races that we're start doing here. pretty soon. But it's not something he gets to do very often, and I'm always glad to see when one of our staff members especially gets a chance to go do well in a race. And Ryan has done really well overall. Besides for that last stint, unfortunately, some mistakes by him, but overall, not bad driving from him. Billy Octane and of course Martin Lawrence, their resident fast boy. Here's again Van de Kovelt, Racing Line Motorsport, going to now get potentially that Ferrari wants past. That's Probst in the 21. That is not for position behind. It is for position in front, though. So that's the problem for Probst, is that he needs to fight past two cars that are fighting for position. 32 minutes left in the race, and try not to disturb them too much when he's very obviously faster. But Probst has 8.8 seconds to make up to the car in front, and he wants to get past without losing too much time. I think he's got the pace to catch. Realistically here, Jesse Lee, if he can get past, it just means he's probably have to muscle his way past here, because I'm sure the Racing Line Motorsport team and subsequently Andy Friev is not going to make it easy.
Yeah, probably not. It is going to be difficult in its risk assessment for Probst here. He's not made any moves on the mountain section, because keep in mind, if he impacts this race here, that will be a extremely harsh penalty by the stewards late in this race, and that'll take Probst out of his position. Probst fought hard for 12th place, and he deserves that position. Now, don't want to do anything that would cause you to be in trouble, but he is going to have a look around the outside as Probst. Again, it's not for position, but if this move does come off, which it does, it will break up that battle between the two Astons for the time being, but excellently done and excellently choreographed by the two drivers. The flashing of the lights there, not in anger, just signifying to the other car, hey man, you cut me a break. Thank you very much, very kindly. And now he'll move on to trying to get in front of the 56. And hopefully, in a perfect world, when he does that, that will bring the 56 and the 191 back together again, as the Bentley comes out of pit road and he gets flashed momentarily. But I think he's going to be up to speed here. And looks like the pace equalized between all the three of those cars for the time being.
We're going to see now if Probst, that was a bit of a move there. The 199 really wanted to get past.
I have no idea what that noise that just came out of our producer was, but it was definitely a noise.
I thought that was you for a second, Jesse Lee. So
that was Stewie.
So yeah, we're gonna see. Is Probst able to get past Andy Friev now? Because he's obviously Andy Friev kind of checked out just a touch there. And, he's going to have to make up those positions now. Mawson there as well. Mawson not really fighting anybody for position. He's down pretty hard on the next car, at least one lap down. So, he's not really fighting anything for position. He's got no reason to really need to kick it into high gear and kind of move over, let these guys past. He's not got anybody behind him. Arnsman is a lap down from him as well, so plenty of space here that he has. Probst is not gaining time, and he's got less than 30 minutes to go now. That's about 15 to 16 laps, depending on how the overtime will shake out. And, he's got the time if he can put the foot down, but, we're going to figure out how it is. This is going to come down to a last lap battle. I really think. I think that the 21 has the pace to catch Michael if he can get past these guys. And it's going to come down to a last lap battle.
Well, they're certainly not letting each other go. I know that Bentley there would very much like to get around the car in front, the 56. We'll see if that is possible, as Ryan Mawson is very desperately here at the end of this race, trying not to impact a race going on several positions in front. Of course, these cars not that far off. The white Aston in front, that's Anna Frey. That's the 56 in 5th place. And Ryan Mawson in the blue Bentley, well, they're back in 9th place. They're separated by a lap or two at this point in the race, but very respectful. And like I said, they all just sort of spaced out once they got into that configuration. I did not expect that, and I definitely didn't expect Van de Kokelt to fall back to where he is. I expected him to be all over the Ferrari, perhaps. But oh my goodness, going off in the grass before Skyline will save it. No harm, no foul, but a scary moment there. Perhaps that is the reason he has fallen back off of him. Maybe the 191, Niels Van de Kokelt, having a little bit of handling issue, just couldn't quite get the turn in.
Skyline, of course, just this is a dangerous aspect coming out of Skyline into the Dipper, and he it's just such a dangerous section of the track. You really have to perfect Skyline. I've always it's my odd strength on this track. Skyline is, Jesse, and the Dipper, however, not where I want to be at. probably my least favorite part of the track. It's such a risky place to crash as well. Obviously, we've seen a couple people stuck on the mountain today, and if you crash there, you are pretty much screwed. You're probably going to get tagged because there's probably going to be traffic coming through, unless they really catch the yellow flags and are able to slow down. And hopefully they will. And if not, you are pretty much stuck making a 7-point turn to right yourself and try to get back to the pit lane, and you are probably severely damaged after that as well because the walls are so close. It is not very often that you spin out there and not tag a wall.
Yes, it is. And a 7-point turn, that's being generous. I think we've seen 12, 15, 20-point turns at some point today. And the tactile nature of such, to make sure you're not impeding traffic, not causing a roadblock, and do it safely, can cause you massive amount of time loss. And if you do it the wrong way, it can cause you massive amount of time loss in the tune of damage on the car. Trying to think just very quickly, Mike Jones, what my takeaways from the race is here today. Well, first of all, I feel like the BOP was pretty good. I feel like Orion Racing is the only team that broke the BOP, but they're Orion Racing. They kind of have this track figured out. But everybody else, it was pretty darn good and had a fair amount of incidences. I would personally consider the stewarding fairly consistent throughout the entire race. I feel like the same calls were made over and over again with contact, so comprehensive on that end. But my other big takeaway is just how good GT4s can be. And can mixed class racing and endurance racing like this work in ACC? Well, the answer I think we get today is a resounding yes, and more of it, please. I think it makes the race incredibly compelling. I know for some it was very frustrating, but I think the vast majority of teams that we talked to today said the slower GT3 traffic is the most frustrating thing out there. It isn't the GT4s. So I feel like, and I hope I'm not foreshadowing here too much, people, but I feel like we're going to do something like this very soon again.
Entirely possible. Of course, for the most part, the staff we're trying to keep it to about once a month or so for the endurance races, with the exception of the GT4 Enduro that we planned. And then all of a sudden, Jardier and Jimmy are like, "Hey, please run the race," and we're like, "Okay," and added a third one for the month. But that said, once the World Tour is over, obviously we'll be taking a short month break for the summer. We will likely take the month of August off and not have a endurance race that month. Give the staff a break. A lot of people out on vacation, of course, and then once everybody's back, get back into it. And multi-class endurance race seems very likely. I have some thoughts on it for what I would like to see personally, Jesse Lee. A race that I've kind of been wanting to do for a while and just have not had a chance to do yet, as we just have not had the time. Perhaps if someone else approaches us and says, "Hey, we want to run something," and maybe we'll do that before, but I think it's gonna be at least a few months before we're gonna see something else big happen other than the World Tour. Sebastian Brunier in the chat telling me that Jardier ran a 2:02.370. He made it.
He sure did. Thank you to everybody in chat confirming the results that was a very rapid lap indeed by the second place team. And Jardier, mission accomplished. Nobody asked him what his favorite kind of cake was. I'm a little disappointed. I was serious about that, you know.
Oh, here we go. Everybody go to Jardier's chat and ask him what his favorite type of cake is.
Yeah, ask him. Tell him that Mike Jones and Jesse Lee want to know what your favorite kind of cake is, and you come back here and report to us to tell us what his favorite kind of cake is. Also, congratulate him, by the way, on completing the RCI end of race challenge of doing a 2:02.370. Thank you very much, and congratulate him indeed. I like it. It's almost like Need for Speed at this point. We're setting career goals in the middle of a race that you have to match, and he's absolutely doing it.
You know what I just pictured?
I think we just came up with the idea for Night Owl Season 5. It's what we've just done. You have like objectives
that's not
mid-race.
what I pictured. What I just pictured was Jardier or Jimmy doing GT license challenges.
Oh my goodness. Do you know what I think we should do at some point? It'd be very, very funny. We have a bowl of race objectives. We select a car at random. We give them a random objective. And basically, if they don't do it, they get a time penalty. And we call it the Joker race. I think we do something like that for a fun evening sport, just for laughs, of course. Oh my goodness. Well, that's gone wrong. It's gone wrong for several people. Unafraid has gone around. They've lost several spots here. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's going big style in the Skyline turn. And it's gone big wrong for the 56. Was fifth. Down as far as seventh, but there was another Aston off before that. I'm trying to figure out who that other Aston that crashed was. But 56 crashes out of fifth, back to seventh. Massive damage there. I would have to assume you're going to have to fix that.
Yeah, that hood of his is just about coming off there, and Antonov is not going to be too happy with that. He's going to potentially have to sacrifice that position that they've been in. And he's been in such a good position the entire race as well, but that is frustrating for them. Gonna have to make his way into pit lane, I'm sure. And yeah, he is coming into the pit lane now. So not Antonov, Andy Friev in the 56 Aston. And, you know, again, the 56 car, just a pretty reasonable race today, and this is gonna cost them probably one position, all said and done. Once the laps shake out, because Mawson and Arnson are a lap down, subsequently 1 and 2 laps down behind him. But yeah, Jesse Lee, just all the way through the end, Bathurst is really showing what it is. It is dangerous. It does not matter how many minutes are left on the clock. By the way, just ticked over to the final 20 minutes of this 12-hour race, and doesn't matter. You cannot let your guard down for a second here at Bathurst, and if you do, well, there you go.
That scared the absolute life out of me. That was supposed to be the track camera with the 39 in it, and there wasn't one. And usually when you see that, that's because somebody has reset to pit road and the camera hasn't caught up yet. Turns out it was just because the 39 was past that camera at that point. Very awkward moment there late in the going, and the reason I get more worried as the race progresses is because, well, there's no recourse. If you have an incident or an off now, it is no man's land. As we saw with the 56, they're still in pit road. They're continuing to bleed spots. That puts Van de Kokelt in the 191 up into the 5th place. Valentin Barrier into 6th. Woolmuth 7th. And now Anna Frave is in 8th place. Ryan Mawson is the better part of a lap down. So a question to see if the 199 will take 8th place now here with less than 20 to go. Well, you talked about it earlier, mistakes late in the race about a couple hours ago. Chet was basically in agreement that the fatigue of a race like this is setting in, and you guys absolutely nailed it. I couldn't said it better myself, that is indeed what has happened. A lot of these guys and gals have been in the car for 5+ hours, and 5+ hours stuck in high-speed traffic. Mike Jones, that does your head in.
At Bathurst.
Yes.
It's not like we're out here driving Silverstone or anything like that. We are out here driving Bathurst, where it is an absolute focus required at all times to this track. You have 2 straights, sure. The mountain is exhausting. I mean, even doing an hour stint here for your average, racer is a long day. These pro drivers doing doubles here, that's going to be a long day for them. And of course, Jardier and I'm sure a couple of the others as well did a triple earlier. I'm curious, Jesse, do you know in the Liquid Moly 12-hour if the guys are generally single, double, or triple? The heat, I'm sure, plays a massive factor. We don't have to worry about the heat. It's the one thing about the sim race. We have to worry about the tires, but we personally don't have to worry about the heat. But do you know?
Well, in the Liquid Moly 12-hour race, usually, I think if it's really hot, they single stint. Some people will double stint, and I think on a very rare occasion, you see a triple stint. It's not the track that lends itself to triple stinting for driver fatigue, discomfort, and all that. So I generally believe most of the time in the actual race, it's single stints, but you do see double stints some of the time. But like you said, that's very track dependent. I do know in some of the hotter years, including some of the most recent ones, it was single stint only all the way through the race. And that sort of has become the style, the old school of double and triple stinting, as made famous by Lamar, isn't really a thing you see too much. Yeah, you can do quad stints at Lamar because it's not the most demanding track, but here it's all about trying to keep that driver fresh and trying to keep that driver in the seat instead of falling out of it. Well, here we are.
Jesse,
the man, the myth, the legend. Yeah, the man, the myth, the legend. In the box as we go to the hospitality suites on the infield. I think we are taking a why did they render that session here with Stewie. And the suites very much well rendered, and there is the race control box. It's funny, I always pictured they would have computers and such. What does this say? Watch the race on your mobile. Well, that's a banner that will do you no good. I mean, you can watch this race on your mobile.
Yeah.
Canteen. That doesn't look like a canteen to me. That looks like a building. Now that's interesting. Bathurst Cycling Club canteen. Very interesting. It looked like a building to me. A canteen is a thing you have water in, silly.
I think that's European for like a bar, if I'm not mistaken, isn't it?
I you know what I do like? I like a cantina style dish, but I put my water in a canteen, so I'm unsure who is right and who's wrong in that case. I don't think anybody's wrong, in fact.
Stewie has hands. Go ahead, Stewie. So what's a canteen out in Europe?
No, that's a cafeteria, Stewie. You described a cafeteria.
He's referring to what would effectively be like a cafeteria as a potential canteen. I mean, maybe that's maybe that's European for cafeteria. Do you recognize the word cafeteria, Stewie? Okay.
What's the difference between a cafeteria and a canteen? Very interesting. So Stewie is saying that a cafeteria is for a small amount of people or things, but a canteen is usually a large amount of traffic. So that makes sense. We don't call anything a canteen here, as far as I know. But that, of course, is the difference between living in civilized Europe and, you know, living in the uncivilized world. And, well, as we close in on the finale of this race, I have to say it's been exhausting. I can't imagine to actually have taken part as far as a driver. It has been exhausting to keep up with so many twists and turns. It looks like the 126 Orion Race Team is going to win it by a lap or so overall.
Stewie now making fun of the trackside objects. Not
Well,
necessarily.
he's not making fun of it. He's questioning the safety, is what he's doing.
It's almost like he's never seen a rally event.
Yeah, and Stewie asked the question: is that fence supposed to do anything? No, that fence is to corral the spectators. The concrete wall is supposed to keep the cars in. And to answer your question, Stewie, no, it doesn't work all of the time. We're going hashtag chocolate cake. Is that Jardier's answer? It is.
Oh yeah, wait, a little bit above. Wadey says Jardier says he likes chocolate cake. So, okay, so I was wrong. No red velvet for Jardier.
So I was right the first time. I said German chocolate cake.
Oh no! No! German chocolate is very different from chocolate cake.
Well, now hold on. Do the Germans?
They're back to talking about chocolate.
Do the Germans call German chocolate cake, or is it just chocolate cake? Right. Okay.
Wow.
Well, Stewie has now taken to attacking the commentators. and here's what I'm going to do. I am not going to talk to Stewie anymore. He just offended me deeply, and I can't tell you what he said.
But
all I know is
your favorite type of chocolate, Jesse.
Oh, I like German chocolate. That is my favorite. If I had to pick a chocolate cake, that would be the one I would go for.
No, I don't
so
mean
I'm
just chocolate cake.
definite
What is your favorite chocolate in general?
I typically
no matter what it's in, like even if it is the German chocolate cake.
Well, I hate milk chocolate. That's the thing about me. I hate milk chocolate, but I do like dark chocolate.
Okay.
I also like chocolate with hazelnut in it.
See, I don't do nuts in my chocolate or in my ice cream or anything like that. But I will agree with you. Dark chocolate is very good. It's mostly because I don't like the ultra sweetness. It comes with a lot of milk chocolate and stuff. That said, my favorite chocolate is white chocolate.
But white chocolate isn't chocolate, Mike Jones.
It has chocolate in the name, Jesse.
Yeah, but you realize it isn't actually chocolate, right? It's fondant. It's a lie. I have just ruined Mike Jones's perception on reality. No, seriously, white chocolate is not actually chocolate.
I'm gonna pull this up so I can get the technical aspects of it here.
10 minutes to go in the race, and we're losing our minds.
White chocolate is made with a blend of sugar, cocoa butter, milk products, vanilla, and a fatty substance called a word. Technically, white chocolate is not a chocolate. It doesn't really taste like, because it doesn't contain chocolate solids. So, it is made.
What the heck is a chocolate solid? What does that mean?
So, let me continue then. When cocoa beans are removed from their pods, fermented, dried, roasted, cracked open, and their shells discarded, what results is a nib. Chocolate nibs are ground into paste.
I'm sorry.
Nibs. Apparently, you've never watched Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Chocolate liqueur can then be separated into cocoa solids, which provides the flavor, and cocoa butter, which is the fat. White chocolate is extracted cocoa butter rather than the cocoa solid. Also,
Jardier just did
the same conversation Jimmy and Jardier are having on their stream. So
Jardier just did a 2-minute 2:181, very quick indeed, picking it up here at the end, just showing off at this point, proving they can do it while we're having an argument about chocolate and how white chocolate is not really chocolate, and that there has to be chocolate solids, and solids is made from nibs, and it's. Oh dear, who knew chocolate?
What in the absolute heck is pink chocolate.
I've never heard of that in my life. I don't think
I'm
that's
going
a
to
real
direct
thing.
you to YouTube, chat.
I don't. Who said pink chocolate? Oh, is that Richard Aston is talking about
yeah.
pink chocolate.
I'm going to need you to expand on that, Richard.
Yeah, Richard, you're going to have to explain to us because you've never seen that. We don't have any idea what you're talking about, but please do enlighten us indeed.
Anyway,
as we close into the finale.
There is still a race going on occasionally. 8 minutes left on it, in fact. And Cody Blanton, that we're currently watching here, has caught Yimaz in the 83 Sensible Racing Team. Might be able to make up a position here, Jesse Lee. And while we're watching that battle, again, guys, welcome to RCI TV. Jesse Lee and Mike Jones style, and Stewie, for that matter, because he sends us off on some of these tangents himself.
I asked a simple question, and then you had to tell me about white chocolate actually being chocolate, and I refuse to accept that reality. But here it is, Cody Blanton trying to go around the outside. If they can hold this, they will have an advantage, perhaps, and they're going to stick it in there, and it's going to be a spin. It's going to be a spin for Cody Blanton and Triple R off of Yimaz. Could not hold it too much. Curb and spinning around is the 369.
Yeah. I think the Aston cut down a little bit on there, and Cody Blanton realized that he might hit him, cut the wheel slightly, and realized he was going to have to do that or wreck into him, and that's a tough one to call. We'd have to see it from another angle to really see, and I am in fact looking at it from another angle right now. Yeah. Yep. I think the Aston cut down on him just a little too much there. You could see Cody really yank the wheel down, cut the curb, threw him around, touched the Aston a little bit too, but in the end, that is Cody Blanton going to be shifted back down to the P7. Lost about 10 seconds off that, Jesse Lee. Here is your GT4 race leader, Andre Frankie, for the hazardous overlap 996 Audi. He has pretty much dominated this race, minus when the 734 has been in front, but unfortunately the 734 team has just had incident after incident after incident, self-inflicted and not, this race. And subsequently the 996 hazardous overlap, also known as the FFS Racing Team, has struggled the entire time. You can see P2 overall there in the background. That is the Mintzilla cresting the final corner across the start-finish line. We are going to see him overtake that Audi here in a minute. Here's the P2 driver, Alpine, Billy Octane, currently in that car. He is 2 laps down from the leader after all those incidents that Ryan Gill got himself involved in his final stint. As we speaking of,
Ryan Gill is back in the race control box with Tom Roberts.
Ooh.
So I'm interested to know what caused that late addition in there.
I did see Harry Conway post in our stewarding text chat that he says, quote, "We got some work for you to do, LOLL," unquote.
Why do you have 2 L's?
He's Harry Conway. He reads sometimes.
Okay, Harry Conway does what he wants, and so does Fulvio Berrezzini. What can you say about Matthias Egger and Fulvio Berrezzini that make up this Orion Race Team? You can say that. I was going to get to that eventually, Mike Jones, but I was going to say something.
I thought you were asking. Sorry.
Well, I mean, I also was doing that, of course, but for the 126, it has been a day to remember. They won this race last year in 2020 and 2021. The stakes were upped, the difficulty ratcheted up, and the rules changed. Well, it did not faze them, especially in the first 2 hours where they were the ones having to do the chasing.
Oh my God!
777 has been an incident there, and it's going to be very close indeed. Coming through the chase, what happens? Or not chase, Skyline. Oh, and just a big old smack into the wall. Doesn't look like anybody else. I could have sworn somebody else got involved at some point.
Yeah, I think
here we go.
I think what he's doing his turn here as cars are approaching. See, here it is.
Oh,
as far as they're
no.
able to slow down.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh.
he was trying to back up. That's the Dalking team. Stuart McLeod currently piloting that car. They, of course, had a recovery drive from the beginning. The Dalking team did, but awesome on them. They've powered through and are going to finish the race here. 3 minutes left. Looks like he's not creeping along. He might be able to make it through without a pit stop. Yep, he's going to. Here's the Dalking team. Powering through the end of the race here is these guys. Again, after just an absolute bonkers first few laps, put them way, way down in the order. Steward taking that to the end. They also had that drive-through penalty earlier in the race, as Stewie's reminding me, for track limits at some point or another. Jardier, of course, talked about the track limits a little bit ago. And Mawson, we were talking to Jardier about him, and subsequently, Jesse, you were talking to Mawson about him, I think, about how you can tap the wall here and get a track limits warning, and that counts in some locations. But as we cross the last 2 minutes of the race here, very shortly, Berrezzini making his way through the cutting. This is going to be his white flag lap the next time by. Going to get a fair amount of overtime here, so curious to see if anybody has not filled themselves all the way up on fuel and is going to risk running out of fuel at the end there, as we're going to probably see a fair amount, about, I'm going to say 80 seconds of overtime or so just from Berrezzini. Unless he slows down, Stewie points out. I don't think he will, because he'd have to slow down for almost a whole minute at this point to make that happen. Here he comes down the elbow for the second to last time, cresting the Alpine there behind. Here comes the KTM up ahead of him that come down into the chase. This team, the Orion Race Team, an absolutely dominating performance this entire race, almost 2 laps ahead of most of the field. Jardier is the only team that is only 1 lap down. They have lapped every other car in this race. Fulvio Berrezzini going to take this all the way to the end, crossing into Murray's Corner. We're going to take an onboard with him through the final lap here. Drone cam going to find the car coming into Hell's
fast
Corner
drone
for the final king. Stewie controlling the drone camera here excellently.
How does he get it so stable?
Chicken. He's got it on a chicken.
I don't think chickens fly, Mike Jones. What bedtime stories did your parents read you?
Jesse Lee, as he comes through.
Oh, I get it. The camera's in the chicken's mouth.
There you go. So
chickens are gyroscopically sound is the joke.
Here comes the cutting for the final time this race. Jesse Lee still on about the chickens. He wasn't too happy with that. Griffin's Mount into Reed.
Are you
Park.
commentating my commentating?
Stolman Park coming through. Gets the left-hander here. Flat almost all the way through is the Bentley. Here comes Mafilamy Part. We've seen so many incidents here all race. And Skyline, of course, the absolute killer of all cars through the Bathurst Mountain. The Dipper, one of my most dangerous corners on the circuit. And of course, the danger zone through here. We have warned drivers not to make any passes all the way between Skyline and the elbow that he is exiting now. Conrad for the last time, seeing the car accelerate out, pedal to the floor for the longest straight, one of the fastest points in GT3 here coming downhill at Conrad, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. The only faster point is, of course, Paul Ricard straight, braking into Chase, gets the left-hander, cuts back, takes the right, smooth onto the throttle, and approaching Murray's Corner for the final time at 5:44 p.m. sim time. A couple cars slowing down here. Fulvio Berrezzini and the Orion Race Team, Matthias Egger, his teammate, taking the victory again. back-to-back victories. Andre Felix for the Hazardous Overlap, aka FFS Racing Team, crossing the line behind them. Martin Schumacher wraps up third position for the GT4 field. Here comes Jaroslav Honzik across the top of the mountain. He's going to come through in P2 eventually here as he finished his final lap. Watching from some of the TV cams as he comes down the mountain out through the elbow, the GTR gonna get a little bit of a slipstream, try and chase that top speed all the way down the straight as he chases these cars across. Niels van de Kokelt finishes P5, already crossed the line. Ryan Mawson, P8, P6 in class in the 199 Bentley. Alexander Karsten, of course, still in P1. He's coming across Skyline for the final time at the moment for the silver class lead. Here is Jaroslav Honzik coming out of the chase, coming in to Murray's Corner for the final time. Midzilla, Jaroslav Honzik, and Jimmy Broadbent, who asked us to put this race on, brings it home in P2 with a fantastic drive, penalty aside. Got himself a drive-through just a couple hours ago, finished in P3, or came out in P3. Subsequently, Jimmy put the hammer down, chased down this car right here, Wada Sport Rosneft, got himself close enough for Jardier to take the win, or take the lead back from him into P2. And that is the podium all the way through as we're seeing cars flying off the track into Hell Corner. Here is Alfredo for the Kunos race team. They finished, of course, in P5 after all said and done, after Kevin Stuck had his issues overall. Here is the standings again. Orion Race Team up in P1, P2, Broadbent and Honzik, P3, the Russian Ognaragatov, Ivanov, and Sherlatov. P1 in silver class, the 2SLR Esports Racing Team Red, Wolmuth and Rupert for Excel Racing by Ren Welton, who, as we found out, one of the 252 team members, the Alexander Carson, will be moving over to the 16 here pretty soon. Tom Zarnsman in the PCDC Motorsport number 29 brought home the podium for PCDC in the silver class. And of course, Andre Frankie, Hazardous Overlap, Billy Octane bringing home P2, and Martin Schumacher finishing P3 in the GT4 class. Here's Fulvio Berrezzini parking in the pit lane, and Jesse Lee. I think we're going to have to try and grab these absolutely dominating Bentley drivers for a quick interview after they get out of the car.
Absolutely so. And just for the other podium positions, the Karsten Chumley Olive team, the 252 winning there over the 16. And then, of course, in AM, Andre Franca brings it home for the 996, the 734, despite all their troubles with Octane, Gill, and Lawrence Still finish in the second place position there. But here are the silver results confirmed, the 16 and the 29. Aaronsman, Wansink, Lawrence, and Stoffmeal finishing third there. And, of course, the AMs, or not the AMs, the GT4s, all home as well. Successful race for everybody who found their way home. It is the first thing you are supposed to do in an endurance race, get to the finish. Well, they definitely, for 33 of those drivers, accomplished that goal. We started with 41, ended with 33. And what a day it was. And Schumacher, Waldecker, and Bach, the final podium spot, by the way, in GT4 in the 411, just getting that spot. The 211, after all the troubles that Crossland, Parker, Ryan Meenan, and McCauley had, they ended up fourth place after all. But what do you say? Let's welcome in our overall winners for the second year in a row.
Yeah, second year in a row, 12 Hours of Bathurst winners. Orion Race Team joins us here outside the booth. Of course, Matthias, we talked to you just a couple hours ago, and Fulvio you're the one who piloted that Bentley all the way to the finish. We said this to Edgar earlier, but absolutely dominating performance. I mean, how does it feel to take back-to-back 12-hour Bathurst victories?
Well, it feels amazing for sure. This time has been a little bit more comfortable than last time, partly because of the car choice, partly because of the time zone, which is more comfortable to us. 10 to 10, morning to evening, instead of finishing up at 3 a.m. in the morning. We were almost unable to speak after the race, honestly. So this is going to be quite a more enjoyable interview, hopefully. Yeah. Yeah, I remember Mateus said only it was good. Stop. Period. He was completely broken after bringing the car to the finish. So no, this time it was. I'm not speaking about the competition because the level was incredibly high as usual, and the track was. We know how committing it is, and how important was to take care of the lappers and the walls and what's the mountain about. But yeah, we managed to keep the car under control almost every time. Been quite lucky sometimes, quite less lucky some other times, but all in all, in 12 hours, we have nothing to complain about.
Luck does definitely play a little bit of a part of it here at Bathurst. Of course, we talked a lot about that through the stream. I mean, sometimes you just get unlucky here at Bathurst, and today that was not you guys. You guys played it cool all 12 hours. You just about had everybody in the field lapped twice. In fact, P2 was the only one that you hadn't. So last time you guys won by about half a lap or so. Anything in particular that you might be able to pin that to? I mean, is it the multi-class aspect, you think, more incidents? And you guys just being able to keep it clean, or do you think that you've improved your pace through the past few months?
To be honest, I think the multi-class factor kind of split the top guys in both classes. So basically, we had to fight against less top drivers because a good number of them were in the other class. So maybe that thing made things a little bit easier for us. But I mean, in the first 3 or 4 hours, it was so tight. Anything could happen, and we in fact dropped like 2 or 3 places sometimes due to some incidents or bad luck. It could be worse. I mean, with all the guys in a single class, it could be from P1 to P7, 8 without in a blink of an eye. So that, yeah, I think the multi-class spiced up a little bit the competition because, you added another factor to a race that was already difficult on its own. So thank you for that. And yeah, but I mean, it's not only about improvement, about pace or experience, but yeah, this car, the Bentley, was definitely easier to drive than the Mercedes, and helped us to keep our cool when we needed.
Well, guys, congratulations. Orion Racing has won this race 2 years on the trot. Well, luck does factor into it, but there was definite speed. You guys have dominated this race. What's next for Orion Racing now?
Next is Monza.
Yeah, as usual, RCI endurance. So we'll see you for sure at Monza, 8 hours, and see what we can do there.
No. I was looking for a celebration, guys. Come on, enjoy it. How are you going to celebrate this win tonight, guys?
Yeah, great race. It's unbelievable. Winning a race like this for 2 years in a row is pretty good. It seems not, but we are very lucky.
Yeah,
for sure.
It takes some luck to win once, even more to win twice in a row, and we're looking forward to the third one next time.
Oh,
Ooh,
I like that answer. I like that answer. Well, you heard them talk about preparing for Monza, the next endurance race here at RCI. Well, we look forward to having you guys. Fulvio Berrezzini, Matthias Egger, thank you very much for participating again. And a big heartfelt congratulations on behalf of all of the staff here at RCI. Deserving winners again. Absolutely dominant. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you as usual for putting this together. Awesome job from all of you guys.
Well, much appreciated, guys. And again, congratulations again for the win. Jesse Lee, I believe that is about going to wrap us up here for the 12 Hours of Bathurst, brought to you by RCI TV. Thank you, Jimmy Broadbent and Yaroslav Honzek, a.k.a. Jardier, for asking us to put this race on and supporting us through this. And, of course, thank you to all the teams participating. The GT4 aspect of this was absolutely fantastic. And, of course, as Jesse was talking about earlier, we'll see you tomorrow for the British GT finale. Wednesday for the DDC Cup, 2 races left in that. Friday for the Friday Championship finale. The new signups for the Friday Championship are open on the Discord, by the way. Register for the pre-qualifying starts here in just a few weeks for our flagship Friday Championship. Saturday brings us the Night Owl Championship, 2 races left in that one as well. And, of course, Sunday, GT4 Enduro at Olton Park, 6 hours. I'll be joining you for the bulk of that race next weekend, I believe, joined by Ryan and perhaps Mr. Jesse Lee if he is available. In the meantime, thank you to Stewie. Thank you to all the stewards, Fabian and Daniel O and Tom, of course, for taking on the head stewarding for the most of the race. Tom Roberts for being in race control for the better part of 12 hours, and the rest of the stewarding team as well, and the rest of the broadcasters that have jumped in and out during this. In the meantime, guys, we will see you tomorrow, 2000 UK time, 1900 UTC, and actually just shortly before that for qualifying for the British GT finale. Jesse, Stewie, I think that's us. Have a good night, guys.